Did you know that you can make
Hi, chat. How's it going?
Chat, Mizu sneezes like a baby kitten.
That's what everybody says. I sneeze very manly. What you call it? First me locked and hear yourself, me. I meant to ask Ava, but I'd completely forgotten for her to teach me how to do the head pat thing.
Oh shit.
I completely forgot about it, but I want to learn
forgot
how
to
to
even
do it.
apply it. I mean, the easiest way, for, like, just, like, I hotkeyed the head pat thing to page up on my hotkey. So when I see, like, for a long time, it was when I saw somebody give head pats to Ko-Fi or Super Chat, I would push page up. Now, it's set up to detect, I think 3 variations of head pats in the Super Chats of the YouTube thing. You just put in the link, and then it basically associates head pat or head patted with the hotkey page up, and then it automatically applies the hotkey for like 30 seconds.
Oh,
but an easy way to do it is just a hotkey in the item.
I could probably.
Yeah, like what's page up? Boom. I got head pats for days, guys. Yeah.
I need to fix this. All my music models are.
Alive, I have 2 that are like that, yeah. Oh, actually, you know what I'll do? I'll make a little video tutorial on how to set up the hotkey item. Yeah, it's pretty simple, but it is a little, like, it's mostly, you shouldn't have to edit your model at all. It's actually, messing with your item scene names and your item hotkey thing. Also, I'll do the video.
Somebody already paid for this.
Oh, did they? Yeah, it was a little weird to me as well. Chili Vixen, how dare you? I am not a Keebler elf.
Should have already been. Oh, okay. I have to remake the item scene.
Yeah. Do you have water balloons?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Item C.
Victorian Orphan, you can take the bar exam as many times as you need to, but like in California, for instance, they only offer the bar exam twice a year. So you could only take it, you could only try to take it twice in 1 year. Now, it depends on the
Got
state.
it.
I think most states have 2 bar exam dates a year, but... Magma Fox, look, unlike most of our viewers, I'm not focused on the chest of my collab mates.
Be fair, it is a pretty outstanding chest. I have bigger boobas.
Then
My
yes,
female
it
guests.
is. You definitely, they're bigger than mine, that's for sure.
I saw a so on Steam for VTube Studio, some people upload their assets, basically. Download. I saw one called Boobaloo. So when I got my new model, I was like, hey, can we like
Is that right? Ha ha! That's
now I
pretty
have
funny.
Booba.
Very nice. I know I have to get a couple I have to get, I'm gonna get a lawyer suit outfit, and then I'm also gonna get a toggle for my fangs.
I could see that, yeah. Are they gonna be like big fangs? Like,
They're gonna be little teefies.
I have little teeth. Hard to see it. Like there we go. Yeah. I don't remember why we added those actually. I think they just kind of threw.
I mean, it looks pretty cute, so.
I have to like move my face.
See,
in a
and that's the
way to
thing,
get
like,
them
in
out,
my
though.
lore, when Eva bites somebody, she doesn't like, she's not like the classic vampire rip open the neck and absorb the healing juices. No, she bites down, and her fangs extend like a ½ inch to create a watertight seal, and then she takes in the blood through her fangs,
I don't suck people's
which
blood.
is
I
like
just have
directly to her bloodstream.
If I did suck blood though, it'd be like Dracula, scrape and lick.
Scrape and lick. Yo,
Scrape
they
and
all
lick.
scrape and lick. Yeah. Oh, not used to seeing this much of my own blood. Could use a drink.
When Ava bites you,
It's true.
I don't know. I've always wondered, like, if vampires would be able to taste like people with bloodborne.
Yes. Now, the blood-borne illnesses won't hurt us, but like AIDS, for example, probably wouldn't taste very good.
Yeah, I don't know. I've heard there's some bloodborne illnesses.
Oh my
It
god,
makes
that
your
has
blood
the
more
tasty
sugary.
zest of watching. Oh yeah, diabetes.
In that case, do you think a vampire would
Oh my god,
prefer
that actually
somebody with
does remind
diabetes?
me. No, because do you like that scene from The Simpsons where those two vampires go to feed on Homer? It's like, oh my god, it's so fatty. They literally die of Homer poisons the vampires with diabetes. Like, that's what happens. They die, they get fat and die, like, sucking on his blood.
That's the government strategy. Vampires now.
It is. But see, the nice thing about me, actually, I prefer, AB negative. AB
with
negative is the tastiest.
Fair.
It's
fair.
rare. You know, if you want to be a blood sommelier, you know, you have to go for the rare stuff. But more importantly, I do not take blood without consent, so.
So are both you guys on a liquid diet? I'm not. I mean, right now I kind of am. For chat,
Well, that's a kind of,
no, you go.
no, you go.
I was gonna say I am trying to be healthier, chat. So I have gotten some gamer subs, and I've basically cut out drinks, if possible.
Hell yeah.
Although I didn't realize how much caffeine ups. So one of my One shaker's
Oh,
worth
is
of
there-
gamer subs is about 300 milligrams of caffeine.
Holy shit! Oh my god, that's a fucking lot! That's more than my monsters!
It's 20 ounces of water, 300 milligrams of caffeine.
No fucking way. Hold on, I'm gonna grab a monster. I'm gonna read you how much is in 16 ounces of monster. Give me a second.
A lot of caffeine. It is.
Alright, let's see. We're cracking open one for the boys. This has... Okay, 16 fluid ounces, and it is... Where are you? Goddamn. Oh god, I hate... There it is. Okay, consume responsibly, Jesus. Okay. 160 milligrams per can of 16. So you have just about double the amount of caffeine in 20 ounces of water as opposed to my 16 ounces of monster.
To be fair, because I did realize this. Normally, my soda of choice is Mellow Yellow, which actually has a lower caffeine content than most sodas. And in
Yeah,
12
it does.
ounces of Mellow Yellow is only 50 milligrams of caffeine.
That's actually pretty good. That's not much worse than a... actually, no, it's a little bit better than a Red Bull energy drink.
Yeah. So
12
like,
ounces in a Red Bull, I think, is 80 milligrams of caffeine.
but to be fair, I'm not exactly working on cutting out caffeine. I'm working on cutting out sugar. We can talk about caffeine later. Right now, sugar is the problem, I think.
Pretty much my only source of sugar is the monster, and I only drink monster and water, so...
I typically have sweet tea today and Mellow Yellows, and I don't know. Probably looking at like 300 grams of sugar a day. Not good for me.
Let me see. How many are in one of these cans?
Like just from drinking.
54 grams of sugar. That's 108% of your daily sugar. Oh my god. I do not need... Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna take a sip.
Wait, your
I
daily
can
sugar
feel
is
the
like what,
poison
100
entering my
milligrams?
bloodstream. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's probably bad for me. Alone, I'm
No,
getting
50.
like 200.
50 grams.
Oh.
50 grams of sugar is 100% of your daily intake.
That's probably bad because
So
I've
if you're
been,
in milligrams,
on
you're probably not doing too bad.
it's grams. I was on milligrams for caffeine, so I wasn't
Okay.
thinking about it. I'm taking about 300 or 200 grams just almond sugar today. I'm trying to cut that out.
About your average American.
Trying to not be an average American.
I
don't
know,
wanna.
that's fair, that's fair.
I want to lose weight.
I mean, to be fair, like, I think I have a... Whoa. You're not... overweight. He like, our... Like, Ticktone made that joke, and like, yeah, you have 200 pounds on everything in the room compared to Mizu. What are you talking about? But like, you're not... Do you need to lose weight, or is it just like you want to?
It's all in the belly. I don't like it. I want a
Ah,
tone thin
gotcha.
belly. And it's
I mean,
worked.
more than just cutting out drinks and shit. Like, that'll help, but like, core exercises, you do enough?
Oh, I need to get back on
You
it.
got, there you go. You like, more than anything else. Yeah, core exercise is gonna give you that flat-toned belly.
Either way, I've already just from like 3 weeks of cutting out sugar thing, I've already lost like 15 pounds.
God damn, holy shit.
Apparently,
My
sugar
doctor,
can
I
add a
think,
lot
would
of
be
weight.
very mad at me if I lost 50 pounds. Yes, it can. Yes, it can lost... Oh! Victorian orphans that you can... Gifted members. Oh, that's funny. He pulled. Have you ever seen somebody buy like 10 gifted memberships and then they call themselves as a member? Victorian Orphan received a gift membership by Victorian Orphan.
Well, I mean, I feel like if you don't have a membership, if you gift 10, you probably should like, receive those.
Yeah, you should be one of those. Yeah, for sure. It's just I don't always see that. It's funny to see that because I've done that where I've bought memberships for a channel that I'm not actually a member of myself, but I've never pulled myself in that.
But also, thank you, been gifted, much appreciated. Also, nice to see a bunch of people here for the second week in a row for Lawtism. I am very impressed. I was worried people not like us talking about legal stuff. I know it's a very niche.
Well, Ollie and a
field.
Shoten, we're talking about the law. I mean, that's pretty fucking base.
Speaking of chat, we have the lolly. I was trying to figure out something for me, but apparently Shota is hard to rhyme with anything that is related. I was trying to do prosecutor,
Instead
like
of
Prosashota.
yeah, prosecutor, but Shotacutor.
Yeah, Shotacutor or Prosashota, and it was not working. It didn't roll off the tongue very well. Funny law is funny. Today is sort of funny law, right? So I have to admit, apparently this case has been going on for like 2 years. I just learned about it yesterday, which is the Karen Reed trial. And I think, Ava, did you learn about it recently?
You found out about
too?
Karen Reed trial too. No, I knew about the Karen Reed trial during the first trial.
Okay. So you were...
And then kind of lost interest when the jury was hung. And then all this happened. I've kind of poked my head in a couple times, but...
Yeah, the first trial was like 2 years ago, wasn't it? Or it started like 2 years ago? Showed a cute. I mean, it sort of works. Pasta Shota sounds like something very spicy. But not I just learned about this case the other day, and it is... The corruption in it is so blatant and so crazy that the nothing ever happens bros might actually see something happen. Also, I think Ava died. Or maybe I died.
Nope, I'm here, sorry. My dad walked in and he was talking about, he's very proud of me right now. She walked in and he showed, I guess one of his friends has started doing YouTube. And, the guy has a lot of views. He already has like 250,000 views, but he only has like 200 subscribers.
Yeah.
So dad just came in, he's like, is this good analytics? I'm like, that's about standard, but that's not mine. He's like, well, what views are you at? I'm like, well, I'm at about 50,000 views and like 2,300 subscribers. He's like, how is it that high? I'm like, my subscription to view retention is higher than his, but he has a lot more views. So he was just kind of geeking out about numbers.
I viewed that. My monthly views are at about 20,000. I don't know what like my overall is. It's somewhere in here. I could just do it this way, lifetime. I forgot about that.
Oh. Wait a minute.
What?
Chibugama says, Shota legal sound like paralegal. It kind of does.
You could try that. Channel views total for me is 117,000. I try and just focus on like the last 30 days though. I like to see my improvement. Here it is.
What is a Karen Reed trial? I've been hearing it, but trying. Okay, so basically, what happened is, and we will get delay of it too, is Mizu does reviewing the closing arguments of pretty much only one attorney. Although one of the law teams here has been actually condensing the trial watch into like digestible pieces. His name is
the DUI guy,
Larry Foreman. He's the DUI guy. Everybody else, like Emily D. Baker and Uncivil Law stuff, they've been doing live trial watch-alongs with this. But this fucking trial, and this is the second trial for it to happen, has been going on for weeks and weeks and weeks. So it's finally done. The jury reached a verdict late yesterday, I believe, and I believe she was found not guilty. But Karen Reed was accused of striking her boyfriend or her husband, her lover, with a car at like 25 miles an hour and killing him that way. And it turns out that through the actual discovery of facts and stuff like that, the collision between her car and this man never even happened. Turns out that there's apparently a bar fight that's really the culprit, and there's cops that are like shooting each other. It's about the most messy, blatantly corrupt case I've ever seen. And we're talking like instances where like the prosecutor is signaling the judge and vice versa in court on camera.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of wild stuff. We have the prosecutor and the judge having in-court ex parte communication. We have the prosecutor at one point just straight up lying in front of the jury about evidence, just straight up lying.
Yep.
And then when the defense tries to petition the judge to be like, look, we need a mistrial because they just fucking lied in front of this jury, she just seems so uninterested in not caring about it. It's like,
yeah,
no,
and here's the thing
this
too,
is
when
really blatant.
Like, the defense attorney is going to ask for a mistrial for any number of reasons. We've seen it many, many times before, but the thing is, like, this one, like, really, if you say something in front of the jury, you can't take that. I know the judge will go, oh, please disregard that statement. You can't. That's like asking, please ignore the giant purple pink elephant with a pink frilly tutu that just walked through the room. I'm sorry. You're gonna do nothing but think about that pink fucking elephant that just went through the room.
Yeah.
So, absolutely, the judge was inappropriate. So I'm not gonna mistrial. I'm just gonna instruct the jury to disregard that statement. I'm like, that's not enough. But the judge is clearly the prosecution is corrupt, the cops involved in this invasion are corrupt, the state fucking hired, quote-unquote expert witnesses that turns out they're just a fucking high school graduate. It's so bad. Sorry.
Like, make it very clear, chat, because it probably just sounds weird being vague about it, they brought in the hoodie of the guy that died, which had a bunch of cuts in the back of it. And he shows it to the defense's expert witness and says, so, like, could these cuts have been made by him falling backwards onto the ground after being hit by a car and, gotten torn up by, like, rocks and stuff on the ground? And, of course, the expert witness is like, yeah, it's possible. And he holds it up and shows the back of it to the jury where all these little holes are in the hoodie. Well, then the defense gets up after the jury leaves the room, because this is how you're supposed to do this. It's like, yeah, just so you're aware, they're lying. These are their cuts that they made in the course of studying his death. These are cuts made by the criminalist who was taking samples from the jacket.
During the original investigation and the original trial, they had their forensics experts take pieces of the coat for material testing, forensics and stuff like that. The second trial, this motherfucker, this prosecutor, tries to point at those holes that the prosecutor and the investigators made and say, could this have happened from the guy being hit by the car and landing on his back? Like, you I'm sorry, just like,
it's so
to
blatant.
me, that's sectionable. That's contempt of court. Like, yeah, it is. It's blatant. It's perjury. It's disgusting.
And there's so many parts in the case that are like that. I literally at work yesterday just learned about this case when I got to work and proceeded to watch like 12 hours straight of nothing but Karen Reed content. And it's all new too. That's 12 hours of completely new trial footage every single time. Because there's always something going on that's like, wow, that's fucked up. I think one of my favorites is they get I don't know what she was doing exactly, but she was like viewing cameras. And she had testified that she had seen two people get in a car together for an extended amount of time. And then on the defense questions, she had testified about that during the first trial. And then the defense tries to question her on it, and apparently what she saw is very damning to the prosecution. And the prosecution talked to her between trials behind closed doors. And she goes, I have been informed that what I saw couldn't have been true. It's like, what?
Yeah. And what was another particularly, like, I will say this, like, the defense attorneys and the defense team on this trial, they've been doing such a good job. They've been hitting it out of the fucking park. It is rare for a defense to, quote unquote, schlep an expert witness. An expert witness hired by the state, hired by the prosecution to basically affirm what they believe happened.
Yeah.
This man, this defense attorney, didn't just flip one state attorney. He basically flipped them all. I mean, not attorney, state expert witness. Which basically he got all of the expert witnesses to admit that this collision could not have happened.
Yeah. By the way, did you see how much the high school student expert witness was getting paid for his testimony?
Yes, I did.
So I'm gonna have
Pretty
to.
bad, huh?
I'm gonna have to take DUI guy's word for that. Although his word does kind of ring true from the little bit I do know about paying expert witnesses. Because monetary has never been my interest, really. So I don't really know how much expert witnesses go for. However, if you're a high school,
you can very easily $500 to $800 an hour.
Yeah. So his
For an expert
example
witness.
was in the cases he does, which are like low level injury claims. It could be anywhere from 500 to 5,000, depending on like who you're up against. And one of his examples of 5,000 is he was up against Ford Motor Company, which is a big one. Which, granted, with cars is probably as big as you can get outside of like General Motors or something. And then he mentioned that in some high-profile cases, the total cost of every single witness could go up to $200,000. So that's in a high-profile case, numerous expert witnesses. The total cost of all of them combined is $200,000. The state was.
This is why a lot of people say, like, the only people who win in court are the people who have enough money to pay for it.
Yes. The state was paying this guy who was not even an expert, who just had a high school degree and was constantly lying about his credentials, $300,000.
Saying that he was pursuing a degree that the college that he referenced doesn't even offer, by the way.
Yeah. He was getting paid over $300,000 by himself alone, just the one witness.
And this amounts to, this is why, like, expert witnesses are important. They can offer a lot of context and stuff to that, but I think they're overpaid. I think they rely on too much. And I think that it's inherently a conflict of interest if you pay anybody a large sum of money to say what they want.
Fiesta's way into six figures. Bro, if I could just get one 6-month trial for that much money, I wouldn't have to work for a long-ass time.
He said he had a BS degree, a Bachelor in Science. Turns out he had the BS degree. The bullshit degree. Because I'm sorry. I mean, look, he won, right?
Oh, yeah.
The state can't take back that money. They're the ones who decided that this guy has the qualifications necessary
They have
for
to
us
just
to
eat
hire
that
him,
cost.
and we do know vetting procedure. Well, yeah, they do. And there's nothing that they can do to claw it back because all the information about his qualifications, as obfuscated as it was present and available to the public.
Yeah.
So,
Got that degree
like, yeah,
online?
you're
Nope.
gonna get fucked.
The funny part, chap,
No, he didn't even get the degree online.
he
He said he was a student. He was actively pursued.
was claiming that he was a student at a local community college, getting his bachelor's degree. However, they found out on cross that not only had he changed the date of his bachelor's degree like 5 different times over a 17-year period, he still had not gotten his degree over 17 years. But the community college he claimed he was getting the degree from didn't have that degree as an option. Literally impossible.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
And they're like, yeah, no, this guy's our expert. He's gonna do it.
Well, he's the guy. That
His case is so bad, and if it wasn't a criminal case trying to put a lady behind bars, I would think it was funny.
yeah, that's the only thing that makes it not funny. And we can laugh now because thank
She's off.
God the jury found Karen Reed not guilty. She's off. She's good. But seriously, like this could have been really bad in a way that like it's
I mean, I could...
this could have been a very, very bad miscarriage of justice.
Because I'm not even sure, thinking about it, if I was on that jury with everything I've seen so far, how they wouldn't have let her off, even with the jacket thing.
Well, we were getting a little bit worried because apparently the jury had asked the judge a question asking about the this is again an issue with the judge because the judge did not give jury instructions proper to like you have to find this guilty, this not guilty, No, it was basically like 4 or 5 charges all wrapped up into 2 pleadings. So it was like, okay, if we view them as not guilty for these, do we still have to view them as guilty for the DUI or something like that? Like she was operating under the influence. She was also facing that charge on top of this murder charge. It's very weird how they set it up. It seemed like it was set up to basically railroad Karen Reed, which I think it was. But yes, the jury instructions were poor. And when they said, the judge responded with, oh, I can't answer hypothetical questions. You have to figure out yourself. And I'm like, okay, you want them to fucking hang, you fucking bitch. Luckily, they decided to go, you know what? No, fuck it, not guilty on all accounts. So, it did feel like to me, though, that the judge had set up the jury instructions in a way that was weighted against Karen Reed's favor.
Yeah. So, this is, from everything I've seen, it's believed it's like really deep corruption in this entire case. Like, among everybody. To the point that now the feds are involved.
Shielding, who is believed to be the actual fucking murderer of that man who died. I'm not gonna name names or name who I think it is or anything, but there is video footage of the deceased and an individual who I think is being protected getting into a physical altercation in a bar and then leaving together for some reason. And then later the deceased is found under the window in the parking lot of that same person.
Yep.
But yeah, a car hit him. Yeah, fuck you.
I also, one of my favorite parts of the trial is, so for those of you who don't know, this is so corrupt and so blatantly corrupt that the feds are now involved. And
yeah, they are.
One of the police not the police commissioner, but it was a lady, it was a, God, I can't remember what her exact title was. She was basically a sheriff over her department or whatever. And she had made an announcement that actually the feds had told her that their investigation had concluded and that nothing else was going forward. That was months ago. During this trial recently, they recalled one of the defense's witnesses to question him. And at one point, the prosecutor says, oh, so somebody's been feeding you information. Who's been feeding you information? And he goes, oh, it's the Department of Justice. They've been investigating this. And the prosecutor's face just drops immediately. And
oh god, I hope you can pull that up.
And you could tell...
Because, yeah, I'm trying to remember that.
You could tell that they thought that the police officer lady was telling the truth, and that the feds stopped investigating. And this expert witness they recalled to try and, get him, catch him on something, accidentally confirmed the feds are still investigating them, and it has not stopped. And they're still looking into it actively. His face is just, what? And he goes kind of off the rails a little bit, and keeps asking. So, what are they asking about? What have they been giving you?
Yeah. Objection relevance. Objection relevance.
It was so funny to me. The person we were watching that had a lot of this DUI guy, he thought that it could be like a 200 IQ play by the prosecution to figure out what the feds know so they can get their story straight. I think it was a complete accident. Because the way his face looked when he first heard that, I think, like, now he was
Yeah,
just panicking.
I think you guys are both right in the sense that he was ambushed with that information. Like, that realization was completely genuine. Like, he was like, oh my god, I had no idea. But him asking those extra questions was the prosecution's move to fumble into a 200 IQ, like, oh, this is what we were actually. No, it wasn't. You got caught off guard and you're trying to recover, which is commendable. I recognize and I respect the strategy, but you got fucked. You got caught red-handed, hand in the cookie jar, and you're just gonna have to own it.
Yeah, and I will be honest, chap. I am kind of on the nothing ever happens side. I'm a little black-pilled like that when it comes to this stuff. However, I do very much hope the feds do something. Like, deep in my soul, I hope they, like, at least try.
I mean, now that Karen Reed has been found not guilty, if I were her attorney, I would absolutely be filing some civil torts.
I think they said they planned on it, but I could have misheard
They
that.
fucking better. I mean, they were so badly mistreated by a system that's meant to protect them. And so, you know what? Fuck the system then. Absolutely sue them, get that bag. And I guarantee you, this is gonna go to settlement. They're not going to try to litigate this fucking lawsuit.
Mercenary for 5, Elf Lawyer, is a dead man's switch considered a dying utterance? A lady who passed apparently had a video where she accused certain people of an island. So I guess lady died, and she had a video to be played upon her death that would accuse multiple people of something.
I'm listening. Excuse me.
Well, that's all the comment says.
That's a good comment, though. That's why my brain is kind of itching there. The issue is, and I don't know this for sure, okay? But this is just what comes to mind. Her testimony can no longer be used in court. She's dead. Hearsay applies, which is, okay, well, she said this. Even if she said it in video format as a part of a dead man's switch, she is not there to verify it herself. She's not alive anymore. For instance, in the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard case, they tried to bring in the testimony of one of Johnny Depp's old bodyguards who had since passed. Multiple times they tried to bring in that man's testimony, and multiple times the judge said, no, you can't do that. That person is not alive to confirm these statements. They are by definition hearsay. So I think the same rules would apply there.
In the U.S.
What?
Under federal rule of evidence, anything considered a dying declaration is admissible if the proponent of the statement can establish all of the following criteria. And there's 4 different criteria in order for it to be admissible. The declarant statement is being offered in criminal prosecution for homicide or in a civil action.
Oh, okay.
So it can be a civil action, or if it's criminal, it has to be in regards to the homicide. So
apparently
some states
dying declaration is unique, and
apparently some states have expanded that to other cases, but the federal requirement is homicide or civil action.
Gotcha.
The declarant is unavailable, which...
Yeah, unavailable as a witness. That makes sense.
Considering it's a dying declaration...
I guess it's considered a hearsay exception, which is very interesting to me.
The declarant statement was made under the genuine belief their death was imminent. The declarant does not have to actually die. Wait. So what qualifies as unavailable then? If the declarant doesn't actually have to be dead?
Unavailable, incapacitated in the hospital, other instances in which they otherwise cannot appear in court to testify.
I guess. And the declarant statement has to relate to either the cause or circumstance of what they believe to be their impending death. Those are the only 4 criteria given.
Okay, here we go.
So basically, death imminent, the statement has to be about why their death is imminent. The declarant
here's the thing,
can't be
too.
available to be called, and it has to be for prosecution or civil action. Or homicide or civil
Yeah, and
action.
there's a lot of criticism surrounding dying declarations as well, and it's part of why judges sometimes will not allow them in.
Yeah.
So even though this is a federal rule of evidence, again, it could be up to the judge on whether or not they actually allow this in.
Yeah, well, because we see this a lot more with, this is probably going off on a small tangent, but we see it a lot more with, like, terrorism. How sometimes you'll get these crazy people writing manifestos that will just accuse a bunch of random-ass people because they want to get a bunch of people they don't like in trouble, when in reality they were doing this for themselves and they're crazy.
Yeah.
Mercenary, I'm pretty sure that would not count. But Mercenary for 5, she accused Obama of making her pass on diddling boys on Epstein Island. She said she believes she was going to be
Jesus
ended.
fucking Christ.
That I think applies more to what I was saying with, like, the terrorism angle, how they'll just, like, write random shit down to try and get people in trouble. She was a victim on the island.
Yeah, because here's the thing too, like,
if she was a
Okay.
confirmed victim of the Epstein Island, might unironically hold some weight. However, given how much corruption goes on around that, I doubt a judge would allow it in. That's one of those things. I think the corruption is
that
just
was
everywhere.
actually, this is another sidebar, I know, but like, people were like, oh my god, Donald Trump should sue Elon Musk for implying that he is in the Epstein files. And I'm like, okay, guys, do you understand that Elon would absolutely get what he wants if that were to happen? Because as a part of discovery in that lawsuit, the Epstein files would be fucking presented.
Yeah.
Which means that we would get them. We'd like, so it's like, guys, like, it was a catch-22. Trump was never going to try and sue because if he did, the very act of suing it would release the information.
Well, I think the other thing is he couldn't sue because we already know Elon is correct. The reality is the Epstein files includes everything, including the phone numbers Epstein had in his personal black book, which included basically every powerful person's number. It also included, like, flights that people had taken. And we do have this confirmed because some parts of his flight log were released. The only flights Trump ever took were to New York. So he did fly on...
Yeah, it was used as a stopping point.
Yeah, well, we know for a fact he never flew on the Lolita Express, which was Epstein's personal private. He only ever flew on one of the larger planes Epstein owned, and it was only ever to go to New York, which is where Trump lives. I think he still lives there. I don't know exactly where he, like, placed his home. I assume he lives...
No, he moved down to Florida.
Fair.
His residency is in Florida now.
At the time, he probably lived in New York.
Yes, he did. He moved from New York to Florida in, I think in between his first presidency and his second one.
Yeah.
Or maybe towards the end. I just do remember that he's like, you know what, fuck New York, I'm moving to Florida.
So no matter what, Elon will be good because we technically already have confirmation that he's in the files.
Yeah, and exactly. He just said, oh, he's in the files. It's like, okay, well, being in the files is not in and of itself a crime.
He said that, though, because he's mad.
He appears in the... Exactly, and he fucking deleted the tweet anyway. Like, look, the thing is, Elon Musk is an incredibly emotionally immature individual. He has a very high IQ, he has a very low EQ, emotional intelligence, it's a thing. He does not have very much of it.
Didn't Trump ban Epstein from all his businesses? He actually did. So, I don't know how many people know this, but Epstein was at a party in Mar-a-Lago, which is a resort that Trump owns. And apparently he tried to get really handsy with one of Trump's employees at the business that Trump seemed to like for some reason. And...
Oh, really?
Yeah, so... It was just like, it was this girl employee he had. I think she was like a teenager. And Epstein kept getting handsy with her. And he's like, no, stop doing that. And he refused. So at some point, Trump calls the police on Epstein. And he's like, look, this guy keeps like getting handsy with my teenage employee. You need to get him out of here. And after that, he gets banned from every single Trump resort. And for some reason, whenever they talk about the Trump-Epstein connection, they, like, leave this out. Even though I think this is a pretty, like, telling indication of kind of Trump's character, I guess. It's like, you could say a lot about him. He's a loudmouth, he's brash. To some degree, he probably does not care for the dirty pores. But when it comes to, like, people being pedos and, like, getting, like, assaultive with people, a lot of people, no matter how bad they are, have a very strong opinions on that. Like, you hear about it all the time in prisons. Prisoners hate diddlers, even if they're murderers.
And it's hard to say, because I've also seen Trump saying, oh, you know, that Epstein guy, right? He likes them young, and he's smiling, and like it's clear it's what he's saying. We all know what he's saying. But there's no level of disgust in the same way his actions have shown that disgust in banning Epstein from all his business. So there's just weird contradictory behavior there. But I don't think we'll know the truth until those files are released in part. And for some reason, the Trump administration is not concerned with releasing that. So we're just going to have to deal with it. Hey, look, this is a problem I actually had with Pam Bondi.
Yeah.
The Attorney General of the United States of America. She said that she had the Epstein files on her desk and she was going to review them and then release them. And then suddenly, the Epstein files disappeared. Oh my god, the Dems must have stole them from Pam Bondi's office. Are you fucking kidding me? Don't lie to me. Don't fucking gaslight me. If you didn't have the files ever, you shouldn't have fucking said anything, because that's actually what happened.
Yeah. I will also say, because a lot of people try to make this into, like, roping more people into the actual Epstein-specific stuff than it is. Because they'll be like, oh, well, she didn't release them, so obviously she was in the files, too. It's like, no, she probably wasn't.
No.
She probably knows a lot of people that are in them. And that's probably why they disappeared.
Yeah, but I doubt Pam Bondi is in the Epstein files.
Yeah, like, people forget, this involves a ton of very rich, very powerful people.
This involves all of the most powerful people on the planet, regardless of political leaning or party line or anything.
Yeah.
It's why no real big deal was made when Epstein, quote-unquote, self-ended. He didn't. We all know that. But there was no investigation. There was no outcry from the left or the right to find out who actually did it. Why? Because they're both on the fucking same side in this regard.
I'm also going to have the hot take that other than, what's his name? Is it Prince Harry that was in the files? That got, like, in so much trouble and did tons of, like, interviews where he made himself look like a dickhead. It was one of the princes.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It was one of the princes. I don't want to say specifically who, because then you get in trouble. But other than him, I actually think a bunch of... Prince Andrew, thank you. Other than him, I think a bunch of the people that we publicly know are in the files...
Oh, it's Prince Andrew.
...probably didn't do much. And I think that's why we know they're in the files. Because everyone feels safe pointing the fingers at them, knowing that, like, there's nothing damning that's going to come out. And nobody wants to point fingers at the people that actually did do really damning, really fucked up stuff.
Yeah.
Festivia for 10. Pretty clear why. Too many big names on it. Every company gets boycotted or ransacked by righteous, unhappy customers. The rich all flee to China or something. Markets nuked worse than Biden. I don't know if people would even, like, put two and two together necessarily. Like, you could expose, like, I don't know, the CEO of Goldman Sachs is on it. And I don't think they're going to see any noticeable dip in their actual profits. I just don't think it happens.
Really, no. I think, yeah, exactly. I think the issue is our government does not want... They don't want to test our legal system and our police system to the extent that arresting that many high-profile, powerful individuals would get. Let's be real. That could very well stress test our system and kill it in the stress test. Because, that's it's a Star Wars fucking meme. I am the cynic. These motherfuckers own the government. The government has been in their pocket for decades. Could you imagine the nightmare, the headache, the procedural fucking hellscape that would be trying to like arrest and prosecute all these powerful people.
Yeah. There's a lot. Before we get too far off the reservation, as it were, would you prefer, from the Karen Reed trial, the defense's expert witness, Dr. Wolf, or the prosecution's expert witness with the fake CV?
Let's do him. Please, let's do him. I love Dr. Wolf. They're very awesome. They do an excellent job. But the absolute incompetence of the state's witness cannot be overstated. We have to see it.
Okay, fair enough. I will share my screen with you, and then I will get it up for chat. This is... Because I know, like... I know I said last week that not every case we covered would be, like, really, bombshell and interesting. But then this happened, and I just learned about it this week, and literally every clip from this case is a bombshell that's extremely interesting.
You know what's really funny, too? Because...
Yeah. So I will clarify, chat, and I even said this on Twitter, is that a lot of the Karen Reed stuff I consider not long-form content. When I'm... Sound died. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Okay, my audio is good. Okay, it is. Why? What if I do? Why is Discord not... Well, it says I don't have a Discord output capture.
Weird.
Now, there it
Okay.
goes.
Try to just click play.
Yeah, no, it's good.
See if it works. Okay.
They were talking about it for you.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, chat. It actually deleted my output audio for Discord for some reason. Not sure what that's about. I'll have to look into it later. But, chat...
Alright, here we go. I'm all set up and ready.
Because Ava was asking why I hadn't talked about this. I literally not heard about this till this week. And a part of it was probably because most of it is not what I would consider long-form content. Normally, when I'm watching legal stuff, I'm unironically watching, like, raw courtroom footage that goes on for 6-7 hours. And I watch the whole thing start to finish, all the boring parts, all the interesting parts. Because I do like the whole process. But almost everything Karen Reed has been sectioned off and divided into like 20, 30, 40-minute videos, which is just typically not what I watch when I'm watching legal stuff. And I know for
What's
other
sad,
people, that's
though,
all
is
they
all
watch.
the other Karen Reed stuff is far short. It's like they're literally shorts. It's like a minute-long freaking excerpt from the trial. It's like, okay, but no one can get any context from this. Larry really is the only person who's putting this into digestible trucks for like your average person. For someone like me or me, like I'd go Emily D. Baker, where they actually do the trial watch and actually go through the whole thing.
Yeah. So normally I like watching the whole thing start to finish because I like getting all the little in-between context. But I do know that
Mizu followed the Sarah Boo trial.
It's been a while. I probably did, though.
Girl shoved a guy in the suitcase and he died there.
Oh, God, I remember that. Oh.
Yeah.
And she... Like, her excuses were ridiculous. And she's on video. She recorded herself.
Hey, remember, it was a good day. It was a good day, according to her.
It was so... Like, she recorded herself, and then she's on the stand, and she's like, I didn't record that. What do you mean you didn't record it? That's your... And then they keep playing, and then she starts talking on it. And she's like, oh, you're in there, aren't you? And she's like, oh, well, I was blacked out.
And then she, like, I remember in the video, too, she's like, this is for all the time, all the things you did to me. She didn't know me. And then, like, she pauses for a moment. She's like, oh, yeah, choked me, too. Like, I should probably add some physical abuse in there. if I want to properly defend myself, because cheating on me does not warrant me killing a motherfucker.
I will say the one part of that trial I still do not fucking understand is why he got in the suitcase.
Oh yeah.
Like, that's never explained, and I understand it was probably something stupid between the two of them.
It was a demonstrable. Oh, well, yeah. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah. We think that he got drunk.
He thought it'd be like funny or something.
I mean, like, my speculation exactly is they got drunk. He thought it'd be funny. He got in. She zipped him up. Haha, they're laughing, and then the bitch's gears, they start turning, and all the things that he has done, quote unquote, wrong to her stop going through her mind in her drunk adult state. And then she's just there like, yeah, this is what now it's turned into something. It didn't start that way, but it definitely ended that way.
Also, before we start this,
that's what I think happened.
Akakun for 5, it's Star Wars, I Am the Senate. It just takes one Skywalker to ruin everything. And Mercenary for 2, it would have been done by the military then. But yeah, no, I remember the Sarah Boone trial now that the details are out. It's horrifying watching her on that video, like, just brag about it. Some people are psycho, chat, and you'll never know.
Did you just, oh my god, Mercenary. That cannot happen. We are constitutionally not allowed to use the military to arrest our citizenry. That is a big states like sovereignty thing. Like, police is for civil like procedure. The military is for external and foreign threats. You don't use the military on your own people. It's not allowed in our constitution. Sorry, I know it just kind of went like hard there, but no, you cannot do that.
But I think they might be replying to, or Epstein was blackmailing people on behalf of the CIA.
They want to round up the people who are in the Epstein files, and they want to arrest them using the military. I'm saying you cannot do that. That is not allowed.
Yeah, they wouldn't let you. He was beaten in front of the face too. That might have been a detail. I don't remember every detail of the trial. I do distinctly remember the video, though. He did have
a lot of he had a lot of blunt impact trauma marks, bruises and stuff.
She probably was
from a
kicking.
Baseball bat. That's what we think it is. No, because she mentions that she had in her testimony. She says that she had a baseball bat and she was holding it by the heavy part, and she was trying to poke his hand to keep his hand from getting out, so he didn't get out and kill her. That was her defense. So we know that she had a bat. We're pretty sure she used it to beat the shit out of him in the suitcase.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is she was probably hitting him while he was in the suitcase.
Yeah,
I can't imagine he got beat and then climbed into the suitcase.
Her excuse and her testimony on it, I'm like, oh well, this is where those bruises came. No. This is overhead swings with a baseball cap. You're not poking at him with the light end of the bat. That's not how you get these bruises.
But chat, we are gonna watch this. So this particular line of questioning does kind of loop in on itself a couple times, because they're really trying to drive home the fact that this guy is just lying his ass off on the stand. We'll see how it goes.
With the phrase academic dishonesty.
Yes, I am.
Trust me, we're probably gonna laugh that hard.
In both of those CVs, you indicate that you have not yet.
By the way, chat, in case you don't know, guy on the left, this is the YouTuber that took this video. He's not involved in the case, but it is his coverage. It is attorney Larry Foreman, which is also at the DUI guy. But he has most of the kind of long-form content surrounding this trial that I would prefer. I thought I had found another lady that was doing long-form content on this, except she showed almost no trial footage. It was just her talking about it the whole time. And I was like, I don't want 3 hours of you talking about the trial. I want 3 hours of the trial.
Earned a bachelor's degree.
That is correct. With the caveat that my understanding is people look at your posts not specifically the profile information.
Wait, whoa, that's your excuse? People just look at my photo and they see that's a beautiful man. I want to hire a beautiful man like Shannon Burgess.
To any member of the public reading this,
By the way, what I don't normally like to make fun of people's appearance. What is this?
See, what's really funny to me is like you pointed out the hair. I was going to point out how fucking red his face is. Do you know how fucking nervous you have to be for your blood pressure to be this fucking high? Like, he looks like a freaking pepperoni.
Yeah, his face continually gets redder the whole thing. Which I get that, but like, just cut this off, bro.
Yeah, at that point, at that point, go bald.
Let it
Pull
go.
off the Joe Rogan, do something. Oh yeah, you have to let it go.
You can even go bald. I've seen like this exact face structure with this kind of facial hair on a bald guy before. I feel like it's very
That's
common.
why I said Joe Rogan. Like, Joe Rogan started getting a little weird with his hairline, so he went bald. Do that. Don't do this. This is like holding on to something that can never be again.
That's the I don't want to give it up yet. It is like
Dude, the Rogaine treatments are not working.
just when it's at this point where part of your hair is an island to itself, just give it up.
It's so, I'm sorry, I'm meaning to laugh, but yeah, when part of your hair is an island to itself, you would have to let it go. You have to.
Like that's way more noticeable than you being bald. If you were bald, I wouldn't even notice it. I'd be like, oh hey, there's a guy. But with this, first thing I notice is that's the guy with the weird island in his head. Looks like the Nostalgia Critic's brother. The Nostalgia Critic has a brother, doesn't he?
The
that works
island
on
on
the
his
thing with
head
him?
surrounded by a sea of red.
including prosecutor, a defense attorney, a judge, or a jury, that represents that you received your Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, does it not?
Wait, why? Why? Why is that sustained? That was a
Wait,
valid
did they-
question. That is a
So that's
Yeah.
we'll come up in that later, but that is the one problem I have with this
That
judge.
what you had mentioned?
Yeah. So there's a time where the guy tries
Yeah.
to say objection, and before he even gets out object, the judge already says sustained. Like he doesn't give an explanation. She doesn't even wait for him to finish it. She is prepared to sustain it before he even starts. Like, no.
Yeah, that's which I mean. Here's the thing: like when you could say objection, and that in and of itself, for a good judge, is enough for the judge to sustain or rule it. But for you not to even get the word objection out and yet sustained over what seemed to be a completely legitimate and relevant question seems telling to me.
Yeah.
This judge is I don't know. If I were to look into her browser history, I bet it would be dirty.
It's a direct question. You lied, sir.
That's right, Shannon Burgess. That's the name. So his name is now Mr. Burger. Okay, he's not Mr. Burgess. His name is Mr. Burger.
It's French. It's a Burgess.
Because that's how freaking useful he is. Well, guess what? He's a French burger then.
That sounds like more offensive. Could you imagine how bad a French burger would be? Like some just like
Yeah,
very
probably pretty bad.
Just some like very traditional, very French
With a
man trying to
snail.
make an American burger.
Oh, Jesus. He couldn't handle that.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Buckle Up. It's the Law with Attorney Larry Foreman. Don't forget to like this video, comment below, subscribe to the channel. Folks, today we have a amazing video that you guys have been sending me. by the dozens. Everyone is like, Larry, you have to do this. Larry, you have to do this. Larry. And I agree based on everything I saw, based on everything I've heard, based on everything I've read. I have not watched the testimony yet, so you get to see my natural, genuine, authentic reaction to what happened. Now, obviously, I know the bits and pieces. I'm not totally stupid. I'm not trying to like, la, 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 la. I have no idea what's going on. I got the gist of it. This is fire. I mean, this guy... This is not incompetence. This is straight up deception, lies, and he gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar on paper with no escape. We're going to give you just the absolute tachlis, as I like to say. It's a Yiddish word. It basically means we're cutting off all the fat. We're giving you just the raw...
hold up Yiddish. Holy shit.
Brought up the Yiddish.
Yeah.
French burgers are made with baguettes. Now,
Nah, but... Actually, you know, I did have a French pretzel bun burger, which was good, but again, the French did not make the burger part. They just made the bun part, and we're not talking about just the bun.
Yeah, everything in it. Probably gonna put snails in it. An escargot burger. Ugh.
Stuff directly delivered to you so that you can enjoy the content without having to sit there and wait through pauses and all that stuff. So without further ado, I bring you Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, Massachusetts, May 19th, 2025. This, of course, is premiering the next day, May 20th,
wow.
2025.
Literally, like 1 month anniversary of this testimony.
Yeah. This video was 4 weeks
That's
ago.
pretty cool.
Yeah, no, this trial is very, very recent, guys. It just ended, like the other day, a couple days ago. But I haven't actually
Jury
seen any.
deliberated officially late yesterday, so yeah.
Yeah, I actually haven't seen any of the closing arguments yet. Because I was still trying to get caught up on like what was going on, how this happened.
Shannon Burgess. Cross-examination by Robert Alessi. Let's go.
Presenting you with what is Exhibit TT for identification. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is that document?
So this document appears to be my CV.
May I approach further?
Yes.
Thank you. And is that CV a document that you have prepared?
Yes, so that is a document that either I have prepared or the company after has prepared.
And is that a fair and accurate?
Well, I have to say, the company he works for is called Aperture. The entire time I was watching
Yeah, it's
this,
a little weird.
I could only think of Aperture Science from Portal.
We do what we must because we can.
I want to see an actual court case with like Cave Johnson as the defendant.
Oh my god, yes, please. With the lemon red. I want the lemon red in fucking court.
It'd be so good.
Document.
It appears to be.
Your Honor, I offer that into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Browning?
No, thank you.
And if you could just, if you want to have the witness hold on, I have some
Hold on,
questions.
let's let it mark first.
Yep. Yep. Mr. Burgess, you have in front of you your CV that we just spoke about, and I'd ask you please to draw your attention to the education section where underneath in red it says BGS, and then, do I read it correctly? It says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama Birmingham, Alabama currently pursuing. Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly.
Thank you, sir. May I approach your Honor?
Wait. Hold on. Oh, right out of the gate. I mean, you can put...
He is weaseling so hard with that.
Yeah. I mean, well, here's what's great, because you can tell the setup. What's happening here is he's like, okay, so you see where it would say education, and then he specifically points out the point of contention. Now, this quote-unquote expert witness absolutely knows what questions are going to follow here, because he knows he doesn't have this degree. So, honestly, if this were me being questioned and I heard this setup, I would be shitting bricks.
Yeah, like, especially because he hears it right out the gate, and it's like, you should know what's coming.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as I do you recognize the song? I do. It's my CV. Uh-oh. That's like red flag number 1. Zed, can you go down to education? Sure. Red flag number 2. And you see, am I reading that right? It says you have a bachelor's in science and mathematics and general science. Red flag. No, numero 3
Yes.
is done.
Put that on the resume, currently pursuing. I don't think that's the correct language, to be honest with you. I think there's there's a better language that you can put on a resume, like it's like BS candidate, Bachelor of Science candidate.
Yeah, candidate would be more appropriate.
2026. That's how you usually write it. But if he doesn't have a graduation date, if he's just like spreading it across the next decade because he's doing like one class a semester, which is possible. Some people have different plans in their life, especially if he's a full-time employee. But this happened in 2022, so he may not even have started the education then. Or maybe he did. I don't know. I guess we're about to find out. You see how many questions pop up when it says currently pursuing? Two words change the context of the entire thing in the resume. Currently pursuing.
Like this,
Let's see.
marked as the next for identification only at this point. Oh, excuse me, can I have that back one? Show Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, it's been marked, the document is exhibited
Mano
to
Oko
you
for the fight. Alert,
identification.
alert.
Would
Ethan
you
Klein new
please-
video. He's suing 3 creators.
I didn't know he was going to be suing people. I didn't know he was
Apparently
doing
he
the
is.
thing.
We'll have to check it out later.
Yes.
Tell me if you recognize that.
Yes, I do recognize
20 minutes if you want to watch it. Would you like to watch it after this, Abe?
Yeah, we can do that. Given if lawsuits are the name of the game, it would technically apply as under our scope.
Where? Is it on his H3H3?
Hey man,
Yeah, the video's titled I'm
Hey,
Suing
man.
These Creators.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
Is that a picture of Asmongold? Or is it... I guess we'll have to see. After this, though.
that.
And sir, please describe briefly what that is.
Sure. So it is a CV as well.
Thank you. I would offer it into evidence at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Brennan, any objection?
No, thank you.
Okay. Exhibit 184.
I present it back to the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Burgess, once you've had a fair opportunity to look at that, I have a question, and that question is simple. Is that your April 2025 CD?
Last month.
Let me see.
Oh, he's nervous.
Yes, it appears to be.
Thank you. And when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, when you can just pick your head up, sir, to let me know you're ready. I don't want to rush you, but then I have some questions.
Absolutely.
Thank
Go ahead.
you. So, in those 2 exhibits, your 2 CVs in front of you, am I correct that the first one is November 2024 and the second one is April 2025?
Let me see. Yes, that appears to be correct.
In both of those CVs, you indicate that you have not yet earned a bachelor's degree.
That is correct.
And you certainly have not earned a Bachelor of Science degree in any educational field according to those 2 CVs, right?
Correct.
Wait. So he's a high school graduate? And again, nothing against...
Yeah, so remember, this guy is putting himself forward as a actual, expert on this.
Yeah, and here's the thing too. Like, you could be an expert witness, like hired by the court as a high school graduate. That'd be like you went through those school hard knocks. All of your knowledge is practical and applied. Okay, that's fine. But that's not how you sold yourself. You sold yourself as a degree holder from a prestigious institution, and that ended up not being the truth.
By the way, chat, yeah, I have been seeing, the bots in Kick. There is this guy that apparently has paid for a ton of bots, and they've come in and spammed the chat 20 times. You guys haven't
Oh, is
seen
that
the
what's happening?
half of it. Believe it or not, I have managed to ban them before the Restream bot has even picked up their messages half the time. Because they have spammed like
I believe
40-something
that.
messages. Bot
Oh
protection
my
button on
god.
Kick.
Fuck.
I don't have any mods on Kick. I don't really have many viewers on Kick
No,
either.
actually, it's super funny because the other days, I think it was either Rima or somebody else, but they were just starting to multi-stream on Kick and they're like, oh crap, I have to mod people on Kick because they were being hit with boss immediately. So now I know that I'm going to have to make sure my mod team is set up beforehand when I start streaming on Kick, which, I mean, yeah, that's going to be expected.
Yeah. It's really
Fucking
bad
bots.
over there for some reason. I may not necessarily continue with Kick because I don't see much value out of Kick.
I can understand that.
It seems like even worse slow growth than like what do you call it?
You know, I think Kick might be something that you go to if you're already established in one of the other platforms.
Yeah.
Kick will take care of you if you are a popular creator on YouTube or Twitch and you decide to go over there. Trust me, Kick will make sure you're taken care of. But if you try to build your career on Kick from the ground up, I don't think it's going to work. Not in the same way.
Yeah. In the last 5 minutes, chat, I have banned 8 bots. All from the exact same channel. All saying the exact same thing. Which now I have the channel's name banned, so. Give Rumble a shot? Maybe. I'm kind of fine with YouTube, honestly. Right now, YouTube has been just the best platform in general. Like, it's even better for streaming
For
right
me
now
as
than
well.
Twitch.
High school graduates, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of very, very, very smart and talented people who hold nothing more than a high school degree. They may even hold an elementary school degree. They never even went to high school. I've met them, and they're brilliant folks. But this guy is presenting himself out as an expert in a field of science and or mathematics. And this is the guy that rewrote his report. Oh my god, it makes so much sense now. It just
There
clicked.
you go.
He is the one who decided to rewrite his entire
The
report because
only
he doesn't know
expert
what he's
witness
doing.
who rewrote his report because he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
But yeah, no. The expert witness. I don't know how he got away with it.
He changed the timeline. He changed everything. Oh my god, this is the guy they were arguing about. This is the guy that Bev did one of Wadir. Oh, she should have Wadired him. She would have given a gift to the government. Karma, baby. That's karma. Wow. Okay, let's keep going.
And in fact, as you sit here today,
So exciting.
you do not possess any bachelor degree.
Correct.
And the reason, as you state, is because that bachelor's degree is currently pending. That's the term you use.
So I use currently pursuing.
Currently
Pursuing means you're taking classes actively.
pursuing, yes. So you have a public profile
No
that's
way.
published on
No way.
Aperture's website, correct?
No way.
Yes, I do.
And it's in the form of a biography page.
No way.
Yes, I believe so.
And that biography page has your education listed.
Very possible, yes.
May I hand it to the witness?
Yes.
Now Mr. Burge has given you Exhibit DV for identification.
Okay.
You recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And indeed, that is the bio page that's published on Aperture's website, correct?
That is what it appears to be, yes.
Now, I would like you, sir, to turn to page 2 of that document.
Okay.
And I'd like to turn your focus to the bottom of education head. It states, am I correct, sir, BS, mathematics, and business administration. Is that correct?
It does state that, yes.
And there is no qualification that's currently pending. It states BS in mathematics and business administration, correct?
That's what it states there, yes.
And you do not have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, do you?
No, I do not.
My God.
And if you click on the hyperlink for your CV on that same website, do you know where that hyperlink takes you?
No, I do not.
To any member of the public reading this, including prosecutor, a defense attorney, a judge, or a jury, that represents that you received your Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, does it not?
Objection.
Wait,
Why? Why?
What?
Wait, why?
Okay, there was the objection. But no, absolutely. Why? One, why object to it? Why sustain it? This is, oh, wow. Jesus Christ. Okay, we're good. Yes, sorry.
No, it's wild because he just so you lied on this, right? No, that's objected. It's the expert witness. I think it's very valid.
Like, objection, I can understand. Like apps, I would probably object to that being asked, but the judge to sustain it is insane to me.
Why is that sustained? That was a
You know,
valid question. That is a direct question.
Yeah,
you
it was.
lied, sir. Why?
On to your photograph. Are you familiar with Aperture's website that speaks about you and presents you generally?
Vaguely, yes.
Are
Vaguely.
you aware that Aperture has 2 hyperlinks, one that says CV and one says LinkedIn? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am now.
Oh, no.
And LinkedIn is a professional network.
Wait, I am now. So, okay. So his defense, Burgess's defense, look how red he's getting. Oh,
So what he's going to say is, and I kind of had the same one too, is the expert witnesses at first trying to play it off as, well, that's what the company said about me. I didn't say that about myself. And you can't hold me to like that standard when, it's the company's fault. You have to talk to the company about that.
I'm sorry, Lopez Maximus. Damn, is it actually just Aperture Science? It seems to be. That's what's insane. And you know what? I think Cave Johnson's hiring practices were also applied because this guy is fucking a numbnut.
Exactly.
oh my God. He's getting so red. Well, of course, he's caught red-handed. Is that what they call it? That should be red-faced.
I'm worried about this guy's,
whatever. Anyway,
blood pressure.
this guy,
Like, you can only
he
get
may
so
be able
red
to get
before
a-
you pop a vein or something.
Oh, 100%. He looks like he's about to pop a blood vessel. Couldn't survive having my LinkedIn pulled up in court. Mine would just say anime boy.
away with, okay, Aperture's website posts that I am not responsible for the Aperture's website, even though he's 100% responsible for it. But he's got plausible deniability. Not for LinkedIn, though.
Platform designed for career and business
Yeah, LinkedIn is
to
wholly
connect,
done by you.
share
You didn't have your
content,
company
find jobs,
log into your
etc. Is that a fair
LinkedIn
description of
account and
LinkedIn?
make that.
Yes, it is.
And could we also conclude that it's a professional networking platform, especially for private sector firms like Aperture, that's used to attract clients or potential clients?
Yes, correct.
And potential
Oh,
clients.
so that's deceptive practices. That's deceptive practices. The Commonwealth fell hook, line, and sinker that this guy's uneducated, and they thought he was.
Include,
No way.
for example, the Commonwealth of the state of Massachusetts, correct?
Correct.
And indeed, the Commonwealth is no longer, if you will, an attracted client, but it's an actual client of Aperture and you, correct?
Correct.
And that's the status of the relationship here. Aperture is a client of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this case, right?
Correct.
So is it fair to say that your CV, especially when it's published on a LinkedIn or published on a website, is something that is published to intend to have, especially if you're in the private sector, have clients view and retain your services. That's a hope and an expectation, correct?
Yes, that is part of it.
Now, when you look at that document, when you click on, if you were to be in your office, and let's see if you're familiar with this, you click on your LinkedIn on Aperture's page, that would ordinarily take you directly to your professional LinkedIn account, correct? Isn't that what the links are there for?
Yes, I would expect so.
Are you notified when someone electronically accesses your LinkedIn account?
Not accesses, no. Are you referring to viewing?
Yes, that's a better verb, viewing. Yes.
Yes.
So you're notified.
That's such like a bizarre
Oh, no.
nitpick.
Oh no. Oh no, no. Hold on. Pause. What's going to happen here? And what I think is going to happen here is he's mentioning that you are aware of when people view your LinkedIn page. And you are. You absolutely, you can go in and you can see exactly who has viewed your page, especially if they have their own page.
Yeah.
I think what happened is he noticed that the defense was looking at his LinkedIn page and he made it unavailable for viewing. I think that's why these questions are being asked. And if that's true, that's intentionally misleading.
Yes, basically.
Were you notified within the last 72 hours that someone from the defense accessed your publicly available or viewed your publicly available LinkedIn account?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that within the last 72 hours that hyperlink on Aperture's official website was disabled?
No,
Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody's trying to hide shit.
It's
Told you.
super. As
Fucking
somebody
knew it.
who can see who accesses your page, it is super coincidental that within the last 72 hours, the defense has looked at your page and you have subsequently
And all of a sudden
deleted
we
it
can't
from other
access
parts.
it. Yeah.
Just a coincidence, though. You just randomly in the last 72 hours you decided to do this. No
Oh my
relation to
God.
anything else.
Do you see Larry's face right now? That is the amount of shock any attorney would be at hearing that this happened. Then expert witness is intentionally trying to hide their qualifications because they see the defense is looking at them.
Yeah, it is. It is a pretty damning thing. Because, like, he could sit here and he can pretend all he wants that it was the company that did it or that it was a completely random decision within the last 72 hours. Doesn't matter, even if that
Hell, he
was...
could say his secretary did it.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter.
Not
even
anymore, though.
Even if it was true, and it really was just a coincidence, this is a jury trial. The jury is not buying that. All the jury sees is, oh no, you got caught. Now you're trying to delete it.
Yeah, that's exactly what the jury's gonna see.
I was not aware.
Are you aware that now if you try to go on that link, that you can't, that it's disabled?
Oh.
No, I'm not aware of that.
Oh my God.
Know whether anyone from Aperture directed someone within Aperture to disable your LinkedIn account within the last 72 hours?
No, I'm not.
Have you spoken to anybody at Aperture about your LinkedIn account?
No, I have not.
Mr. Burgess, I presented to you what is marked as Exhibit WW for identification. I'd ask that you take a look at it, take a fair amount of time, and then if you could, sir, pick your head up so I could see that you're ready.
Sure.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, it appears to be a screenshot of my LinkedIn account.
Burgess, I am...
Oh, he's just a tomato.
Exhibit WW for identification. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your personal LinkedIn page? If you could take a moment to take a look at it.
Sure.
Mr. Leslie, we actually
He tried to
step
make
back so the
lemons and
juries
take
can
the
see
lemons
that.
back.
Your Honor, thank you.
And by the way,
It didn't
Alessi
work.
is also violating rule
Yeah.
number 1, never turn your back on your audience. But I can't imagine how hyped he is right now because he just wants to eat this witness alive and he is succeeding. Compare that to when Brennan tried to eat.
So I will add this because, like I said, I've watched a ton of content about this in the last 2 days. according to people who were physically in the courtroom, the only time the jury seemed to really be checked into what was going on was when the defense attorney was speaking. And supposedly the jury was like
Yeah.
hyper focused on every word he said. They were invested. It also
Yeah,
makes
and then another funny thing too, that's going to be mentioned. You'll notice, and I'm forgetting exactly where in the courtroom the jury is oriented, but you can look at Mr. Burger over here. Looks like he is wanting extra ketchup on his burger with how red he is, but you can actually watch him avoid completely staring in one direction of the room. That's where the jury is, and I promise you, if he were to make it like they're staring daggers at this guy because this guy was just caught lying on stand, everything. He can't bring himself to face the jury, but I promise you, the jury is going to remember this.
yes. That also probably makes the jury look even worse on the judge, because the entire time the judge seems completely uninterested in this trial. And regardless, like, a judge should definitely always be invested in the trial. But if anything, this would be like a trial a judge would be even more like interested in hearing because of all the weird shit going on. Like, and maybe that's a weird way to say it, right?
The issue is a judge needs to look disinterested. They can't give away. I mean, like us watching Judge Simpson or even Judge Fisher, like they're pretty animated for judges, but most of the time they're pretty stoic. They don't give away interest one way or the other because that's going to inform one counsel or the other, like, oh, I'm winning, oh, I'm losing. It's too much of a tell. So a lot of judges do this shit where they just look bored or disinterested. She could be paying attention, but if she shows too much interest and she gets too animated, that could open her up for appeal. And I promise you, she doesn't want this appealed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, now it doesn't really have to be. I don't think, 'cause
No, it doesn't. I mean, unless the prosecution tries to appeal.
which would be stupid on their part. They should just let it go. Take the L and walk away.
Dr. Wolf, the ARCA witness, on the stand. Remember how miserably he failed? Just kept raising his voice. The jury obviously was out of the room. It was voir dire. It was voir dire of the witness. So it's a little bit different. But still, Brennan tried so hard to nail Wolf on something, and he just couldn't. Unless he's not even trying. This guy gave it to him on a silver platter, disabled his LinkedIn account, disabled the fact that they already had everything printed. You always print, once the culpable website is there, it's already printed. You can't change facts. Any lawyer worth their salt preserves evidence before it is changed. And unless
as soon as we see it, like anything anybody's ever sent me as like evidence or like as a screenshot for proof or a document or a link or whatever, I save that shit. I save a copy of it. That is fucking complete. Like, and that is just that. Like, that's what you should do as a journalist, as a lawyer, as a person who wants to do their due diligence when researching something. You should absolutely, the second you come across something, save it. Because you could come back 5 minutes later and it's not there or it's changed. You don't know.
Yeah. Like every doc I get sent, I save a copy for myself. I have so many docs just like loaded down in my, what do you call it? my Google
In
Drive.
your Google Drive.
Yeah.
Bev looks so angry, so unhappy. She's like, my friend, the prosecutor's case is being derailed and do not like this. Is there anything I can do? Nope. I have to sit there and watch. You can tell Bev's face has contempt.
This is pretty
written all over
impressive
it.
here.
She's not a fair woman.
Like, for an
She is
attorney to
not a
openly
fair-
comment on what is clearly a bias that the judge is examining, like, it takes a lot for an attorney to point out inappropriate behavior of a judge like this. So it's got to be pretty on the fucking nose for Larry to go, oh, look at the judge, very unhappy that their prosecutor friend is getting that case dismantled right now. For him to make that kind of speculation, that commentary, I mean, this judge has seriously pissed off Larry, and it pissed off me too. So, she, excuse me.
She is really
But
bad.
she needs to be investigated, in my opinion. Her conduct during this trial
It's bad.
at least warrants investigation, if not actual sanctions, if not disbarment.
And Toa for 5. Also make a cryptographic timestamp of when you create it.
Judge. That's why I don't even call her a judge anymore. I made videos, by the way, about the ARCA witnesses, Dr. Wolf, and of course the corruption of Auntie Bev.
Jesus
I think I called
Christ.
it like the fall.
I don't even call her a
of
judge anymore.
Judge
Wow,
Beverly
that's
Cannoni
fucking.
or something like that. If you haven't seen that video, it's actually really good. I know. I made it. Yes, Larry. Good for you. Pat yourself on the back. No, I'm serious. It's a really fun video. You learn a lot about her history and who she is and who she was. And this is not like her. She's behaving out of character in this trial. The corruption is all but clear. She has a personal vested interest in the outcome of this case, and it is clear. So anyway, don't forget to like this video, comment below. Let me know what you think about this testimony. It is fire, folks. It is absolute fire.
Well, Akakun,
Yes, it does
basically,
with-
what we've seen here is Larry is suggesting that this judge is typically, traditionally, and historically a good judge. This conduct of her in this trial is out of character for her, which means that there's something wrong here. The corruption is palpable, whatever, but if it weren't for this judge acting so out of character, this corruption probably would not have been highlighted in the way that it has.
Did they err on page 2 regarding education?
An
Right,
error.
We're going to get to that.
Sure.
But this is you recognize this as a fair and accurate depiction of your personal LinkedIn page, with the exception of what you just mentioned, correct?
Correct.
Did you draft that document that's represented as Exhibit WW?
I have drafted that over time, yes.
And
Okay.
when was the last time you viewed that document on your LinkedIn page?
I don't typically view the profile page, so it would have been, I could not tell you how long it's been.
Do you have any reason to believe that that Exhibit WW is not on your LinkedIn page online as we sit here today?
No, I don't.
I would like to turn your...
Wow. So this guy deceived Brennan and Lally and Morrissey about his education. He said, I hold these degrees. But on his real CV, he is currently pursuing, I don't hold these degrees. That's a lie. That's deception.
Yeah, that's just straight up, yeah, it's lies.
Caught.
Yeah, no, it should have been obvious too, but they probably didn't do much work on vetting him. Or maybe they did, because one theory, especially because of the amount of money he's earning, is that they were looking for somebody that would say what they needed them to say and wouldn't ask too many questions about it.
Yeah.
Attention to your the printout of your personal LinkedIn page, and go right to the second page, bottom. And under education, it says University of Alabama at Birmingham. It's got a little UAB acronym there, and it says Bachelor of Science, B period S period, comma, Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation, 2016-2018. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
That's not correct, is it?
No, it's not.
And
What?
you do not hold a BS in a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham, do you?
I do not. And that would have been, at that time, an expected graduation date?
Oh!
Now he's changed
Jesus
it.
Christ. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Now it's an expected graduation date.
This is not. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, it's so bad and it's so obvious.
Yeah.
Person cannot be serious. He's deadly serious.
Oh, so you shoulda, coulda, shoulda, woulda graduated 2016 to 2018, but you never finished. So you decided, you know what? I'm just gonna lie to everybody and get away with it because no one's ever gonna catch this. What a dum-dum, bro.
It would be expected, you state.
Correct.
It would
As a side note, I love when you can tell somebody is extremely mad. Oh, wait, no. Audio streams bitrate 0 is lower than the recommended bitrate.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
What do you mean 0? What are you talking about? I don't know, could you guys still hear it?
I
Sourpuss
can hear
face.
everything.
Yeah, he does have like a...
Yeah, he does. Look at it. It's like, do you know how many muscles it takes to frown that straight? It's like 40 muscle groups right there.
Wait a second, guys. This guy's the prosecutor's witness. How in the holy God's green earth is this guy qualified? How much corruption is there for this? A lot. There's a lot going on. I'm gonna double check it. Audio output. You know, the audio bitrate should be good. For some reason, YouTube says it's 0, though. Whatever.
Dude, my YouTube always gives me, it says, oh, critical error. You need to set your keyframes below 4. I'm like, it's set below fuck. It never actually has any problem. But it always says that's an issue I have to resolve.
Yeah.
would be another word for...
Oh, also, thank you guys for hitting our super chat goal. I think I've mentioned it in chats before, but I've started doing the super chat goal because possibly if I can stream more consistently, I can just go part-time at work and then like do a lot more stream content instead. YouTube must be wilding again. YouTube is always wilding.
Or is another word currently pursuing? Is that similar to expecting?
Sure, that could be similar.
But you know how to put currently pursuing down, don't you, sir? Because you did it on the first few CVs.
Oh, Jesus.
But you don't have it on your LinkedIn page, am I correct?
my
Correct.
God.
That's probably because obviously that has not been updated in quite some time.
And you said you get notifications when people access...
It is your responsibility as the
It
holder
is.
of the CV, the LinkedIn page, to make sure it is current and not outdated. If you are going to put out there that I am expected to graduate 2016 to 2018, and it is now 2025, and you haven't updated that, that's on you. Because you bear the sole responsibility of making sure that your information is current. It's like when you move addresses. Same thing. You have to notify the
He might be able to he might have been able to get away with this CV thing if he was not still taking work for this, which means he wouldn't have been up on the stand at all.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, even if he would, exactly. Like, it's one thing to lie about your credentials and stuff, and then you get into the job, and through hard work and whatever, you prove yourself and you do all that, whatever. You are submitting yourself to be an expert freaking witness with the court. Absolutely, like the T's and I's you might not cross and dot in your everyday life, you absolutely should triple check and make sure that they are crossed and dotted when it comes with the court, especially if you're submitted as an expert fucking witness.
Exactly.
Department of Transportation, hey, I moved. If you need to notify me about anything, government, this is my new address. Every state has...
Because I've seen this video before. He's about to say something that's just really funny for me to hear a lawyer say openly. And I guess we'll cover it when we get there.
a penalty 10, 15, sometimes 20 days to update the address, and then you're good. Now, a lot of people forget it, and it's fine. You know, I may have reminded like 7 of you to go, oh, crap, I need to go to the DMV. I just moved, you know. And
yeah,
I've seen people move like 2, 3, 4, 5 years. It's not a big deal. You know, if you didn't update your address, don't worry about it. But if you don't want to get a ticket for it, make sure it's current. Otherwise, you're going to have to lie to the officer and be like, yes, that is my current address. They can't prove anything.
I mean, it's... I mean, it's technically
No.
true.
As little, I don't give a shit about lying to the cops either. Like, honestly, they can't prove anything. They can't prove that I don't live there.
Because this is kind of why I like him, is because he's more of like a practical lawyer than like because a lot of YouTube lawyers will be very prim and proper, and they'll be like, oh, you should never lie to cops because, X, Y, Z can all happen to you. And then with him, it's just like, no, like, bro, if you're trying to stay out of a ticket, just lie to them about this because there's literally zero way for them to prove it, and they're not allowed to do anything to prove it. So just say, yep, no, that's
Not
true.
only that, they themselves are allowed to lie in pursuant of a conviction, so fuck them.
Yeah, so he's like, in this case, if you get pulled over by the cops, just lie.
If you can lie and you can lie well enough that it doesn't cause more questions, then do it. But if you're a bad liar, then you should probably tell the truth.
Yeah. I mean, with this specifically, though, it's really not that hard. It's like, oh, so is this your address? Yeah.
It's not.
Just
I've seen people fuck up this kind of lie, though. Like where they get sweaty and weird and twitchy over lying about what their fucking ID says.
Yeah.
It's like, look, it was true at one point. That should be enough for your conscience.
Yeah, just be like, is this your address? Yeah. Because they're not even really going to ask other questions about that. It's just something they ask.
Exactly.
But what are they going to do? Just tell them, like, yeah, sure, that's where I reside, whatever. That will avoid an extra charge. They can't prove that you don't live there. That's so dumb. But anyway,
and he's pretty funny that he says it just outright.
Well, because so
They
many
can't prove anything. Fuck them.
so many other like the lawyer content creators would be like, yeah, no, you need to tell the truth to the police at all times, and he's just like,
Legal
no, just lie,
Eagle
whatever the
would,
fuck, man.
Fucking CLR Bruce Rivers doesn't give a shit either.
Yeah.
He'd probably tell you to lie. But he's a criminal defense attorney, so like that's a thing too. A lot of defense attorneys, like he did DUI guy, he's a DUI defense attorney,
Yeah.
But these guys are absolutely going to encourage you to lie your ass off to these assholes.
Yeah,
as long as it's not easily proven and it avoids a charge.
Yeah.
If you lie and it gains you a charge, then yeah, I promise you the attorney is probably going to advise you against that.
Exactly.
yeah, this is your responsibility, Burgess. Your failure to update. You have deceived the Commonwealth. You lied to Brennan about your credentials, man. It does not get lower than this. I mean, lying on a report, everybody does it. Making facts up on the report, everybody does it. And
Okay, that's a side note, chat. This is a homicide case, which means the prosecutor is the state. So this is not like some pro se litigant didn't know like what they were supposed to do to find a expert witness. This is, I think it's the state of Kansas? Well, technically it's the Commonwealth.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
It's the Commonwealth of Kansas. Is the one that are prosecuting this case because it's criminal. It's not civil. So they are just. That also means that's like $300,000 for this witness from the state.
Yeah, exactly. And here's the thing: this is a cross-examination, and so during a cross-examination, you have a couple goals. One is to impeach any lies that the witness might have said in their testimony, but the other and bigger thing to do is to discredit them as a witness. And so that's what this guy is doing. He's not going to get hit with perjury, I don't think. Because, while, yes, it is true he misled the Commonwealth, it's still in the purview of responsibility for the Commonwealth to vet their fucking expert witnesses and come across this. This did not take long for the defense to find out about. So honestly, this just shows that the state, or rather the Commonwealth of Kansas here, did not do their bare minimum to fucking give this case the attention it needs in regards to expert witnesses.
God, I forget the exact amount. It was either $321,000 or $371,000. It was Massive
He's
chunk of
making
money.
the better half of $500,000, guys.
Yeah.
And,
It's,
and again, this is a state that's not particularly wealthy.
it's fucking Kansas, dude. It's not like California. Oh, I hate it.
Embellishing facts in your report, everybody does it. Changing the facts in your report, some people do it. But to lie about your foundation? So I was an adjunct professor at the University of Alabama from 2017 to 2019. Mr. Burgess, you never taught as an adjunct professor at the University of Alabama 2017 to 2019, have you? Nope. Just made it up, put it on there, thought it looked good. Man. Is this guy for real?
It's pretty much what happened. You never did that, did you? Nope, just made it up.
It sounded good, didn't it? You hired me.
Is this guy? Is this the real life? Wow.
It's your LinkedIn page, correct?
I get selective notifications when people view my LinkedIn page.
So you know people
Selective.
are looking at
selective.
your LinkedIn page. You know
I'm
people
sorry,
are...
Larry. Larry and I have the same brain cell.
Oh, yeah.
Selecting.
With this one, I can't comment on because I've only used LinkedIn once when I was a teenager. I don't know anything about LinkedIn.
Wait a minute. What did a teenager do? Were you like in a economics class and you had to make a CV or something?
I was actually in a digital arts class, and one of my instructions was to make a CV.
Yep, that's what I was thinking.
are looking at your education. And you have down here 2000...
Did the state refuse to pay, and could he win that lawsuit? No. So because it is...
the state has already paid him.
Yeah. You were paying for his time as an expert witness.
Yeah, this was
Within the purview of what you want him to talk about. And he got up on the stand, and he talked about what they wanted him to talk about. It's just...
And here's the thing. I don't know, did they do voter on this guy?
Sorry, no, they did it on Dr. Wolf.
Okay, so what's funny is like there is a process to be admitted as an expert witness beyond just voter. Okay, so if he wasn't voted in, that just means that both sides are going to ask him some questions about his qualifications, and then they will recommend or ask the judge to admit him as an expert witness. So that means that on his way in, he had looked the court, the state, the defense, everybody in the face, said that these were his qualifications, and then the prosecution moved to have the judge admit this expert witness as a witness in this case. That was approved. The judge actually fucking let it through, and then this came out. So again, there was a lot of procedure that should have caught this guy far sooner than when the defense caught it.
Yes. And I'm not sure how it would affect it, but I think what ended up happening is Dr. Wolf, they had him do that because he is not a current witness. They were trying to recall him from the first trial to try and say that he lied during the first trial. And I don't...
Yeah.
Did you watch the whole thing with the Dr.
Okay,
Wolf?
oh Jesus. No, I haven't. I haven't seen most of these.
They made like a lot of really weird claims. They tried to say he had lied during the first trial. They tried to say that he gave the defense questions to ask him on the stand. And therefore that was some kind of violation because that meant he was picking a side.
Do you have evidence?
Well, no, they had evidence that he had sent...
Absolutely. Taking a side of the fucking this is the defense's expert witness is on their side, just like your state hired witness is on their. Oh God, yeah, no, the prosecution fucked up badly when they tried to freaking recall Dr. Wolf.
Yeah, so like he did send the defense like a questionnaire of like what stuff he expected to be asked. And he actually had really good reasoning for it because he tells the prosecutor directly, well, like I'm an expert witness. This is my field, not the defense's field. So I'm telling them what's important to ask me.
Yeah.
Because they're literally calling me to talk about this stuff. So I assumed they would need to know what to ask about. And he keeps like he actually asked Dr. Wolf that question like 12 times over and over and over again. And
Oh
every
my
time
God,
he's like
objection asked and answered.
he tries that and the judge is like no, sustained. Or not sustained, but she's overruled. I'm like, why?
Hey, fuck you.
He's asked it like 20 times.
You know what? Objection. I motion to fucking have you recuse yourself from this goddamn case. You fucking dusty boomer bitch.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got a little angry there.
16 to 2018. So that time period is 7 years old from 2018. Yet you use the 2016 to 2018 on your LinkedIn page.
Oh my God, this guy.
Correct?
Correct. With the caveat that my understanding is people look at your post, not specifically the profile information.
Wait, whoa.
This was one of the ones he showed at the start. And that's the full context. With the caveat, people don't look at your CV, they look at your posts. He actually is like, no, people use LinkedIn like Facebook, bro. Nobody cares what my credentials are.
I'm gonna fight this expert witness in for honor. And I'm gonna be the berserker, and he's going to die so many times in the game. I repeat, in the game.
It's so funny. I love it.
It's, oh my, guys, it's what? Oh no, people don't look at your CV, they just look at your post. This is not MySpace, my dude.
God, is MySpace still a thing?
I don't think so. That's part of why I said it.
Oh my
Because
God,
that's how
it
old
is.
this guy is. There is no way. Hold on, I have to see. MySpace.
It has a video section
.com.
now?
Holy, what the? Oh my God, it is. It's a whole, whoa. What the fuck is going on? I remember you used to make your profile. You used to use, you could use HTML coding to like make it super fucking unique.
There's
Okay,
a
total
show.
sidebar.
There's a show on here, apparently, a MySpace series, they call it, called Getting Nailed. And it's a bunch of women talking tea while they get their nails done. Someone needs to tell them that getting nailed has a much different meaning to some people.
Oh, Jesus.
I would like them to know that it has a very similar meaning to some people as getting screwed, which also has nothing to do with work equipment.
That doesn't seem OSHA safe.
MySpace is for bands and networking for the music industry. Well, apparently they have a series now, including one called Pedicab Interviews, where a guy interviews people while they're
Okay.
getting driven around in like one of those little pedal bike cabs.
Why in the world is like all these MySpace shows like the setting to a bad porn?
I mean, one of them is called Getting Nailed.
Exactly, and the other one is interviews in a taxi cab.
Yeah.
I've seen those videos. I can't pay. Maybe we can come to some other arrangements.
I don't understand boomers and their MySpaces.
That's your excuse? People just look at my photo and they see that's a beautiful man. I want to hire a beautiful man like Shannon Burgess. Nobody looks at the education portion of it or the job.
By the way, again, not to insult people, but you really hated your kid when you named your male child Shannon.
Yeah, that's true. That also speaks to his age though, because that's something that was kind of common back in like the 70s and 80s.
Yeah. Well, he hasn't
Like
brought
I
it
know
up.
like 3 male Shannons in that age group.
Yeah, he hasn't brought it
It's
up
too
yet, chat, but he has been lying on his CV about having this degree for 17 years. Which means at bare minimum, he's probably 30, like, at bare minimum, he'd have to be like 37 or so. Definitely not 37, but like at bare minimum, he'd be 37, 47, in that range. On the low end. That is right? Yeah, that's right.
jobs that you've done in the past or the places you've worked. Nah, that's all not important. The important thing is my name and my phone number and my email. That's all they need to know. The jury is probably looking at him right now and they are hating him. They hate him because he is supposed to be an expert and he's starting off with a lie. And don't forget, he has already submitted an hour and a half, possibly 2 hours, I think, worth of direct examination.
So I wanted to see like how old he was exactly. So I go to I tried to Google him, and the first thing that popped up was his Aperture page. They have removed this BS in this field from his education.
Yeah, I would not be surprised at that.
Now it is in AS in
Mitigation
computer
charges.
networking. And that's it. That's all that's on
Witness
here.
for prosecution. Okay, here I found. Let's just. Damn. Yeah, I think his LinkedIn's just gone.
Yeah. But yeah, no, his Aperture page seems to a lot. Oh, somebody took a picture of his page. Does it have his age on here? It doesn't.
With Brennan, this is the cross. So basically, this is what Alessi is doing. Ladies and gentlemen, the last hour and a half of your life, which you will never get back, has been a lie. This man is a deceiver, and I have proof of it, and he's admitting to it. That's it. Hook, line, sinker. The jury hates this guy. He wasted their time. There is nothing more catastrophic for a lawyer, a judge, or a witness in a jury trial. Remember this. I'm speaking from experience. Than wasting the jurors' times. I'll give you one quick anecdote. I was trying a case in Rockcastle County last year. I want to say it was February or April. It was cold outside. I remember that. And I was trying a case to a jury. It was not a complicated case, but it took about a full day. We were there until 5 o'clock at least, from about 8 until 5. And I remember at the end, I talked to the jury and I said, so they acquitted. We won. And I asked, so what did you guys think? Blah, blah, blah. And they said, Larry, you talk too much. And I said, well, don't rub it in, I know. I was trying to portray, I was trying to sell them in closing and opening. They told me, it was like, Larry, you already won in opening. You had us. We believed you. And then my closing was very long and I kept droning on and they looked bored, but I you can never assume. You don't know what people are thinking. And I had to do my job. I had to make sure that all the facts get in there. But anyway, the long and short of it is they just said, just keep it shorter next time. And I listened to them. In my next trial, I kept it even shorter, and we won that one as well. And that jury did not complain about the length. So wasting a jury's time, even though they acquitted, they were still mad that I kept droning on for so much, defending my client, in closing. And I think there was one more spot where I could have cut it short with one of the witnesses they said. But I don't know this as I'm doing the trial itself. Burgess and
It's a big issue with lawyers in general, especially when we are arguing, filing motions, or whatever. Even if you look at the Pixie v. Destiny lawsuit, you see several freaking things are repeated, like 2 or 3 times. It's sadly the enemy of the lawyer because it's something we have to do because these are the big points and they need to be hammered in. And if you don't hammer them in, you only mention them once. Oh no. Oh, well, we didn't know that was important. You only mentioned it once. Well, see, now I'm in a catch-22. So it's hard because I've been told I don't repeat myself enough. When I've done stuff in court, well, you didn't mention that. Well, you only mentioned that once. And I'm like, I thought I only needed to mention it once. No, you should mention it 2 or 3 times, especially if it's a more important for a big point. And you are in closing. So again, it's weird. The jury might get mad at you, but it's more important for the jury to be mad at you, but to have all the facts than to be happy with you and not have any of the facts.
Yeah, it's definitely like a little balancing act, though, because you don't want them to tune out and stop listening to the facts either.
Exactly, yeah.
Brennan did not know that, or maybe they did, who knows? It's maybe already too late to pull him out because he's so invested. He needs Burgess. Brennan desperately needs Burgess to change the entire spectrum of the facts of the case. But it's eviscerated. He is a liar. He's a deceiver. He is putting something out to the world about his education that doesn't exist yet.
He's
He's
a
been
traitor
pursuing a
and a
degree for
scoundrel.
like a decade, and he still hasn't gotten it. So he's either gave up on it, or he's taking like a class a semester, like I said, or a class a year, just to, you know, slow play it and slow roll it. And he wasted the jury's time. That's the most important piece. They sat there for an hour and a half and they listened to him and they trusted him. And now that trust is eroded, and there's nothing worse for a witness than for a person to trust. I mean, think to your own relationships and your own friendships where you got betrayed by somebody and now you can't trust this person anymore. It hurts, right? It hurts. Now, luckily, they're not so attached to Burgess, the jury, because they've only listened to him for an hour and a half. It's not like they've listened to him for a year and a half. That would have been much more painful to know that you've been deceived for so long. But still, this is the government's case. They're trying to convict an innocent woman, or in the juror's eyes, they're trying to convict a woman who allegedly killed, you know, John O'Keefe, her boyfriend. And you're putting on a witness that openly admits, yes, I lied. Yeah, I lied here, and yes, I lied here. Well, nobody accesses that stuff. And those excuses are just like the twisting of the knife that is already in his
Yeah,
in
that
his
quote-unquote
torso.
caveat was fucking something else.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's funny watching him try and like dance around, just being like, "Yeah, I lied on my CV." Like, no, it was.
Yeah.
I meant that I was, you know, working towards it in a long form
You
sense.
mean this degree that doesn't exist at this university that you listed?
Yeah, the degree that doesn't exist at the university you never went to, that should have only taken like 2 years, but supposedly you've been working on it for 17. Good luck. The Karen Reed trial ended. Yes, she was found innocent. Which, if she wasn't, there would be a serious problem.
Not in his back. The jury is totally Julius Caesaring him right now with their eyeballs. They are murdering him because they're so angry that he lied to them. Trust me, I've seen it.
Oh, yeah.
I can imagine it. I know it's happening just by looking at his... He can't even look at the jury. He's staring straight ahead. He is mortified that he's been caught, and it's coming out. He has no choice. He has to deal with it. He did it. He did it.
So you believe you know
It's coming out all over the court and a
apparently
little
when
out of his
people
butthole,
are
and that's
looking
why
at
he's
it
red.
and what they look at
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying generally.
generally.
Correct.
But you don't know who's looking at the education section on your LinkedIn page and relying upon what is represented here, that you have a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham.
Not from the LinkedIn page. Yeah, just independently of the LinkedIn page, yes.
No,
And as you
I swear he sounds like Lynette Preston. For those of you What the Hell's followers, he literally just said, "My mother is not dead, but my mother is dead." It's just like
So I don't know anything about that trial. Never heard of it.
No, I don't. I've heard of the trial. I haven't actually looked into it, though. I know, bad lawyer.
Yeah. But yeah, he's trying to dance around it. He's doing a very poor job, because now he's reached the point where he's like, "That's not true. I mean, it is, but like, it's not."
Yeah, he's
It's like,
yeah, he's
where are we
he's
supposed to go from
floundering,
there?
and I gotta say, I cannot do anything else but focus. Like, someone needs to tackle this guy and shave off that island on his head. It's pissing me off.
I'm sorry I pointed that out to you. It's the first thing I noticed.
I can't not see it.
I just spilled my fries everywhere. I was laughing too hard. Chat, my fries are everywhere. Damn it.
You gotta eat them.
I do, I'm trying
No hands. Hands behind your back. Bob for fries.
Well, some of them fell in my lap. I can't do that. I'm not Marilyn Manson.
Oh, okay, fair.
Like Lynette. My mother didn't die. It's not on the LinkedIn page. Well, it is on the LinkedIn page, but...
Sit here today, that page is
He's
still
cooked.
live on
He's
your
cooked.
LinkedIn, correct?
Correct.
So a key aspect of your credentials, whether or not you have obtained a Bachelor of Science, is incorrect in more than one document that I've presented here today, correct?
No, I would not agree with that.
Well, it's incorrect in this one, correct?
Correct.
And the one previously to that, there's two documents that have you listed. This LinkedIn, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Get him, Alessi.
So there's two
Dude, he's
documents. They're
approaching
not
like
served,
medium well,
and
maybe
it's-
even well done.
You can see him like compared
that's
to
how
the
red he is.
actual lawyer, like just the difference in color.
If we can enhance, I'm pretty sure we can see the blood pumping through the vein in his forehead. Oh, head pads, yay!
I have to button my head pats right now. I'll ask Ava after stream though how to set up the automatic head pats. So. Oh, Ava all dancing around. I don't know if I can. I can do a little bit. My whole body wiggles though. Look at the jacket though, it floats.
Oh, that's cute.
Whooshy. Also the water in the boo balloons. Oh, the boo went away. Oh, I guess their time is up. I put like an hour on them, I think.
Exhibit 185 that's in evidence, if you can turn to the second page. So if you...
It would have been better for Burgess at this point to say, yes, it's on 2 doc. Just let it go, man. Fighting it will only make it more painful.
At each of those...
I swear, by the time this guy is done with testimony, he's going to need a lawyer. And by the way, if you need a lawyer, call us 1-844-774-HURT, 1-844-774-HURT. Try
Holy
lawyers
shit,
are
that was
standing
actually
by
good
to get
fucking-
you the most money that we can under the law. Because trial lawyers get you more
Holy
money. Why? Because
shit.
insurance companies hate and despise and are scared of trial lawyers. So if you've been injured
you know,
in the
have you
last
ever
year,
seen
give us a
the
call.
Texas Hammer?
I don't.
They are some of the best fucking, like, you've seen like Better Call Saul's like law firm commercials, right?
Yeah.
Dude, they're that on crack. Like, this guy came up with this genre of law firm advertisements. His nickname is the Texas Hammer. Like, you could type in the Texas Hammer law firm commercial or something like that. They are so freaking unhinged. It's amazing. Like, he has like a sledgehammer and he's on a freaking car and like chasing down a fucking semi truck and stuff. It's like, what in the world is this Fast and Furious shit?
I am very confused. I just
John
gotta.
found it. Oh, I didn't know he did a video.
I just gotta. One of my my bots like, oh, you got a super. It's like, I did get a super. What do you mean? From where?
You got a super, no idea where, but you got one.
Oh, on
You had one
on
job
Twitch. From Nerdy Text and Accountant gave out a
Twitch.
community sub gift. I'll be honest.
Oh, cool.
I don't know what that is.
Neither do I.
I'm not used to. I've been a while since I've actually done anything on Twitch. But thank you, Nerdy Text and Accountant. It's much appreciated.
Wait, Akakid, are you serious? His phone number for Texas Hammer is literally just smashing the number 4. 444 444 floor.
Yeah. Fair.
We may be able to get you some compensation from either the government or the insurance company. 1-844-774-HURT. Back to the video.
State that you have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. So there are 2 documents about your credentials that are inaccurate, correct?
Okay,
Yes,
this is a
that-
good
there you
section.
go.
We
That
can
is great.
see.
May I have those back, sir?
You should have
Okay,
just...
so this is actually really good because that little presentation, he directly addressed the jury. So you get to see the direction the jury actually is. And yeah, his head is turned away from that fucking direction of the room this entire time.
Oh yeah.
Just admitted it, buddy.
For identification only at this point. Handing the witness Exhibit XX for identification. Do you recognize that document, sir?
So it appears to be a CV, yes.
You say it appears to be a CV. Can you describe that any further?
Yes, so it's a copy of my CV.
Ah,
CV
there you go.
prepared,
There
sir?
you go.
It would have been prepared by myself or Aperture, yes.
Oh, it's a
I'm
copy
sorry,
of
I
the
didn't hear
CV.
the
Yeah,
end.
who's,
Sorry, it would have
whose
been
CV
prepared by
exactly?
myself or Aperture, yes.
He had it right a minute ago when he said that this guy needs to just kind of stop with the trying to dance around it and just be like, yeah, no, it's mine. Because he's making himself look so much worse. Trying to
Yeah, he
force
is.
it.
And I love this. Oh, and it was either prepared by myself or Aperture. Oh, so trying to throw your company under the bus. Yeah, really good move there, dude.
Because trust me, mate, you're still going to need a job after this because you're never getting another one of these witness jobs again. Granted, you did make a lot of money.
Because it
So.
seems that's his entire fucking. That's his position in Aperture, is an expert witness
Yeah.
for digital forensics. So, like, dude, you don't have a job anymore. Like, I guarantee you, they're gonna keep you on payroll for maybe another year. But you're done, dude. I don't see you being hired as an expert witness in any fucking jurisdiction that you are qualified as one for.
Yeah. It's so funny that the company he's with is literally called Aperture. Yeah.
That's insane. I love that.
Yourself or Aperture?
Correct.
But you had, at a minimum, a role in preparing that, did you not?
More than likely, yes.
Yeah, and you would have.
No, more than likely.
What do you mean more? Why can't you just say yes or no? This is one of the few questions that actually is just a straight yes or no.
Just, I love it so much. She's like, there's a less than 0% chance that it could not be mine at all. Like, dude, stop, just speak concisely. Say what you mean, use your words.
Oh, it's terrible.
Would have reviewed that because it's about you before it would have been used by Aperture, correct?
More than likely, yes.
You wouldn't let somebody put a CV up and out to the public without you reviewing it, would you, sir?
So there are other staff members that do review and
That's not the question he asked.
CVs.
But you're the only one who's going to know whether what's on it is accurate or not, correct?
Unless I explain that to them, yes.
So either way, either you prepared it yourself or you interacted with somebody and explained it and collaborated with them to make sure it was right to the best of your ability, correct?
Correct.
If you can look at the highlighted portion, sir, under education.
There's no highlight. Well, I understand
sorry.
what you're talking about. There's no highlighted portion.
I'm sorry, let's strike that. If you look under education, the first line, it says in the right underneath BGS. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And then to the right it says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, 2022. Did I read that correct?
Yes,
Oh
you
my
did.
God, he did
And
it
up
again?
This is just so we're clear, chat.
Oh,
this
no.
is the third time he has changed when he got
oh my
this degree.
God. Oh my God, this is so bad. This is how have you, dude? We're now establishing a pattern of behavior. That's how bad this is.
He's terrible. He had no idea what he was doing, and he got caught on all of it.
Upper left-hand corner, there's a photograph.
Yes, there is.
Is that you, sir, in the photograph?
Yes, it is.
And in the spelling of your name, Shannon, that's with one N, correct?
Correct, yes.
And so that is not only you in the photograph, that's the spelling of your name with one N, correct?
Correct.
And that's the correct spelling of your first name with one N, correct?
Yes, it
So
is.
that's definitely you represented in this document, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's look at the first line that relates to
Oh my
education.
God, this guy.
It states Bachelors of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, correct?
That is what it states, yes.
And the date is 2022, correct?
No
Correct.
way.
So this document represents that you received your Bachelor's of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration in 2022, correct?
That is what it states, but there are a number of errors in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are a couple
shit,
errors.
dude. Yeah, I read just a couple. I forgot to add a comma there. The date's wrong. I mean, what?
The date's wrong.
Oh, by the way, thank you to
spelling
everybody here
errors.
watching. I can see we're over 100 viewers.
Yeah, much appreciated. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the Lawtism stuff.
Correct.
Right, Sherlock.
So let's go on.
Your investigative abilities as to your own curriculum vitae are impeccable, sir. What do you want, a cookie?
Is the
The
third
Kimmel is ours,
example,
and I
am
can't, and I'm
correct,
kind of
sir?
jealous.
Well, let me.
The jury got it.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I offer Exhibit XX into evidence.
No objection.
Okay.
Sir, is
Good thing there wasn't a
Exhibit
third X there.
187 a CV that is linked directly from Aperture's website?
I do not know. I would have to look and check that.
It's your job on your page on your business's website.
No, to be fair, that would probably under the purview of Aperture, actually.
It is
For
but-
his for the CV being correct, yeah, but like the information being like put on the website, presented, and everything would be up to Aperture. Again, this is just hammering in the clear deception that's been taking place regarding this particular academic quote unquote, but like I will give him this much, like this is the weakest one because again it's Aperture's website, it's not LinkedIn, which he absolutely would need to be the guy, and or his CV, which again is just he puts out. So there's still obviously some responsibility there, but like Aperture would have had to been the one to put this one up.
It is. I think the point is he's trying to act like I don't even know what this is. I've never seen it. It's like, do you think
Yeah,
the jury's
which,
buying
no,
that?
you have. Okay, you have seen it.
So as you sit here
Yes.
today, you are not able to state whether that CV is linked directly from Aperture's website.
Correct.
Here's the thing. He can try all he wants to like juggle his way or gymnastic his way out of this. The problem is the jury doesn't believe a single word that he's saying, and they're trusting Alessi now because Alessi is the bringer of truth. He has been the entire trial, and he's bringing them another truth. So they are very hungry for truth. They don't like deception, just like you don't like being lied to. The jury doesn't like being lied to. So the jury actually listening to all of this, I am convinced that even though he's going to say, well, I had no hand in it, it was staff member and Aperture, they're going to say, look, buddy, it's your CV, it's your responsibility. Therefore, you are responsible. It doesn't matter if you didn't directly say, like,
for him to for them to put the Aperture posting on Aperture's website as last is good because it's like any defense that you might have for this one is immediately undercut by the fact that your own CV and your own LinkedIn, of which you have complete control over, speak to contradict that.
Yeah.
So that's what's nice about it. Even though you have the weakest impeachment of character with this website thing, it's kind of reinforced by all the lies you've already caught him in.
Yeah. He has to now try and explain to the jury, or the prosecutor has to try and explain to the jury why he's not responsible for this lie when it's a lie he has consistently told for multiple years himself. He's like, yeah, he could say this specific lie was by the company, but he's told the same lie in other places. So, do you really believe it has nothing to do with him just because it's on the company website?
Yeah.
hey, put the year 2022 on there. Like, obviously, that would be the most egregious, but anything short of that is egregious still. And the jury knows it.
So this is a third example of a document that incorrectly states that you have a Bachelor of Science when you do not possess that degree, correct?
It has errors or outdated information, correct?
Well, when you say outdated, how is it that you can call a date outdated next to something that you don't possess?
Yeah.
It's like an impossible
Holy
argument for
shit.
him. Like, he has to make it because it's the only thing that saves him, but it doesn't make sense. Like, oh, well, that's
Yeah, it doesn't.
outdated
It's
information.
great that it's being pointed out too.
Yeah.
Like it's not dated. It's not dated or outdated. It never happened.
Yeah. Like, it was just a lie then.
Yeah.
I don't understand your question.
Yeah,
You
because
just use the
you don't have a
phrase
degree.
Either incorrect or outdated. I'm trying to understand your statement that it's
Sure. So
outdated. Isn't it either you have a Bachelor of Science degree or you don't? Isn't
I have represented I do not have a bachelor's degree.
You know what I would respect? If this guy sat there and said, sir, and without all of this, like if he didn't have a degree, and unless he would have been like, well, you don't have a degree, sir. It'd be like, sir, I graduated from high school with or without honors, doesn't matter. I hold a high school degree. My level of expertise in this field surmounts those that have spent years studying this field. And here's why. I have been, blah, 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 experiments this. I've been doing this and that. You know how much respect I would
Didn't
have for this
say
gentleman?
It would be respectable of him, even as a high school graduate, if he got to his expertise through action and through through actual lab work, right? Field
Yeah.
work. I said that it would be okay if that were the case, but that's not what's happening here. He's misrepresenting what he doesn't have. He's been caught red-handed, and instead of owning it, he's trying to be dodgy as fuck.
Yeah, it looks really bad. Heck, it might even be more impressive. He's like, yeah, without a degree, I managed to make my way up here.
Exactly. There was a way he could have responded to this where he could have definitely recovered his credibility. But the way he was just caught red-handed and red-headed, he's coped.
If that's what happened instead of this garbage, if he has just maintained, I don't need no fancy degree, sir, hanging on the back of my wall. I got me a high school education and I know my stuff. Unless he would have been like, no further questions, Your Honor. Let's talk about something else. Like, that would exude confidence, and I would be fearful of this man, and I would listen and trust everything he has to say. Because that man knows his stuff. But this guy's just like, well, I pretended to have a degree, and I lied to everybody about it, but I didn't know that I was lying, I think. I mean, it wasn't me. I didn't write it. Well, I wrote this one, but I didn't write that one. And I didn't write that one. And that year, that's outdated. It's not 2022. It's doesn't exist. Like, no, man. I have no respect for you. You're a liar, a deceiver, and the jury hates you.
right? But in here, it's represented that you do, correct?
Yes, it is
All
an
right.
error, yes.
So, let's look at what the name is that are on these documents. It says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Are you aware that there's no degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, called a Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
And there it is.
It's the best part. After all of this, like, because they've had to,
Oh my god.
and honestly, the way they did this is pretty genius in itself, because they have gotten him all of this time to commit that maybe he doesn't have it, but he is working towards it, and he's been working very hard towards it. And they're like, so
Yeah.
after all of this, I'm working very hard towards this. Are you aware the degree you're supposedly working for doesn't exist?
It's really good because it allows the prosecution and the expert witness to craft this this defense, like you just mentioned. Like, well, it's something I've been working towards, and I've been putting in the hours with my company, blah blah blah, whatever. But now you just reveal, yeah, this the thing you're working towards, apparently it's not even real. It doesn't exist
So
at
good.
this university.
Uh,
GG.
Yes, I am. And that is one of the errors I identified.
You know,
I love his face too. it's He's so
Holy
confused
shit.
just by that one statement. Like, you think that would work? What? Are you aware the
Oh,
degree you're
buddy.
working for doesn't exist? I am aware. That's the error I identified. Fucking great, dude.
So you would agree.
Wait a minute.
There's-
So there's not even the degree that he's naming doesn't exist now? Oh my god, this is getting better and better.
Not even a degree called Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration offered at the University of Alabama, correct?
Correct. That should be Bachelor of General Studies with minor
Correct.
in Mathematics and Business Administration.
And what you just articulated,
buddy.
you do not possess as you sit here today, correct?
That is correct.
What you possess is an associate's degree, correct?
Correct.
And when did you obtain that associate's degree?
So that would have been 2015.
Are you familiar with the term mendacity?
I am not.
Are you
There it is.
familiar with a CV of 2015?
No, I'm not.
Do you recognize that document,
Uh-oh.
sir?
No way.
No, I do not recognize this document.
Do you recall ever pursuing... may I stand here and ask some questions, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
he see the document as well, or do you have a copy for him?
He can see it as well, Your Honor.
Okay. I was just wondering the purpose.
Yeah, sure.
And just step back,
Yes,
Mr. Leslie.
yep. Sir, do you recall when you started pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree of any kind?
Sure, I do. Around 2008.
Just so we're clear, he still does not have this degree.
In 2008, you started?
We are almost 20 years out.
guys, I was 7 fucking years old when this guy supposedly Z started pursuing this degree. How is it taking you what, like, a doctor could get their PhD in this amount of time? What the fuck?
So good. Ugh.
So you started pursuing a Bachelor of Science for the first time in 2008, correct?
Correct.
If I did the math correctly, sir, you've been pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree for 17 years, correct?
That is correct.
And you have not obtained it as you sit here today.
That is correct.
And yet there are the various documents that we've seen that state that you have obtained the Bachelor of Science, correct?
Again, with errors or misinterpretation. Yes.
Errors are
Misinterpretation, really?
That's
Look
the
at Larry's
excuse we're
face.
going for.
That's the face. That's my face right now. I'm sorry, interpretation.
Th- This is the time
Oh
where
my
you just
God.
own up on it. Like, even on the stand, and you're like, yeah, I lied on
Yeah.
my CV. Like, it's too late,
know
bro.
what?
You're in
Even if
too
you just-
deep.
I'd actually laugh if he goes, he looks at the judge. Could I go to the bathroom?
I'm not lying, you're lying, lol. Pretty much.
misinterpretation that are you stating, but you would agree those errors or misinterpretation have been in existence for some time, correct?
Yes, I'm being made aware of them now. Yes.
Yeah, and they haven't been corrected for some time, correct?
Only
Correct.
now.
You work for insurance companies, correct?
I do work for insurance companies in addition to law firms. Yes.
But you work for insurance companies, correct?
Yes. Sometimes. Yes.
Well, you state that right in your report in this case, don't you, sir? That you work for insurance companies?
Again, I do work for insurance companies. Yes.
And what role do you play in working for insurance companies? You working for them, or are you working for the policyholders that have paid premiums or are making a claim to try to get money from an insurance company? Which role do you have?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yeah.
So I work for the insurance company themselves.
Oh god, that is the
There it is.
So this has basically nothing to do with the trial, but it makes him look
Yeah.
so bad to a jury. Because nobody wants
Yeah,
to hear, so
it's-
when I get denied a claim, you're the guy that does it?
Exactly.
This is 100% character assassination, but he kind of deserves it.
He's the yeah, he's the guy who basically he's basically admitting here to being the guy who argues in court why you don't deserve a payout. He's that guy.
Exactly.
A final nail in the coffin. He just said, I work to screw every single one of you in the jury. I work for the insurance company, and I am here to make sure that claims don't get paid when I can. To make sure that when you need money from the insurance company that you've been paying for, that I find a way to deny your claim.
And in your work for the insurance company, has any of
Here's
that
something I
work
will say.
related?
It's pretty funny because that is probably an objection I would have sustained as a judge. Because again, it's not directly relevant to this case or anything like that. Like it's something I would have not allowed because they objected. I'm like, okay, that's fair. But interestingly enough, the judge decided to allow this despite it being objected to.
Which is weird.
So that's
because
interesting.
she allows so many
Yes, it's
weird
very good.
objections, and then she's like, this is allowed.
Exactly.
And this is blatant, like, just character assassination.
To denying claims to insureds.
Objection.
Why don't I see you on this, Mr. Lassie?
Sure. Are you familiar with the phrase academic dishonesty?
Yes, I am.
Oh my god. Yeah.
By the way, mendacity means lying, untruthfulness, and or deception is the Webster's dictionary, I believe, of that word. Folks, I am a puddle of water right now. This is...
I do love him saying that at the end, because, you know, me. I thought it was very funny.
That's actually kind of amazing.
He just randomly said, I'm a puddle of water.
I'm a puddle. Are you in a puddle? What? Mizu, has Larry visited you recently?
Apparently I have. I didn't even know. Chat, he is a puddle. But yeah, no, this case is insane. It's so good. But that's back to the case. I don't think he does. Yeah, he doesn't. That's the end of that one.
Yeah.
Mizu docs. This is what Mizu looks like. But that's just one of the insane witnesses in this trial. There's literally like 20. And every single one of them is like video worthy. All of them.
Yeah, they really are.
Even the ones from the defense that are just like really straightforward. The prosecution does such a bad job cross-examining them that even those are worth a watch.
The cross-examination of the defense's expert witnesses are it's amazing because how just like nonchalantly these true expert witnesses shut down the prosecution. I mean, like they ask you questions like, no, that's not how it happened.
Yeah.
Just so matter of factly, and the prosecution's like, oh yeah, you probably. Here's a thing with cross-examination and examination in general. You never want to ask a question you don't know the answer to.
Pretty much, yeah.
And the prosecution breaks the shit out of that rule, basically.
They don't know the answer to any of the questions, but they ask every single one anyways.
Exactly. And that's a problem, and that's, like, you end up looking like a fucking idiot.
It's just, like, with them, it's landmine
like, all the
after
questions
landmine.
that were asked here during this cross-examination, he knew the answer to all of them. He was leading them because you're allowed to lead in cross-examination. It's actually the only appropriate form of cross-examination. But he asked questions he knew were true, he knew the answer to, because he was leading the jury on this journey of like, yeah, this is what a piece of shit, deceptive fucking asshole this guy is. I guarantee you the defense attorney here did not have a single question answered that was like, oh, that's a surprise.
Yeah, they already knew everything. I do think they were a little surprised with how, like, blatantly he doubled down every time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that did happen.
Like where they'd catch him in just such a blatant lie, and he'd be like, "I didn't lie," and you could tell because he'd pause for a minute to think about how to respond to that, because he's like, "Are you? We have you a picture of you lying. What do you mean? Why would you deny that? I just showed you the picture of you lying."
It's honestly, it reminds me of that scene from SpongeBob SquarePants where Man Ray is trying to give Patrick back his wallet.
This wallet has your picture in it. It stands to reason that
Yep,
it's your wallet. Makes sense to me.
makes sense to me.
So take your wallet. It's not mine.
Well, it's not my one. Hey, motherfucker! Wait,
Like, I don't think they were necessarily surprised by anything he said, but they were a bit flabbergasted with like the audacity of it. It's like, is he
Yeah.
really doing this right now? Like when we have
He
him
is.
dead to
Okay,
rights,
here we
he's
go.
actually pulling this garbage.
Yeah, with a caveat that, did he just seriously put a caveat there?
Yeah.
Like that's gonna help him?
But we also have the Ethan Klein video, which is only 20 minutes. And it's literally titled, "I'm suing these creators." So I guess we can kind of give
I
our
noticed
thoughts.
as well. It's if you go down to the description below, he actually has copies of 2 of the complaints. With the other one soon, but we have Denims, Frogan, and Keseytron.
Oh,
These, there you go.
well, damn. Is it the whole thing?
Yeah, 64 and 80 pages respectively, so I think we should probably less a video.
Yeah. I might read that like off stream though to get better.
Oh, I absolutely am going to.
Did Akko send you this meme that they sent me too?
Oh, let me see, I might have.
I would imagine they sent it to both of
Um,
us.
They probably did, let me see here. No, I didn't get a meme.
Oh, here, I'll pass it to you as well then.
Oh, yes, I did get this from Akakun.
Yeah,
This is kind of amazing.
Akko just
No,
sent it to
witnessing
me.
an expert does not make you an expert witness.
Your chat, let me
Oh, that's so good.
pop it open for you guys. Scoot it over so you all can see it. Akakun made it. Thank you, Akakun. It's a little Mizu says, "No, witnessing an expert does not make you an expert witness." Ava says, "Yip will not receive the 3K in donuts." Yippee donut know better. Yippee needs sweets. You don't need any sweets. You gotta lose weight. I need to lose weight. We all need to lose weight. Also, I like how the Ava Yippee
If
is
I
in like a
lose-
little lawyer outfit. Suit and tie.
Always. I just sent you something else, but don't show it on stream. That was just sent to me 10 minutes ago.
What am I opening up? Oh, I can see why I can't open that on stream.
yeah.
Yeah, Ava's sexually harassing me. I'm gonna make a call out,
No,
Doc.
damn it. Google Dahi on its way. It's okay, I can blame Rage for it, probably.
Ah.
Hi there. My name
Oh.
is Ethan Klein, and my favorite hobby is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers. Today, I invite you into my home to share my favorite pastime with you. Join me in creating generational wealth for my attorney.
I'm sorry, that's fucking funny.
Let me tell you
That is a good skit. Is he that thin now?
Yeah, he's lost a lot of weight.
I'm gonna say that's kind of unhealthy thin.
It does. Well, here's the problem with people who were the size that Ethan were. It looked like a healthy weight. Anything lower, like we're seeing right here, like now you're starting to see like things you don't want to. Like I'm worried you will see his ribs if he lifted his shirt, and that's a problem.
Yeah.
You can see it especially in the neck. How thin his neck is, it doesn't look like a healthy weight.
Yeah, he just. Last time I saw him, he was fat. Maybe that's also influencing my decision a little bit. He seems very, very like thin.
You guys a story.
I don't remember how sad he was.
About a year and a half ago, it's a big conversation called ReactGate. ReactGate was a debate going on in the streaming community about what constituted fair use. People like Hassan, XQC, and many of the large Twitch streamers would watch other creators' entire video on their stream. They would rarely add sufficient commentary or even pause the video to speak. Most
So here's something because I do want to kind of give an opinion on this, is I think the only way to kind of stop people like Hassan and other like React streamers would be so difficult to enshrine in law that it would inevitably stomp on more people's rights than it would necessarily protect.
Yeah, this is something that you have to condemn in the court of public opinion, because I would consider myself at least partially a React streamer. Now, I add a lot of fucking commentary to my videos, like the last Outpie Reacts, the first video was only 20 minutes long, and I think we were on it for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
So obviously there's a lot of commentary and stuff happening there, but the issue with the, like, Hassan, who put on a video and leave the room.
Yeah,
Like
that's
the issue with
clearly
these
an
people
issue.
is, yeah, it does need to be, it does need to be addressed, but it can only be addressed through, like, shaming. Through, like, what Jackson did to Sniper Wolf and shit like that.
Yeah. Like, because if you try to actually sit down and enshrine this into law, it's going to have to be so technically worded to avoid stepping on people's rights that it would probably just
And
become
it'll be too
unenforceable.
restrictive. Exactly. Yeah, there's too...
It's either going to be
It's just
too
too
vague,
much
it's
to consider when
unenforceable,
it comes to this.
or too restrictive
Exactly,
that
and
no
not
one
only
can do
that,
it.
but you also start forcing yourself on copyright law and stuff like that. Like, oh, well, they have a right to DMCA you if they meet the... Well, now, just... We need these systems overhauled, but the last thing we need to do is have supplementary laws freaking making them more complicated.
Yeah. And like from a personal perspective, I will say I genuinely do not like React content. I prefer what I would consider commentary. And I think the difference between React and commentary is reactors are watching stuff they really don't know much about, and they are learning with the video. Whereas I would say commentators are people who are watching content they have some experience with on some level, and they can add their own dialogue to it. So it is a completely new thing coming in. So like I don't like the people that'll watch a
Yeah,
video
I
and
would
they're like,
say
"Wow, that's interesting."
for those who like
Wow."
numbers and stuff, I would say like commentators are the people who are able to turn a 30-minute video into an hour of content. If you can double the amount of time that you're reacting to the video's original length, that makes you more a commentator, in my opinion, than just a reactor.
Yeah.
A reactor is someone like XQC who sits there occasionally does a pog face. Oh, wow, so true, base. Like, yeah, that's brain dead reacting. But if you pause the video and you get in a discussion with your chat, or you had commentary or a story or an anecdote to it that takes 20 minutes, yeah, you're no longer a reactor at that point.
Yeah. And like, because like I said, I don't like to do React content, but when I do, it is either like the Lawtism stuff we're doing now, or we do the drama stuff. Both are things I'm deeply invested in. I do a lot of research on. So I feel like I'm adding something to the conversation. Maybe I'm not, but I feel like I am. And I think that's what people should strive for if they're kind of doing this type of content.
See, like Asmin, like, this might be a hot take for somebody, but Asmin is not a reactor to me. He is a commentator.
Well, he
Because
does add
will
like a
take
lot of
video
dialogue to
that's
it.
15 minutes. Exactly, and he has engagement with the chat, and that's what I mean, is he turns that 15-minute video of Baylor news into a 45-minute discussion on his stream. That's not React Slop to me.
Yeah.
That's commentary.
Egregiously, they would re-upload the entire VOD to YouTube with the same thumbnail, the same title, so that they could
I do think the thumbnail thing, again, this is one of those things I'm not sure how you would go about it legally without causing more problems than you'd be fixing. I do think that's perfectly fine to be like, yeah, that's scummy. Make your own thumbnail. Like when I do mine, sometimes I'll put like a picture of the original thumbnail, but it's like off in the corner and it's small. And it's typically a picture of the video itself with the like creator's name and like logo on it. So that way people can see like,
Yeah,
we are talking a specific video, this is the video.
Yeah, I've done that a couple times where like I'm like added over like what the thumbnail or like a section of the video going over a document or something, like showing that like I've made my own thumbnail from the content of the video, but it's not the video's thumbnail itself. But most of my Alpha React stuff is actually I took a zoomed out screenshot of my suggested feed in YouTube, and then I censored it a little bit and then put myself reacting over the top of it. So it's like, look, it's general React content. I'm not going to just copy other people's thumbnails, but here's a bunch of like YouTube thumbnail thing that you can't tell what they are, but it's clear you're reacting to a bunch of content.
Yeah. Just don't like go to their channel, literally download their thumbnail, and then just put your face on top of it. That's scummy in my opinion. And that's apparently what Hassan does. I hadn't even seen his thumbnails before. But like, yeah, it's literally just their thumbnail
yeah,
stolen.
I can't think of a Hassan thumbnail I've seen. Yeah, it is. So yeah, look at that. How did they miss that? Fuck you, dude. Oh my god, sorry. Okay. Ooh. Deep breaths. Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
Upload the entire VOD to YouTube with the same thumbnail, the same title, so that they could cannibalize.
Oh wait, I didn't notice that. Yeah, no, he does. He just
What?
steals the title. The Kennedy assassination
you're
inside
right.
the book of depository, and then he does / Hasanabi reacts. That's scummy, because that's
my God.
intentionally trying to quash
That
his
is.
SEO.
Yeah, no, that's exactly because what I do is Alpha Reacts. I will explain what I'm reacting to or who I'm reacting to, and then I put links to the video in my description. But I don't do this with the title. Shit, that's fucking with SEO stuff.
That's scummy. That's fucked up. That's really fucked up.
Entire
Yeah,
VOD
that's
to
not cool at
YouTube
all,
with
man.
the same thumbnail, the same title, so that they could cannibalize traffic from the original video. Here's what Lamino had to say about this phenomenon.
I don't mind people reacting to my videos, but I do mind when they play the entirety of my video. A face cam in the corner or the occasional interruption does nothing to address that issue. My video is still being played from beginning to end in someone else's stream or video. It's neither ethical nor necessary to feature the entire.
I do think Lemino is partially wrong. Because what he's saying is that he doesn't mind if people take clips from his video and react to individual clips, but then he has a problem if they take the whole video. So I would actually, he says like 2 types of reaction videos. I would say 3 types. Because there's a third type where this bar is 3 or 4 times longer, and it looks a lot more like the top piece.
Yeah.
And it's because they are reacting to the whole thing, but they're reacting
There's
to
also
it.
an issue of okay, you have an issue with them watching the full thing in its entirety and reacting to it on cam. But you are okay with them taking clips that could possibly be taken out of context, which will
Yeah.
open the door for you to go, oh well, they didn't react properly to it because they only reacted to a clip out of context. Well, that's what you said you prefer instead of the whole thing. In the rules of evidence, there's something called completion. Okay, and so for completion's sake, I'm going to react to the totality of the video. I will pause it where I need to. I'll transform, I'll comment on it and do all that stuff. But I'm sorry, to just react to clips from my video seems to be it seems to be a dishonest way of reacting to content to me.
Yeah, especially because I actually do watch Lemino's videos. Lemino, when he makes his videos, he does it in the very professional way where he tells a story, right? Like start to finish. If you were to not watch the entire, if you were not to watch the entire video start to finish, you wouldn't really understand the story. You'd be picking and choosing specific fact patterns, and it's just being like, oh, that's an interesting factoid. And then it comes off as just weird.
Yeah.
Like you need the context because it's writing a story.
video. It's neither ethical nor necessary to feature the entirety of someone else's work, or they could do the bare minimum and ask for permission, something that none of the major reaction channels have ever done when they've streamed or re-uploaded my videos. But to answer your question, no, I don't want people to stream or re-upload the entirety of my videos.
Now, understandably, this made a lot of people angry, because why should these content thieves, essentially, get more views than the author of the video, which in a lot of cases was happening? I mean, people don't like injustice, and we all see this and know it's not right. This debate culminated when
I keep hearing, and this is an argument I've heard several times, but every time I've challenged it, I've never had it actually presented to me and disproven via data and analytics. And I'm like, show me, other than like maybe Cyberwolf would be a good example of somebody getting far more views reacting to a video than somebody else. But like, I've not seen all these big creators having their videos stolen and them getting way less views than the reactors.
Yeah.
Have you seen this?
I mean, with some of them, yes.
Like,
but
I can
it's because
understand
they're
it being
giant,
a concern.
right?
Like Cyberwolf.
Yeah, it's because, like, Sniper Wolf and
Okay.
Hassan, these channels that are literally millions and millions a day, yeah, they do dwarf the original video, but they dwarf the original video before they did it. Let's go back to, like, the slop react content on YouTube that's not by them. They typically get, like, not even a fraction of a fraction of what they're reacting to. Yeah, it's lazy content, and I still think
That's
it's
true.
a problem. But trying to make it into this size argument just isn't going to work. Because then does it mean, okay, I can steal the content if I get less views? Because that's kind of what you're trying to establish now.
Yeah.
Like, no, just stick to, like, don't steal people's shit. If you're going to react to it, have, like, genuine commentary. Actually care about the subject matter you're talking about. Like us, we're talking about kind of legal stuff. We have genuine care for that. It's not just like, oh, let's learn about law today. It's like, no, we actually enjoy it, so let's watch some stuff on it and teach it to other people. It's an intent argument. Watch on, he gets to it. He's making multiple arguments from what I can see. Which is how you're supposed to do it.
It's fine to make proper arguments, but if you start to make 5 arguments that you don't wrap up the point of until halfway through the video, and that's a improperly made argument, in my opinion.
Yeah. Also, I will say, chat, we're being, like, a wee bit harder on him, because we're not just talking about, like, the moral aspect of it. The video is literally called I'm Suing These Creators. Like, we could agree that, like, yeah, Hassan is, like, an amoral shitbag. But we're talking about suing. Once you're getting into the topic of suing, you have to be like, okay, let's assume everything you say is true and you won the case. What are the knock-on effects to everybody else going down the line? And that's something you have to consider when you're doing stuff.
That's actually true too. Chaos X mentions, has been purposely waited to watch the content needed to let it get views as well. That's something I will do as well. I've had a lot of people will submit to me things to react to that are only a few hours or a couple days long, and I will usually wait until a video is 5 days old and it's had its chance through the algorithm before I'll react to it.
Yeah.
When XQC, one of the prime suspects, called into my show to debate me, in which case I'm sad to report that I was terribly owned. So in that regard, do you care at all about like IP or copyright? Or like the fact that it's illegal, does that matter? That it might be illegal, does that matter to you?
No.
It doesn't matter.
Well, if flat out doesn't, because...
Well, that's fair.
Watch me full screen cam, do the fucking worm, then watch your prime... Then watch your prime content.
Do it for a week. Do a week of no reaction content and see how many fucking views you get. Oh, okay, sure. I mean, that's content, man. It's original content, at least. The ultimate debate, bro.
Ethan, this is not a good point for you.
It's not. It's really not.
Everybody did think you lost that debate, and that was part of the problem. Was XQC can't debate for shit, and you got absolutely owned by a dude that was doing the worm. Because your only argument was, well, it could be illegal. Ethan, it used to be the only type of content you did. It's how you built your channel. It wasn't a good look for you. Nobody thought it was a good look for you. Take the L.
Yeah. It is
You
a
hit 'em with-
hilarious quote. I will always stand by the amazingness of HUC doing the warm up across his carpeted room during a debate. That's fucking top tier internet content right there. But no, Ethan Klein, you did lose that debate. You might have highlighted one of the most silly moments, but you still lost. Like okay, you showed the battle that you won, but you didn't show us the war that you lost.
Yeah. This implies XQC can beat Hassan in a debate. Anybody could beat Hassan in a debate. I'm convinced of it, because I've seen Hassan debate people. It takes him like 2 questions before he gets into just straight yelling. He cannot like maintain
Yeah,
a
and
civil debate.
if you start yelling a result to ad hominem or employ any fallacy, like pretty much what I'll do is like, okay, this is what just happened. I won the debate. Goodbye.
Yeah.
And he'll get even angrier about that. But that's how debates are won and stuff. The second that you get under somebody's skin and they start resulting to character assassination or yelling or bolstering or whatever, I'm sorry. This is now done. You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Yeah. But yeah, no, Ethan, you would have been better just not reminding people that this existed. You did such a bad job.
The worm. Oh, why didn't I think of that first? I kid XQC, but he is not the one I'm suing. Despite my criticism, he's not a malicious infringer. But the ones I am suing, you'll see, are much, much worse. Now, ironically, after this debate and in the wake of this large conversation, the problem seems to have only gotten worse. You have people like Hassan Piker paving the way of fair use with what's known as chair reacts, when Hassan gets up to go to the bathroom, or to eat, or to talk to his mom, or to do whatever, disappears for an extended period of time and leaves the video playing for his chair. Mr. Chair, they call it.
Yeah, I would like to point out that chair reacts, specifically, like the original image people see, started from him reacting to a JXE video. Who I actually like JXE's content. Oh, I actually know this.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so I actually know the specific video it was too.
That's kind of amazing.
So it was this creator, and the specific video was, yeah, see, he even talks about it on his channel years ago, which, by the way, has he really not uploaded in 2 years? Shit. Disappeared.
Oh no, what happened?
This.
I hate when this happens.
This video 4 years ago is actually when the Hassan Chair Reacts meme was made, where he was watching this video of the most bizarre house you've ever seen. And it's basically, I think it was like an old church that got converted into a residential home. So the building plan is like the most bizarre shit you've ever seen. Like the bathroom has literally 2 toilets in it.
That makes sense, yeah.
Side by side.
When I'm looking at the thumbnail and I see that, I'm like, okay. I feel like there should be a stall wall between these
chat,
two,
you
and
need
this
to
used to be commercial.
Wait, why is that? What? Oh, I see. It's off to the side. Okay, yeah. I just want everybody to see this picture because it's so funny. Yeah, there it is. The house has 2 toilets side by side, so if you and the wifey want to go co-op on your, you know.
When girls say, I gotta go to the bathroom, and then one will always go, this is why.
This is why girls go in groups.
This is just a ladies' room. That's all this is. We get to hold hands.
But yeah, that's actually the video where the Hassan thing came from.
Had warned people to leave the area around the main airport in Sana. Then
I gotta pee.
Oh, so that's another side note.
Jesus.
Is a lot of the reaction channels like this, in order to get as much time usage out of videos as they can, because they want to do one video. They want to do multiple people's videos, so they can upload all of them as separate YouTube videos. So they will not pause to talk about anything. They will just try and talk louder over the video when they do want to say something. Which is why the chair reacts
See,
thing
I've only done that a couple times. I'd only done that a couple where like I see something that's a sentence long and I'll let the video continue.
Yeah.
But like I do react to a bunch of content all at once during my Outpower React streams, but I don't know, I don't feel like that would be good to just chop them up into their own YouTube videos. Like, I don't know, it just seems a little weird.
Mercenary for 5. I have a neighbor next door to me from a house made in the 80s. The house has 2 plus a bay side by the mirror.
Bidet.
Bidet. Oh, sorry. Bidet side by side in the master bathroom. It's still there. It's weird. But, I mean, you're not gonna like pay to have it removed. You're just gonna like not use it, I guess.
This operation will result in killing hostages in captivity. Will result in the death of the third
Well, I've been thinking
And it was in this setting that I formulated an idea. What if I could make a long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist, they couldn't avoid the temptation of watching it the second it was published?
I don't have an issue with them.
It's not that I wanted these people to steal my video. It's that I knew they would. I knew they would watch the entire video, add little to no commentary, react to it instantly, giving them no time to form an opinion. The trap was set, and it worked even better than I imagined it would.
Yeah, they kind of all did that.
We captured.
They did. To be fair, it was about them, though. So, I mean, I would do that.
But what, like the qualifying statements that he mentioned, though, they didn't have commentary, they didn't pause it, they just reacted to it on its face, and like did all the things that bad reactors do. See, if they had done this and reacted to this as a good reactor, Ethan Klein wouldn't have an argument here.
Yeah.
But they did play into exactly how, like, they reacted exactly the way Ethan predicted, which is why he's even made this video.
To point out, chat, entrapment doesn't really apply to a regular person. It really just applies to.
Yeah, and there's nothing criminal that's happened here.
I
so,
will
like,
say,
like,
it would not look nice in front of a judge. That the problem with it
might depend, actually, because here's the thing: if Ethan can establish a pattern of behavior from these 3 creators and showing, like, look, this is how they've always done it. This is how they've always reacted to content. I knowing that they would react in this way that would damage me, and me wanting to make them stop doing this thing that they keep doing, I decided to lay down the bait, and they took it. Is that my fault that they took it and did something that was actionable? Absolutely not.
I would, because my issue,
I could see
right?
a judge being okay with this so long as the pattern of behavior was established. If it wasn't, the judge would probably throw this out.
Because ultimately my issue is because the video is about the people mentioned, he's going to have to get past more than just fair use, right? Because like I said, I do think they probably will fall under fair use regardless. But then he's also going to have...
what is he just suing them for copyright infringement? Because I don't think he would. I think this has to be, I think the complaint has to be stronger than that. Defamation or something, right?
Yeah, because then that's actually where my other issue comes in, is kind of defamation on their side. Not that he necessarily defamed them, but it is a very easy argument in court to say, this guy said this stuff about me, we're just responding.
That is true, yeah.
It's very difficult, and I do think the case isn't helping.
Because I want to hear his... I need to hear his complaints actually listed. Like, what are you suing for?
Yeah. The content nuke was Hassan, though. I'm pretty sure the content nuke mentioned, like, a lot of them, because they're all Hassan orbiters.
Pretty much
But
every
that's
large
not
streamer reacting
necessarily
to it.
a video about them. It mentions them, that's fine. But it actually was about Hassan. It wasn't about any of them.
They
For
would just
them
have
to
to make
react
the
as though
business
it
ties,
was
though.
not necessary. Exactly. So this becomes interesting because of that association.
It's ultimately like he's kind of portraying this, and I want to see exactly what he says. But right now he's kind of portraying it as if it's like this Machiavellian slam dunk that he just nuked all of them. It's like actually a lot of what you're saying is giving them the defense they need.
Yeah, it is.
And even if
Also, another problem is too.
no, you go.
And this is just my lawyer side going on. Sorry, I took a second to make sure everything I was gonna say was gonna be fine, but I have an issue with anybody who announces that they're going to sue these people. Now, obviously he gave us fucking copies of the complaints. It's on the Internet Archive, it's submitted, okay, cool.
Yeah, it's filed.
But my issue is if you're going to sue somebody, you don't announce it, you just do it.
Yes.
And judges also look at things like that. A judge could look at this going, well, this is clear intimidation, or this could be dismissed as an anti-slap suit. I mean, your opening freaking skit was about, haha, let me freaking pay more lawyers to sue these people. Do you think a judge is going to look at that and go, yeah, this seems all right to do?
Yeah, because part of like my other argument here is that he's saying stuff that may legally be correct, but I have seen a lot of judges look very negatively on it. Because it's actually not particularly uncommon for a judge to be like, okay, so you intentionally did XYZ so you could sue them. Do you not see that as immature? And sometimes a judge will just dismiss a claim because he thought that you were immature for starting it. Even though legally you probably do have a case. Sometimes if you're before a judge like that, they're like...
Too, because if you bait them in like that, like, what are your damages?
Yeah.
What are your damages if you had planned to...
You plan for the loss.
Be... Exactly. So, like, there's a lot that could be present that goes, no, because you tried to bait somebody into doing something actionable, you cannot actually complain against them because this is what you wanted and you can't prove any actual damage to reputation or financial security or anything like that was done.
Yeah, and this is not even like a legal thing necessarily. This is just a genuine problem he has to get past. A lot of judges simply do not understand digital content. It is, depending on how old your judge is, it is going to be very difficult to get them to understand the value of a YouTube video. Even with like direct money amounts, some of them just struggle to understand, okay, well, you got views. Why does it matter that they also got views? It's very difficult for them to make that association. So he's gonna have to hope for a young judge to start with.
But in its entirety immediately after it was published. Now the thing is, there were a few people that went above and beyond to commit copyright infringement. For example, Denim sits here silently with nearly 50,000 live viewers. That's 30 times her regular viewership. She's working directly with the Snark subreddit moderators to siphon views, and their intentions couldn't be clearer. Here's an excerpt from a stickied post from the Snark subreddit. Hey everyone, we've seen a lot of comments about wanting to watch the nuke without showing support for H3. Here's a list of creators who have supported our sub, either by engaging with us directly or citing our post in their critique of H3. Here they're offering these streamers as market substitutes for my work. This is the cardinal sin of copyright infringement. The Snark subreddit has been a frequent and persistent...
But you're gonna have to show that she's in... First off, you're gonna have to show that she's involved in that. You can't just say, well, these other people did that. Second off...
Yeah.
I don't think this is going to help your case necessarily, because Ethan has said stuff like this in the past about viewing certain news websites. Like, oh, if you don't want to give them a view, you have my video. Like, if they can find any of those clips of you saying that from the past, I think it's going to severely hamper your argument.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
And that's also why we also talk about archiving stuff a lot. Oh, if you don't want to, like, you know, give Vice News a view, here, check out the archive. It's like,
infringer. That's how I knew when this video came out, the snarkers were going to encourage, promote, and push streamers to commit copyright infringement. I should thank the snarkers, actually. Because of their predictability, they acted like double agents for us, incriminating their favorite streamers and serving them up on a golden platter. So, thank you, Snark. It's one thing for a subreddit to admit it's engaging in copyright infringement, but how do you get the streamers themselves to admit that they're stealing content?
Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime. If you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here.
It turns out they just do it for you.
that's not admitting to copyright infringement, though. Like I said, this is something Ethan has said in the past.
Could that copyright, which is what you would use as a defense. But hearsay, if you enjoyed not giving the view to the original creator of this film, of this content, whatever, like no, a judge would look at this and be like, yeah, this is damages. And this is you encouraging people to damage this content, damage this person's brand by not viewing it directly and not giving it credit. But yeah, this is a problem. Now, obviously, if you use Hassan, not Hassan, excuse me, if you get Ethan saying basically the same thing, then you go, look, this is behavior all content creators engage in. He himself has done it. There's no clean hands here. Cool, good defense. But that statement from her is a problem.
My defense to this, if I am a lawyer, I am actually directly citing the Sargon of Akkad lawsuit from a couple years back, where a judge.
Oh, there you go.
So where a judge determined that if the difference in audience alone is substantial enough, that by itself can almost meet one of the criteria for fair use. Because the way the law is worded, part of fair use is if you're not actually detracting from the original video, because the audience is so different, they would have simply not watched it to start with.
This is true, and that helps, but the problem is her statement speaks to intent. She wants this to happen. She wants to make sure that this content is not given its proper views, and she's actively siphoning and infringing upon it and stating as such. If you like this, not us giving them these views, but you like our content, please freaking like and subscribe to us. That this is a problem.
Yeah.
Because this speaks to intent beyond just the violation.
But that's where I also think Ethan is going to have to overcome his own intent, where he has to explain to the court why he is trying to set bait in order to start lawsuits. Because courts will look at that as like malicious litigation. Some courts, not all, some courts would be like, yeah, you shouldn't have to worry about that to start with.
In Texas.
Yeah.
Like that.
I don't know, Texas, they might have to get past slap.
Nope. Texas is the only district court in the state, in the nation, that does not have anti-slap statutes.
I thought Texas was one of the few that did have slap.
Nope. 5th Congressional District.
Oh, fair.
They do not have slap laws in place.
That's my misunderstanding of the place then. That's my bad. Because Texas, I thought, did have slap. And it was other states that were missing.
Nope.
You couldn't cook
and there's
up
a few
a
other
more
states too,
incriminating
because the 5th Congressional District encompasses a few states.
Yeah.
But on the district federal level for those states, including Texas, they don't have anti-slap statutes.
I don't know where I heard that Texas had anti-slap. I could have swore somebody told me that. Admittedly, Chad, I don't really pay attention to Texas's law. Same like I don't normally pay attention to California's. I'd consider them not real places.
If you tried.
I am an elf from California. I'm fake. My state could be fake. You don't know.
Exactly.
the queen of self-owning, you prevail again. There's one thing about copyright you should know is that you got to register it before you publish to be eligible for statutory damages and attorney's fees, which is the main biting force of a copyright infringement lawsuit. Well, I'm happy to tell you guys now, I, Ethan Klein, have registered Hassan Piker Content Nuke with the United States Library of Congress. Some of you guys out there sweating? Even though
I'd have to double check. I'm pretty sure that's just not true, actually. I mean, it helps for sure, but it's my understanding that's just not true. Because there's a natural copyright that comes with production of creative works. I'd definitely have to double check and maybe
There is,
can expand on that.
but if he's gone through the extra step
No, the extra
of
step is
actually
super
copywriting
helpful.
it, exactly, that's the thing. Like, he has a natural copyright that's applied upon all creative works, but he also has this, and that goes a long fucking way in the courts of going, okay, you have clearly expressed a vested interest of protecting the integrity of this content, and these people have not only violated that when you've taken this extra step, they have advertised and boasted about doing so. This is Ethan did his fucking homework here. This is a good thing for him to have done.
No, it's a great thing for him to have done. My only complaint is I do believe he's misrepresenting the law when he says the only way you can sue for damages is if you registered it. And it's like,
no, that's not true.
It's a natural copyright that comes with just production alone.
Now, I will say, if he had said the only for sure way to sue over copyrighted content is if you register it, which, that would be a more appropriate statement, but it's not the only way.
Mercenary for 5, don't worry, your twee is someone from San Diego. I don't believe California's real either. You're not the only one who thinks it's fictional. Yeah, no, I think me and Ava both agree it's very good that he did this, and in a court case, it's extremely, extremely helpful. Courts look very favorably on that. I'm just complaining that he's misrepresenting the law, which could come from like a misunderstanding, or maybe there's like a weird statute in his state.
I think it was just him. No, I think he just, I think he meant to say the only for sure way to sue over infringement is for this, but he said the only way. It's like, you missed 2 words. If you added 2 words in there, that statement would have technically been correct, but you didn't, and now it's a misrepresentation.
Did Destiny ever watch his own nuke? I mean, he probably did. I don't know. I don't watch Destiny.
He probably did. Well, like, isn't he? Never mind. Now I'm not gonna say bad things about him.
That's another day.
I almost said something really valuable.
So theoretically, I could sue a lot more creators and rake in millions of dollars, but the purpose of this is not financial gain.
No, you couldn't.
Trying to do damages across all that. Like, this is one of the huge barriers
sounds
he's going to have.
Complex to me.
It does. This is one of the barriers I think.
Sue all these creators for millions. No, you couldn't. After attorney's fees and everything, you probably wouldn't even break a. God, you could maybe get 250, 300 grand if you sued everybody for this particular infringement.
Yeah.
Now, that's not to count how much money that would cost in the initial investment. It would probably cost you $200,000 or $250,000 to actually go through suing everybody. Are you going to get all that back? I don't think so. There's a lot of indignant people who are, I don't like using the term judgment proof, but they're basically judgment proof.
I think what he's trying to say, or what he thinks is going to happen, or what he thinks could happen, and again, this could just be him like playing it up for the video, but we do have to criticize him based on what he's saying, not on what we think he's going to do. But what I do think he's trying to get at is that because it's copyright infringement, he thinks he would be entitled to all the money they made watching his video, which is not necessarily how that works.
That's probably why. That's probably the rubric upon which he is he's doing this. But yeah, like you said, that's not that's not appropriate. That's not what you would did. That's not even like you could ask for that. You could ask for more even, but like I don't know that the courts are even gonna humor that.
Especially if you sued that many people. Like, it's one thing if one company stole your stuff and has been re-uploading it. It's another if you're trying to sue like 70 different people and saying every single one of them individually stole it. At that point, the court's going to have to ask, okay, is there a...
Yeah, because you have to, again...
Well, the court's going to have to then ask at that point, is there a misunderstanding
Ethan is a public
of law?
figure. You have to, there's a lot of stuff you have to do. Yeah, exactly. One, do you misunderstand the law? Or two, do you like not understand you're a public figure and you also have the heightened standard of proving intent? Can you prove that all these, I'm sorry, but relatively dumb small creators who don't know the nuances of the law, can you really prove that they intended to harm you here? No, you can't. So I think you could make an argument for the three that you're focusing on, but no, you could not sue all these creators and rake in millions. That's just a lie.
I also think this is something he shouldn't be saying publicly, because this specific segment is going to be brought up in court where he's like, here is Ethan saying that he has specifically targeted us and chosen not to sue anybody else. It's not going to look good. This is why you don't talk about litigation outside of the litigation, because you end up saying stuff that's not good.
I mean, you don't talk about suing, you just sue.
Exactly.
That's Jesus.
This is why whenever you hear somebody talk about a legal issue that they have a script written by their lawyer, it sounds like such a nothing burger, because that's how careful you have to be with how you speak. Because so much stuff could fuck you in court when they bring it up to the judge. Like, here's what he said, judge. Sounds pretty bad, doesn't it?
People like XQC and Asmongold may have watched the entire thing, but I would never sue them just for doing that. I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear. Actually, the opposite. I hope that we can all unite against this type of egregious behavior that not only makes us all look bad, but could destroy the commentary community as we know it.
Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime.
The state of reaction content on Twitch is so broken. These creators feel comfortable looking.
That's probably his bombshell statement.
From her.
He's now said it twice. From her. That's going to be the big one that he uses in court.
I do think he could end up in a position, though, where that's the only thing he has. Because he keeps bringing up all this other stuff. And it's like, okay, like you brought up the Reddit.
But he's not showing it the way he's shown that clip.
Yeah. Because it's like, okay, you have like the Reddit, but the Reddit's not necessarily connected to. Even if they are fans of them, you have to prove that she is connected to the Reddit, not the Reddit is connected to her.
Exactly.
And you're going to put yourself in this position where that might be the only clip you have of her. And your attorney's going to have to like restate that over and over and over again. And the judge is going to be like, okay, do you have anything else? Because you need to establish a pattern at that point. And
I got this video.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see it. God damn it, this is the same video, but it's fucking watermarked.
Yeah. Because if you just have the one clip, she even has the argument to be like, oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I misspoke, and that, I was really high on emotions, and I said something I shouldn't have. She could get out of it that way.
No, she couldn't get out of it. She could use that as an attempt to get leniency from the judge. No, but that statement was pretty actionable.
Possibly. I've seen people say way more actionable stuff in court and get off it.
That's true, but it depends on the judge, and she could get away with that statement, but given that Ethan Klein is, well, again, we don't know specifically what other than infringement they're suing for, but like, if he's suing over that statement specifically, like, the judge could not just let that go.
Yeah.
Because, again, if like, well, that's the statement in question, that's the reason we're all here. I cannot just let it go over an oopsie, Judge Solney.
No, I agree, it's a pretty bad statement. But I just think there's a lot of other context that's going to have to be brought in. And then
there will be.
Because then you also have to deal with like Ethan's
But that's for
context.
discovery. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
I will say this. If this is what's presented as like some of the preliminary evidence that, hey, something wrong has happened here, can we open this up to discovery? Absolutely. That clip alone meets the standard for me. So, okay, we're going to start this. We're going to get into this. Do discovery.
Hey, but you should represent Ethan in court. I don't think anyone wants to represent Ethan in court.
I would never look.
It's gonna be impossible to get him to shut up.
I don't even know how, but I would try. Look, I would try to represent him in court, and even though this isn't a criminal case, and even though he's a plaintiff, he would somehow get the death penalty.
Yeah. You need to understand,
And I'd be like,
chap.
how did that happen?
Whoever takes on Ethan in court has to deal with the fact that he's never going to shut up. And the first hour of every hearing is going to be him trying to explain to the judge why what Ethan said on Twitter should not affect the outcome of the case. It's going to be that way every time.
Yeah.
Right into a camera and saying outright, hey, I'm stealing this guy's content. Pay me instead of him. This is not a healthy environment. And with people like Hassan reacting to entire TV shows on stream, my fear is that Sony or Disney comes along, sues everybody, and sets a devastating precedent that could endanger our entire field. Now, before I tell you who the 3 people I'm suing are, I just want to make it clear that they all met this very specific high bar of criteria that I set forth earlier. These people were not targeted based on their gender, their identity, their political beliefs. All 3 are on this list. In fact, they're the only 3, as far as I could tell, that reacted to the full video. Drum roll, please. Who's sweating at home, guys? Casey Tron, the queen of ripping farts and bong loads.
They do musicals. They're very musical people. Are you being serious? Dog, what do you... Look! You think I made this?
Frogan, who, bless her soul, she's still rising.
What the fuck just happened to her? Was he taking a hit or something? Like,
She
what
took
the
a hit
fuck?
off a bong. Did not do it well.
Okay, well, in light of that, then I'm gonna take a hit from this bong. Click play. You're not gonna hear any costs because I'm not a pussy.
Eva would somehow get the first modern-day crucifixion sentencing. I see his angle. Stand with me so we can do it right, guys. I don't know.
Well, that's the thing, Don Hotto. When it comes to smoking, you don't hold it in. It's a myth that like people think like you hold it in and the THC will absorb more. No, your lungs have a certain limit. When they spend in, they've already done their absorption, blow out immediately, or cough out nervy, like a horrible tear-filled death. Like that's all that holding it in like is in suffering.
Yeah.
Go in and use the bathroom. Do I have permission? Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing.
Don't. Oh my god. You dumb bitch.
Apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life.
What happened?
And Denim's the queen of self-owning. And my god, is she the queen of that.
It's very obvious from the way that guy's talking, he's a Sneeko fan.
Oh my. Honestly, would. I'm just saying. I know
I mean,
everybody on
she
Twitter
is
says
attractive,
mid.
like
but,
objectively.
like would. Just I'll have to give her a reference to my Indian eyebrow guy so he can maybe trim those down a little bit. But other than that, would.
Oh Jesus. Festiva, one of my biggest freaking person who just says claps in the chat. They're like, no, it's not worth it. Look, if they're saying it's not worth it, you gotta be careful.
I'm not saying it would be worth it. I'm just saying would. You have to understand, guys have no
That's true.
sense of self-preservation. But yeah, no, I'm gonna have to recommend her to my Indian eyebrow guy so he can trim those down a little bit. I don't like big eyebrows.
Oh my god, bro, I love you. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
None of the hostages that have been released so far have said that they have been raped. The hostages statements. You can go look at them.
The sexual assault I experienced should never happen to any human being.
This Yemeni kid is just a Yemeni kid with a gun and is not a Houthi, and there is no proof of him being a Houthi.
I am gonna say, unironically, I think this makes Ethan's case harder. Because she's wrong, but she's now commentating over political issues. And it's...
Yeah, this is her transforming the content. This is fair use 101.
This is not something I would have showed as like your strong argument. I get why he's showing it, because this is more for YouTube to be like, look how stupid she is.
Yeah, this is the look at the dumb political statement she said. Doesn't really matter. If you're suing her for copyright infringement, fair use is a proper defense for that, and one of the standards for fair use is transformative, and here she is transforming your content. Yeah, you gave her ammo to defend herself with.
Like, this is why you talk to the lawyer, and the lawyer probably is going to tell you, keep your mouth shut until the case is done. And even after the case is done, probably don't say certain things, because they're probably going to try and appeal.
It's so funny. Some people will tell me, oh yeah, this lawyer told me I need to make this video. No, he didn't, because no lawyer would ever fucking tell you you need to make a video about this.
I think sometimes they confuse like lawyers with PR firms, because I think some PR firms don't understand the internet and will give you bad advice, but they will be like, yeah, you need to make a video and defend yourself. It's like, nah, your PR firm works for like small businesses in butt town nowhere. That's not how it works on YouTube.
Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive.
He never said Hassan Nasrallah was a good guy.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen.
Now for the fun part. Let's take a look at the complaints, and let's start with my favorite of the three, the very own, the prestigious, the highly acclaimed, the highly analytical Casey Tron.
A lot of people
I forgot to check. Where is he suing at? District Court
No, it should
of
be
California.
California.
Doesn't California have
Jury
SLAPP?
oh god damn it. Yes, they do have at their SLAPP statutes. Ninth Congressional District.
That's probably going to be like the first bar they get through.
I would probably motion dismiss on SLAPP. And then I'm gonna have to read it, and it's fucking 80 fucking goddamn pages long.
Okay, so this is Denham's defendant. Who is Ted Entertainment Inc.? Is that actually what Ethan calls this thing? Ted Entertainment Inc., a California corporation.
I think so.
I just assumed it was like H3H3 production. Ethan is a Cali man. Too. I knew he was in Cali, but I didn't know if he like where the lawsuit was happening. Yeah, I've actually never heard of the Ted Entertainment thing, Chad.
If somebody's passed the bar in California, I'm sorry, but I hope you have a little bit more oomph in what you're like what you're actually suing over than what you've shown in the video so far.
The Nightmare on Denham Street? Is that the name of the video?
Also, why would you demand a jury trial? Why would you not ask for summary judgment?
Oh, wait, did he?
If this is a pure case of copy. Yeah. Yeah. So, well, what this tells me that this isn't for justice or to make sure to set an example of good commentating. No, you want a spectacle. Yeah, that's what you want. Because if you wanted this to be resolved, you would have asked for summary judgment. Because this is a clean and pure infringement of your copyrighted, which has been registered, and so there's no need for a jury here.
I would also say that depending on the fact pattern, jury might, in another state, have been more helpful to getting a W. However, in California, specifically considering we're talking about a lot of political stuff, you're going to have to get past, because like the jury can say they're like apolitical, unbiased all they want. They're going to have politics. It's California. Those politics are likely going to swing a certain way. You're going to have to get past that in their minds.
Yeah, you are.
Especially if it makes it to like jury trial, because I can immediately see like Denham's lawyer being like, my client was just defending marginalized groups against this bigot who is like making slanderous videos attacking them and their plight in other countries. And that's immediately something you have to get
But
past.
that's not irrelevant. I mean, no, it's not, because that's not relevant to what has happened here, which is Denim's infringing on a registered copyrighted work, and in fact, encouraging people to pay her instead of the actual owner for said work. See, when you focus on what is being sued over, what's the actual actionable thing, of, like in this instance, that girl specifically, like, it doesn't matter if she was defending or doing any of the other things. You infringe this copyright and you encourage people to pay me instead of the actual copyright owner. No matter what you are doing or trying to justify, the action has been done, the violation has been committed. Which means that this should be a summary judgment, not a jury trial.
That's what I mean.
A jury trial is going to fuck him.
That's what I'm saying, because the problem is he's requesting a jury trial. Is that now does become an issue in front of a jury, and he can be like, oh, that's irrelevant. It's like, well, I think the content of the video you're complaining about is completely relevant, because it is why my client decided to react to it. And I feel like the lawyer can probably get in like this political statement any way he wants on a jury trial.
There's a number of ways. Yeah, I mean, you can get a lot more in on a jury trial than you could
What SLAP?
bench trial,
SLAP is it's anti-SLAP, but it's strategic lawsuit against public participation. It's basically a way for people to try and get a case dismissed before it even gets to trial by saying they are suing me specifically to infringe on my freedom of speech or to prevent me from participating in like the public discourse.
It's anti-SLAP statutes are in place because it's a defense for people being just drained of finances to over litigation, over litigious people, such as like somebody like decide to sue you not because they think they have a case or anything, but they know it's going to drain you of money over the next year, and they can freaking drag it on with motions and continuances and whatever, and just make your life a living hell.
How likely is it the trial is going to be live? I would have said like 100%.
Not at all.
Well, like
probably not. I mean,
a couple years ago, I would have said 100%.
California doesn't like cameras in the courtroom.
They not? They not live stream like other courts?
Yeah, hold on.
Because I know during COVID, a lot of courts started live streaming, and a lot of them haven't put it up yet, but some of them have started to stash it away.
California does not universally live stream, so in cases some California Superior Courts offer audio or video streaming of certain civil proceedings, but this is typically at the discretion of the judge and may require advance requests and specific conditions. Which I think, because there is a demand for a jury trial from Ethan, I think Ethan would be the one to make that request with the judge. Exactly.
But you'd have to have the judge agree to it. And
yeah, you would.
Depending, I think Denim's and them would probably request it. I don't know enough about
Denim,
them.
I mean, any of the respondents would be most, based on just what I've seen, they're going to want a closed trial. They're not going to want this advertised.
Yeah, we'll see. Denim's made another GoFundMe.
Denim's made another GoFundMe.
To be fair, whenever somebody on the internet talks about a lawsuit, that's an easy GoFundMe goal right there. No matter what the lawsuit is about, saying, oh, this large creator says they're going to sue me to shut me up. Here's their video saying that. That's just an immediate GoFundMe goal.
I need money for my defense.
Yeah. Even if you think somebody's in the right, the internet typically has a very negative view about lawsuits. Especially among creators. That's why Ethan met his original funding goal like years ago, because people were super upset that somebody would dare sue a YouTube creator over shit.
Wanting to watch this.
I believe it was.
Yeah. That's actually kind of ironic, because he's on the reverse side of that now.
It's extreme. Yeah, the irony here is culpable.
Without necessarily...
Actually, do you think a Denim's lawyer would bring that up? I kind of
would.
100% he would. Like, actually, Your Honor.
I mean, I definitely would.
Like, actually, Your Honor, plaintiff was on the opposite side of this exact case years ago, and he'd probably, like, bring up...
You probably couldn't be, you're not allowed to bring up that kind of stuff. It's prejudicial.
What I would do, and I don't know how well it would work, because, you know, you try and quote case law. I would quote case law from his previous case. I wouldn't say it was his previous case.
That's not quotable case law.
Is it not?
It's not an appeal. It's not
I thought they
appeal
established
decision
case law
or
back
our
then.
precedent that was set.
I thought they did.
No,
I'd have to double check on the
maybe?
case. Because I thought that was the
I'll
whole
have to
point. He
look.
pushed
Did
it so
get all the way
hard.
up to that point? Because if it ended up being like established case law from an appellate court's decision,
I'd have to
you
double
could-
check on his
you
case.
could actually do exactly that. That'd be extremely cheeky.
Would a jury have prejudice over
It'd be
Ethan
really funny.
purposely creating the situation for a lawsuit? Definitely. That's the reason why doing a jury trial is so weird.
And I would, as one of the respondents, I absolutely would highlight that fact. The fact that Ethan Klein did this intentionally to bait my my client into responding as they had a right to, because the video mentions them several times and involves a friend and a close co-worker.
That's kind of like what we're getting at, chat, with the jury thing. With a judge, like, yeah, a judge can somewhat be swayed emotionally, but a lot of times they are...
But not really.
A lot of times they're definitely way more grounded than a jury of your peers. Jury of your peers, the entire case can be decided on emotion alone. That's why a lot of lawyers in jury cases will make, like, such emotional-based arguments. And he is not helping himself with this video if he really wants a jury trial.
No.
If I'm on Denham's side, I'm like, yeah, no, I agree, jury trial, let's go. I mean, slap first, but jury trial after. Would the CPS thing have any effect? No. They could try and bring it up, but it would probably get dismissed, or it would probably get objected to immediately for relevance.
Honestly, the CPS thing should be litigated separately on its own, like as a thing, because that absolutely was inappropriate and stuff. But it would have no relevance to this specific complaint.
I would also argue that Ethan's comments in public did lend themselves to people thinking CPS could be a viable option. I'm not saying it was, but the way he like worded, like, oh, my kids have this illness that is only comes about from like eating animal poop. Yeah, when you say that in public, people are gonna ask questions. In that whole situation, like, I didn't agree with calling CPS on Ethan's kids, but I understood it because of the stupid shit he said. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to actually look at like all the clips and stuff. I've seen enough to tell me that I know that narrative of Ethan having said that in that way was pushed, but I've never seen the actual clip of Ethan saying that, which is what people responded to. I've only seen the clip of, oh yeah, this guy said that, like, people, hearsay, basically people saying what Ethan has said on stream, no one ever giving me the actual clip of Ethan saying that on stream.
Oh, I could try and find the clip somewhere. I forget what the illness was, but he said, yeah, like, my wife is sick lately and she has this specific illness. Also, now my children have this specific illness. Now we all need to go to the doctor and figure out how we got this illness. And then according to like most ways you can find, really the only way to get that illness is from like eating animal poop. Giardia.
Yeah, Giardia. I got Giardia once by swimming in the sea. So no, Giardia, there's a number of ways to get it.
Yeah.
And now, guys, I think I got it. Do you really?
No, she's joking about the Ethan thing.
Okay,
because
okay,
Ethan kept
okay.
saying
Well,
on
so it's
stream,
like
my
fucking
wife
sad.
got it, and now my kids got it, my dog got it, and like I probably have it now too. And it's like, don't.
Which okay, but then somebody going, oh, So your baby was crawling around while your dog was sitting all over the floor, and your baby was eating the dog shit off the floor. Like that was never said. That was never even. You guys
Actually, Ethan
built
did
that
say
narrative
that.
off of one of Ethan said.
Ethan,
Did he really?
Ethan said, my
I
child's at
saw
that
the
phase where he's crawling around all the time now, and he got Gerardia too, so that's probably how he got it. And it's like, there's a couple
geez,
steps.
well, yeah, that's pretty on the nose.
And it's one of those things like, and this is why I say it, don't talk about your kids on the internet. Point blank none.
Yeah, honestly.
They don't need to be involved, especially in this space, the commentary space. They do not need to be involved in whatever shit you got going on.
No, like the fact that Destiny's son is a streamer is so fucking weird to me.
Is he? How old is he?
Yes, he's like 13 or 14.
No, that's no. No.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, but
I don't like that.
it's not okay.
Barely supporting Ethan Klein.
Yeah, Akakun says, if I recall correctly, he said his dog had diarrhea and the kids crawled through it.
Well, there you go. If you said that, that's
I will say some of the
people can reasonably come to.
Yeah. It's one of those things, I'm not sure I agree with calling CPS, but I understood it. Which is why you shouldn't have said shit like
violation,
that.
actually. No, yeah, he shouldn't have said anything, but anybody watching him, not in the state, not in the jurisdiction, not a mandatory reporting it, yeah, none of you have any duty to call CPS on somebody you don't know over a stream that you're watching that you can't verify any of that information. That's not okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to watch it.
Well, that's a really dumb thing to say, don't you think?
We're going to watch it without necessary. A lot of people have been wanting to watch this without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein. So we're going to watch it.
Well, that's a really dumb thing to say, don't you think? Why are you so comfortable?
Yeah.
We've given each complaint a clever...
It is dumb to say, however, the first thing I'm doing as their lawyer is bringing up the examples of you saying that same thing. Like, literally, first,
Which is
right
fine,
off
but
the
that's
bat.
irrelevant. Those people, the people that Hassan had necessarily, like, infringed upon their copyright has nothing to do with this complaint. Strike that from the record. That's what would happen. You can't bring, oh, you get this too. Doesn't matter. They didn't sue me. I'm suing them.
It is,
So,
but
it's not
I'm
it's
bringing
not
it
an
up.
appropriate argument. It's a Commonwealth defense argument. It's called unclean hands.
Yeah.
It's not a very strong one.
I think it is for a jury, which is the problem, is he's requested a jury trial.
Yeah, and Mike,
'Cause
yeah.
what I do as lawyer is I bring this up.
I would get it in as his lawyer. I'd be like, he's not allowed to.
Yeah.
During jury trial, you're not allowed to bring this up unless I open the door somehow. And if you do, you've now violated the freaking rules of evidence the judge has set forth. I would make sure that you could not bring up the fact that Ethan has done this outside of this case.
He's targeting the
And I would
jury.
make sure
That's
the
who you
judge
need to
make
target
sure
in a
that's in the
case
rules
like
of
this.
evidence. Yes, look, everybody. Mizu is doing an excellent job of like, if I were his lawyer, I would do this. Yes, these are all great things to do. This is what I would do as the lawyer on the other side to prevent him from doing this because he's playing on the jury, and with the demand for a jury trial, like I have my work cut out for me.
I don't know why he wants to do a jury trial. It's so fucking because chat, basically my plan.
Yeah, it's not the way to go.
My plan as lawyer, right, is because Ava's right. Immediately, as soon as I say it, Ava goes objection, and judge likely says sustained. The problem is I've already said it, and the jury's already heard it.
Well, no, what I'm telling you is during the formation of the rules of evidence, I would get it in that the judge actually enforce that you are not allowed to bring that up in front of the jury unless I somehow open the door to it.
My problem is his lawyer probably needs to know that already, and I don't think Ethan is self-aware enough to realize that him saying that in the past is a problem, like from an optics standpoint.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think he even tells the lawyer
think
that it's
this
something
is
he's had an
that
issue
Ethan's
with.
lawyer would be caught off guard with.
Yeah, I can see him
that's
just
the
like
problem because it's if you're caught off guard with it, I can't prepare for it and say, hey, this is irrelevant. It's an argument they're going to try to use, but I'm saying right now it shouldn't be used, and I'm asking that the courts acknowledge that. If Ethan has not told me that he has said these things, and I don't know that it's something that could be made as an argument, it's going to come out in court in front of jury, and then I'm fucked.
Yep. I'd have to look through Ethan's recent history. If I'm his lawyer, I'm trying to find an example of him doing this within the past few months to these specific creators. Because if I can do that, I can kind of overcome the rules of evidence a little bit and be like, Judge, this is actually
no, never say that. Never say that you can overcome the court's rules. They will cock slap you on principle.
No, I'm not saying to the court. I'm saying it here. Because, like, obviously you're going to have a much more formulated argument. Be like, Judge, this is an argument that these two have had back and forth. He does it to them. They do it to him. He is now just maliciously suing them in return, despite the fact this has been a equal opportunity
example,
fight.
Actually, is the Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp trial. Something that happens that was on the rules of evidence. Like, you could not get out. Like, you cannot talk about Amber Heard's previous arrest unless Amber Heard brings it up in testimony.
I forgot. She brought it up for some reason.
Well, guess what? Amber Heard, she brought it up for some reason while she was testifying, and you can see Johnny Depp's lawyer and him freaking literally fist bump. Happy, overjoyed, because they were not allowed to talk about that in front of the jury until Amber Heard opened up the door. So I would focus on getting Ethan Klein to open up the door to talk about that stuff in front of the jury.
Yeah.
Which I think you could do. Ethan has a mouth.
Oh, 100%. All you have to do is stroke his ego a little bit.
Exactly.
A little titled, and here's Casey Tron's. She smoked more than she spoke. Casey Tron smokes 42 times during her reaction.
I do think this is funny. I don't think it looks good. I'm not sure how the judge reacts to it. I'm not sure how well wouldn't the judge really be the only person seeing it? Because probably when they brought it up to the jury, they'd be like, exhibit something. They wouldn't be like, exhibit smokes more than she spoke.
The judge sees this initially, first decides to hear the case or whatever, but this probably wouldn't come into evidence in front of the jury.
Yeah.
I don't see any reason for it to be, but I would, as the judge, would be like, okay, what is this? Literally, I would look at Ethan's lawyer and be like, oh, what is this? Was this necessary to even, this is a waste of a page.
Exactly.
And just as a silly thought experiment, we thought, wouldn't it be funny if she spent more time smoking than she did talking? And thinking there was no way that could be true. Well, we tallied them up, and lo and behold, there's 15 minutes, 40 seconds of commentary versus 18 minutes and 55 seconds of smoking. She spent 3 minutes and 15 seconds longer smoking than she did talking in her quote-unquote reaction. And whatever talking she did was just to express how...
Did Ethan say 70 or 80 times she smoked?
She clearly has an addiction.
How is that possible?
I don't know.
Okay, yeah, because I'm a smoker, and maybe over a stream I'll smoke 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
How confused she was, presumably from smoking 42.
This is competent all, but none of these women are competent enough to string any of this together or get good enough lawyers who know what to do. No, they're very wealthy. I can 100% tell you they get a good lawyer. I'm not saying they're smart enough to know how to pick them. They have enough people around them to find one.
The fact that they're all women also is probably a plus in the courts. As annoying as it is for me to say.
Oh, especially because he's not suing any of the men.
Lawyer. He's not suing any of the men. He's suing only the women. And I'm sorry, but the courts in California especially favor the woman over the man.
Also, yes, we are steel manning. Because I would kind of prefer us to steel man both sides. Ava's kind of got the plaintiff. I've kind of got the defendant.
I'm trying to get the plaintiff. It's hard.
And I will say, chat, I'm not taking the defendant side because I don't like Ethan Klein, which I don't. because I don't like these ladies either. And I don't like them more, probably, I would say. But I typically, when it comes to court stuff, prefer to be more on the defendant side, because I am very heavily in the Blackstone's formulation kind of law, where it would be better if a guilty person went free than an innocent person went to jail. I side very heavily on that.
Yeah. I am too, so.
Yeah. So I don't think I could ever be a prosecutor. Especially because if I knew that the person I was prosecuting was innocent, I could not do my job to save my life.
2 times.
What is happening? I'm trying to follow. I've lost the plot.
The complaint continues. Indeed, Casey Tron is often too obliterated to comment on the nuke, and instead stares blankly at her computer screen. In a span of 2 hours and 7 minutes, Casey Tron smokes marijuana, frequently in highly concentrated forms through vaporizers, on 42 separate occasions. At one point, Casey Tron is so wasted that she states, quote, "What is happening? I'm trying to follow, but I've lost the plot." To
be fair, when she said that, you were playing a clip of, I think it was that Joseph Stalin?
Yeah, I would lose the plot too.
Instead, stares
Yeah, like you're... I get what you're going for, bro, but like, I watched your video. At that point, I was kind of like, what the fuck are we doing? Often too obliterated in a legal document, yeah. Honestly, I'm questioning if Ethan had a lawyer write this or if he wrote this, to be fair.
If he wrote it, he's far better at formatting than the average person.
Yes. That's the only part that kind of puts me in a weird middle ground, is it's really well formatted. The problem is the wording is like so...
It's properly legally formatted. Like, that's hard to do.
Yeah.
And I mean, I know Ethan has been somewhat litigious, but like, is he litigious enough to write his own complaints? Because that, I mean, shit.
Yeah.
That would be impressive. And I don't know, I think that's given him too much of a win.
Comes down to this.
I don't understand this bit that he's doing.
So this is an interesting question, right? That I think, as a lawyer, I'm bringing up in the case. So Ethan's content nuke, for example purposes, used a ton of Hassan's content in his video. Can you make an argument that the total length of Ethan's video is actually a fraction of the total runtime because he uses so much content from others? And therefore he cannot actually claim
because
copyright
all that
to those
content
segments.
No, because again, that's not, it relies on...
The video is transformative in its entirety.
Yes.
But I still think there is an argument.
But it relies on, again, you're bringing it, like, these are things that would need to be litigated between the person that Ethan violated the copyright of and them. We cannot litigate that here. It has nothing to do with us. This case presented before us is what we need to focus on. So it's too much. You're drawing too much from outside things that he's done. Oh, well, this person, he infringed right here. Yeah, but are you representing the company that he infringed upon?
These people are friends with Hassan,
No,
though.
we're not.
They could actually bring him in for that.
They could, but they would have to actually write a brief, and they'd actually have to countersue.
I think the lawyer. That's what I'm saying.
You're
like,
basically
as a lawyer,
creating a good argument for a countersuit, but like, again, you would need the people that that Ethan Klein infringed upon to even like have a dog of an argument in that in this case.
Well, because like as a lawyer, I think here's my argument. Because again, like remember, I'm trying to like play to the jury's emotion. So I'm up on the stand. It's like, Mr. Klein, so you filed a copyright for the entirety of this video, correct? Like, oh, correct. And you believe the entirety of the video is transformative, therefore it's, it's okay. Like, oh yeah, correct. Like, but would you argue that in these segments where my client is smoking and not watching the video that features exclusively Hassan and exclusively content from Mr. Hassan's streams, would you say that she is infringing on your content in those specific segments?
Yes, because those segments come from my parent video, which was transformative in nature, despite using that copyrighted material.
Yes, right. And then my next question is, okay, how is her content then not transformative? Because I guess my goal as defense is just muddying the waters enough to where the jury is.
Yeah.
The jury's like, I can't say that what you did is transformative.
You make such a good lawyer. I just love the fact, like, okay, my job is a defender, and I need to make things confusing-ish. Yeah, that is pretty much your job as a defense attorney, so you have the right mindset for sure.
Muddying the puddle. Yeah. No, chat. My goal in defense is this case is because I would have to sit down and read all the specific legal jargon. The problem is fair use is very kind of complicated. It sounds very straightforward, but actually determining what is and isn't fair use legally is not very clear. Which is why these arguments are even allowed to happen in court, because it is intentionally a little vague to allow wiggle room. So all I'm trying to do as defense is saying, my client is accused of copyright infringement over a video of copyright infringement. And he is specifically asking to make for damages, because he did say that he is trying to get damages out of this on content that he doesn't even own himself. And all I have to do is make enough.
The judge will probably roll his eyes and ask you to move on.
He will, but I think the jury hears that and they're like, you know what? That might actually be a good point.
Yeah, again, you give it out to the jury. It's true.
I really don't think it's a good idea for him to jury trial this.
Just don't be a lawyer in this particular courtroom again, because that judge is going to hate you.
I wouldn't be in California anyways. I don't want to be there.
Yeah, it's true.
He's read more books than you could ever imagine.
CPM's coming out of Qatar.
What the hell
you
is
kids love
going
anime, right?
What the fuck is she?
He's read.
So
Yo,
he has
what the fuck?
He has it blurred because on YouTube you can't show drug use.
No, I know what it is.
Okay.
I just look. She's
addicted.
Vaporizing marijuana and filling a fucking bag of cloud to freaking hit on over. Like, are you crazy? Like, this is a gas. No, it's not galaxy gas. It's
weed.
I would call it a cheap method of smoking weed, in which she's taking her flower, she's hitting it, but she's containing the hit within a bag that she can hit more than once. So, if she doesn't have money to just smoke weed like a normal person.
Yeah. She's one of those people that gets up and say, I'm not addicted, I can quit whenever I want.
It's like a miser's way of smoking weed. No, you can't see fucking lights up her morning bowl.
She's in the middle of smoking her 30th bong, or taking a hit out of her bong for the 50th time that day. She's like, I can stop it.
Wait, this is the second time I've taken a hit from my bubbler. Then I only took it because she started freaking smoking.
Hippo says it looks like a volcano vaporizer.
It's probably a volcano vaporizer that she's filling that reheater bag with. It's really gross. And here's the thing too, that is probably the most gross way of smoking marijuana, because that smoke gets quote unquote stale. And the more stale it gets, the more harsh it is on your lungs. The taste is horrible. This is as far as trailer trash goes, this is the most trailer trash way to fucking smoke weed. The only way would be worse if she was trying to smoke it using 2 knives over the range, over the fire on the stove, and then just trying to inhale through a bottle. That's the only way this could be more ghetto.
I had to look up what a volcano vaporizer is. I've never seen one of these things before.
They're pretty intense. I have a homemade one right here, but I don't use it.
But yeah, looking at it, I agree with chat. She probably has a volcano vaporizer, something very similar.
Yeah. Yeah, she's using that volcano vaporizer to fill up that reheat bag.
More books than you could ever imagine.
What is happening? I'm trying to follow.
To be fair, if she hits it as many times as she does, she probably does need something as big as a bag like that, and it probably never gets stale. It's probably gone in 10 minutes.
It absolutely does. No, like by the time when she had it fully inflated and she held it there for a second, it's already stale.
On a show
Smoke
called
goes stale, I'm
Mansers.
talking in a second.
It
was on a show called Mess. Oh.
Fastest way to get high.
Okay.
That's when you know you're an
Well,
addict.
gravity bongs are technically the fastest, but like, yeah.
Well, that's when you know you're an addict, when you're seeking the fastest way to get high, and you're not like enjoying the process. At that point, you're 100% addict.
No, I have a whole ritual that comes with like unpackaging it and then grinding it up to the right consistency and stuff. Like everything takes like 30 minutes, and I've smoked once. This lady is watching how big is the content new? 40 minutes?
An hour and 40 minutes.
An hour and 40. Okay, 2 hours, and she smoked how many? 40-ish times?
She said 70, I think.
Oh, geez, that's just I'm trying to be as like kind and gracious with numbers as I can to her, but I'm sorry, I think she's addicted.
Min-maxing your drug
Like
use, let's go.
no, like at least like you can't be physically addicted to marijuana, but psychologically, absolutely, and she is.
Yeah.
Oh, I've lost the plot.
42.
They do musicals. They're very musical people. Are you being serious? Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
I will say the blur on this is very unfortunate.
Yeah, it is. It very much is. But look at her face.
I know.
She looks like, did I seriously just hit this 42? Yes, you did. You good. She looks like she's regretting every decision she's ever made in her life.
Akakuns is 42, but 70 overstreet. Also, yes, this is a very unfortunate blur because it looks like she's trying to suck a dick.
This isn't a music video, Hassan.
And as dumb as all of that is, this is the part that really got her sued.
A lot of people have been wanting to watch this without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein. So
my argument as lawyer is that's moral support. I don't know how well that would work, but that's my immediate argument. Is she meant morally support?
Maisie, you're the best. Oh my god, that's such a that's she meant moral support. Okay.
I think I can make that work with the jury too, because you do have the like heavily political angle. Where it's like she understood that people didn't want to morally support Mr. Klein due to his
but
opposition.
I can tell that this statement, if the statement in question that is being put forth as the proof that they were willfully and maliciously infringing upon the copyright of this work, and they've stated is like this is the statement in question. This is the bombshell thing. This is what proves that Casey Tron specifically willfully and maliciously infringed upon this registered piece of copyrighted content.
Yeah. I think he's got like a lot of
I do love you being in court though, just like well, she means moral support. And you're looking left and right, and everyone's like, are you yeah, it's where I'm going. That's my argument, and I stick it to it. Okay.
So we're gonna watch it. What the fuck is going on here?
Stating outright that her intention of doing this is so that people who don't want to support me can watch it through her is why copyright infringement laws exist. You could not and should not do that, especially if your commentary consists.
That's the problem here. But again, this is where I'm getting this disconnect because he's demanding a jury trial.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but like you have the law on your side here, and when you have the law on your side, this much, you ask for a bench trial because you don't need lawyers explaining the nuances of the law to a jury that doesn't quite get it. You could just like, hey, the law was clearly infringed here. I want you to punish them. This is just a job for a judge. Like, this tells me, like you said, Mizu, this is going to be a public spectacle. It's what Ethan wants, and it detracts from his case.
And because you can never claim a case will go one way or the other, no matter like what the fact pattern is.
No, you can't.
There's always something that can happen.
Yeah, it's true.
But the fact it's 3 separate cases, more likely than not, he's definitely losing. Bare minimum. Especially if they're all.
Yeah,
I didn't check
I
if
could
they were
see
all
him.
that way, but
I'm thinking.
yeah, jury trial
So
demanded.
far, I've seen Denims and I've seen Casey Tron. They are the ones who have made actual, like, objectively actionable statements regarding infringement. Brogan might be his weakest one because I have not seen anything there regarding her.
And given her particular persuasion, I don't doubt she had a ton to say about the political stuff. Because that's kind of her specific content, is the political shit.
According to her, she doesn't engage in political content. He said,
Oh, she's lying right through her teeth.
Yeah, she is.
Of you
See,
taking
I think
bong rips.
the actual words is, I do not engage with political content except for the occasional tweet.
That's
I think those were her words.
At least try to engage with the content. Whoa, what was that? Oh, sorry. That was a flying star. It almost got me. You know her and you love her, guys.
Now we're on
Frogan. Reaction by exiting. Here she is getting up to leave the video running as she steps out of the room. Is that transformative?
That is your strongest argument against her, I think. Unless you have something else.
Yeah,
I
again,
do think
that's
it's a good
why I
argument.
predicted that Frogan is going to be her. It's a decent one, but it's nowhere near as much of a bombshell as Denims or Casey Tron, like, legitimately saying, hey, you guys don't have to support him by viewing his video. You can view it here and give me money instead. Like, that's like about as 101 a violation as you can get. Frogan's, like, if you're leading with the, like, oh, she got out and she let the video play. Okay, but does that speak to intent? You are a public figure. You need to, like, was this malicious?
Yeah. I will.
I mean, it's not like defamation. It's not required, but I promise you, the courts are going to look a lot more favorably on you if you can prove that the infringement was malicious.
I will say, Rogan, I would consider probably stronger in front of a jury, but weaker in front of a judge, because juries typically like being able to physically see it, and being able to physically see that she straight got up and left and didn't come back for a while.
That's true.
I think that looks really bad. That's why the chair react meme got so big, because it looks horrendous on their side.
Yeah, that is true.
I would hope that he would have a similar clip of the others doing that. However, Casey Tron is probably too stoned to stand up, to be quite frank. Denims, I don't know if she's ever done that.
I guess the judge will decide. She said, quote, "It's time to watch the new Nuke ethically. Hell yeah." Huh. Very smart to say on camera, by the way.
I will say I don't think that really helps your case much, Ethan. I see the implication from
No,
her
I don't-
side. I don't think it helps you.
But, like, as a pure statement, which you can try to color the tone of this all you want, but it's just words on page.
Yeah.
Time to watch the new Nuke ethically. Hell yeah. Well, that speaks to me like she intended to watch this and transform it as much as she could.
Yeah.
I mean, if I were her lawyer, I'd be like, look, I literally said it's time to watch this ethically.
Yeah, I think that really helps her case more than it hurts it. I can see where he's trying to go with it, though. I see the angle.
Yeah, because we know Frogan's snark. We know what she actually meant by this, but that's not what was said.
We're 100% transformative on this video as we are 1.5 hours into covering this. I don't think in covering this one for 1.5 hours, have we? Has it really been that long?
Just about, yeah.
Damn.
He said, quote, "Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate everyone's support. And thank you for watching it with me." Well, you are so welcome, and I'm so glad that you were able to enjoy that day. Her commentary is so non-existent.
I wouldn't have put that in the
welcome,
video.
and I'm so glad that you were able to enjoy that day.
No, again, this speaks to intimidation. This speaks to why are you using the courts to actually
Threaten
gain
them?
recompense and recourse over some kind of violation? Or are you using the court as a medium to own your freaking enemies? Because that's not, they don't look. Yeah, this little it'll cost you though kind of thing is, yeah, it's sadly I could see a lot of judges in California letting this kind of slide.
Yeah. I can see a jury looking poorly on this. I can see a judge maybe not necessarily taking it into account in his rule, but coloring his perception of the case, and it could affect how he sees other stuff. And I can see this going towards an anti-slap, being like, he's just suing us to try and cost us money.
What's absolutely one of the first things I would do if I were any of these creators' lawyers is I would be like, motion to dismiss on anti-slap.
Don't talk about your lawsuit in public. Don't even mention that you're doing it. Let your lawyer handle it. I assume he had a lawyer. I cannot assume or believe his lawyer would sign off on this. He had to do this on his own.
Her commentary is so non-existent that even her own fans begin to call her out.
I don't have anything to say, dude, because he's cycling the same fucking points over and over again. What more commentary do you need on him repeating the same fucking points for the whole first hour and 1 minute and 32 seconds? It's been the same shit over and over again. This video could have been condensed into 20 fucking minutes. What commentary do you want me to add by this guy's a fucking idiot, he's mentally ill, and he's having a mental breakdown and uploaded it to fucking YouTube? Are you gonna make at least one good point? What do you want me to make a point on?
Rogan's little crash out there definitely helps Ethan's case.
Yes. I don't talk about it. How will my fans know?
Girl, your own chat. When your own chat calls you out for not reacting to the reaction, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
And when you react by crashing out on the chat because you know they're right, it looks even worse.
I don't think it would go well making it as an argument. But if I had to stand on an argument for that, I think the angle I would take is she's clearly upset that his work is not transformative and is recycling someone else's content over and over without adding meaningful commentary to it. I think that's my steel, man. I think that's the best I can get. Realistically, I think I'd probably just take the L on that one.
Good.
Oh, I forgot. She also said, "Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing." You may use the bathroom, Frogan, although I don't advise it.
Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing.
As her lawyer, I think my argument for that one is a rambling preamble about the nature of Twitch and how I have to how the content is live and cannot be paused. Similar to how your mother always wanted you to pause online video games, which you couldn't. And the bathroom is a natural human function that she needs to do, so she has to go use the bathroom. That's the best I can do.
I mean, I'm kind of even as a judge, I'm why is this relevant?
A little bit, yeah. Ava, I'm buying nuggies. You and Mizu want any? I already have nuggies, actually.
Yes. What the fuck? Everyone has nuggies but me.
Yeah, I have homophobic nuggies.
Yo.
Chick-fil-A, every day. They make my life happy.
Oh, that's right. They are homophobic.
Probably transphobic
No, not
these days,
well.
but I don't
I mean,
think they
they're
commented
Mormon.
on it. Must jingle cheese or chat will leave.
I don't really care about the prejudices of my restaurants.
I don't either.
Like, they can hate Jews if they want. They can hate whatever they want. As long as they make good food, that's where the relationship starts and stops.
Chick-fil-A has the best waffle fries. The best fries in general.
Oh, they do.
McDonald's
I
used to
fucking
have
love
the
their
best fries.
fries. Not anymore.
McDonald's also used to have some of the best like chicken strips. They called them chicken selects. They were so good.
Oh my god, those were so good.
They stopped carrying them in my area. Same Nuggies, Mizu, and their mac and cheese. I've never had their mac and cheese.
This into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and
Apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life.
What happens?
And they were fucking talking about.
Well, you just pause it. That's it. You just pause the video, right? Like you get up and you go to the bathroom. You just pause it. They should be watching for you. But if you get up to go to the bathroom and they keep watching my video, they're clearly not watching for you, right? As lazy and pathetic as her reaction is, this is not why she's getting sued. This is.
Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate everyone's support. And thank you for watching it with me. First time viewer, time to watch the nuke ethically? Hell yeah. I found my way from Reddit. Hi guys, welcome Reddit people. Reddit people, Reddit people. I came from the H3H3 Reddit. Ethan is so pathetic while Hassan is in Japan. I'm bothered, having a great time. Exactly. We're gonna watch it live, yes. He doesn't want people to know when it's dropping because we're all watching through other streamers. And I suggest you all watch it through other people as well.
It's the stated.
Shit. Oh, fuck, there it is.
That's your negative one.
Sorry. All three of you, all three of them have said something objectively actionable in the way of malicious intent in infringing upon Ethan's copyrighted content. Yeah, got her. Like, I'm sorry. Like, again, I said I think that Frogan's case would be the weakest if he doesn't have any of those statements, and here she is saying the fucking shit.
I would actually say, especially compared to the others, that this one is actually very weak. Well, and
it is far weaker, but her encouraging to watch, to have the thing watched through other streamers, not the thing that's enough. Now it is by far the weakest. It's not downright malicious. It's not like clearly like I'm gonna watch this. You guys should watch it and pay me instead of them. But Frogan is still encouraging, and like this like I said, lawsuits only really look at three things: jurisdiction, damages, and the actual violation. This proves towards damages. This pours to her encouraging that continue to damage and infringe upon this copyright by watching it through other methods. It's
I will say
it's not a strong point, but it's
my argument against it is that she is not recommending people to watch her. She is simply recommending people to not watch him, and then he has to make the connection with why is her work not transformative because of this comment said about you personally.
Yeah, that would be the best defense. That would be, I think that would stand pretty well, only because, she did not, she wasn't like the others where she was encouraging people to watch it with her and through her and support her instead of the video. No, she just said, in general, support other creators rather than this video, which, that's not a cool thing to say, but it's not her doing the thing.
Wouldn't this prove malicious intent? It sort of does. The problem is you have to prove
it's the weakest
malicious
argument
intent
for it.
And damage. You can't just prove like malicious intent by itself.
And here's the thing: you don't have to malicious intent is not a standard for copyright infringement.
Yeah,
it's something that the courts like to look at.
Oh, Ava died.
And prove that the copyright infringed upon, but they want.
Oh no, Ava's cutting out.
They went to cosplay.
Oh, her internet's dying, chat. Poor elf internet. Non-zero chance is still a chance. I think that's the problem, though.
There we go.
Better.
Yeah, but I forgot what I was saying.
Well, we were discussing the nature of malicious intent and how it's not necessarily important.
Yeah, so it's not a standard for copyright infringement, but it can be considered an aggravating factor when you're presenting these facts to the judge. for instance, to show that not only was okay, so the violation happened, the copyright was infringed upon, but they actually intended to infringe upon it, and they did it because they wanted to cause harm to me and my my company, my video, whatever. That's what they intended. The judge is going to look at that and go, okay, like you already had enough, but you've gone above and beyond with the standard now, and now it's looking really bad for Denims and Kisitron. I don't think that it's very difficult for me to get to malicious intent with Rogan, just because she's not trying to enrich herself by like the other two were. She's just in general encouraging people to not watch his video and watch it through other streamers. She's not trying to like, oh no, watch me, support me instead. And because of that, it's harder to get to like actual malicious intent. It's still enough. Like the video was infringed upon, the copyright was infringed. That standard's met. But yeah, I don't see the judge going, oh yeah, Frogan meant to cause harm here.
I have to agree with Hero as well. This video alone from Ethan is making it hard for me to get past anti-slap.
Me too. That's why I said the first thing I would do if I was any of their lawyers is I would motion to dismiss and I would say on grounds of anti-slap.
Yeah, and like...
Because that right now is the biggest thing. Like, this feels... The opening fucking... like clip was a joke about like the fact that he's just gonna throw money at lawyers to sue these people. Like that, like that's pretty much as on the nose of this is a slap suit as you can get.
I have seen people make smaller, less malicious comments about money and get hit by anti-slap. With Ethan, it just seems so blatant.
Yeah, it does. It really does seem very blatant.
We're getting past like the low. We're getting past the hurdle of anti-slap first because of what Ethan has said. Soon we get past anti-slap. Well, now we're trying to get past the hurdle of a jury trial because the facts don't necessarily matter in a jury trial. The opinion of the jury matters, and it's much easier to sway the opinion of a jury than it is to sway the opinion of a judge. Depending on your judge, obviously, some judges shouldn't be up on the bench, but typically it's easier to sway the opinion. Especially when you've got, like, this man is targeting 3 women. Like,
I'm wondering how the Luigi Maggiani case is going to go.
It's going to be hard to find a non-prejudicial jury.
Exactly. That's what I'm wondering.
I mean, it was a nationwide manhunt. Like, everybody knows what he did and who he did it to.
Nobody cares that that person's dead either.
You're going to have to get somebody off the grid and then tell somebody off the grid why they should care that a CEO of a medical company died. Good luck. Anyways, we've got 6 minutes left. I think we've transformed this video.
Malicious intent to steal. They talk about watching ethically, but I learned not to steal when I was 5. Up next is Denims. And honestly, just take a look at this, guys. It's a nightmare on Denim Street. Not only did she chair react, but she was kind enough to write her name right at the top just so that we knew that she was stealing my content and it was her room and nobody else's. Judge, did you know that we're on Denim Street right now? Here's some quotes from Denims. We're relying on you to stay live so we don't have to give the nuke views. Yeah, I'm gonna stream it. Since he's confirmed it's coming out today, I'm gonna stream it. That.
Oh, Jesus.
You're, in my opinion, gonna have to get past a boomer judge that doesn't care about views and needs like an actual dollar amount and struggles to make the connection between views and dollars.
The fact that, like, this is worse because the other ones were their statement about infringing on the content were on video.
Yeah.
That was a statement like that actually, like, whether it was in Discord or in chat or whatever, actual statement boomer judges have caught on to, like, Twitter statements being actionable and other statements like that. But so the fact that it was written out like that.
Oh, I'm not saying the statement isn't actionable. By the way, I think this is something she said during the video. I'm not saying the statement isn't actionable. I'm saying you have to get into a judge's mind why views equal damages. And from multiple cases
you
I've
don't.
seen, it's very difficult for...
This is a jury trial.
True. Yeah, true.
You got to get in the jury's head.
I think it's even harder. Especially with YouTubers constantly playing clips about how they don't make any money because of
I
apocalypses.
do think exactly. There you go. That's where I'm going. And I'm like, you wouldn't have to get it into the judge's head and get the judge to wrap their head around it, but you would put the jury, and more importantly, you would have to somehow get the jury to sympathize with the YouTubers who have enough money to throw away in court proceedings.
You know, Ethan
You
has a
think that's
video
gonna
on the
go over well?
apocalypse. I think I could get that into the case. Because it would directly tie into, well, he says he suffers damages from lack of views. Here's a video from him saying that he's actually not making money from because of the YouTube ad situation.
How long ago was the apocalypse video?
I'd have to check. And then I'd have to get Ethan on the stand to admit that the
It'd be
situation has
relevant
changed.
so long as it's within like 5 years. If that video is older than 5 years, it's probably not gonna work.
Ethan sues both Shota and
Because the
Lolly,
courts
Ethan
have
targeting
recognized the
children.
YouTube and oh Jesus. Yep, there it is, right there, Akakun. You got it.
I just think
Ethan is trying to.
I think there's just a case here, because that's going to be another thing he has to get past when talking about damages, is because I think we were right at the start that he thinks he's entitled to literally all money these people have made from like donations and stuff. That's really not how that's going to work
Actually, you
out.
can read it in the complaint.
Yeah, we
They
could.
should have listed what they're seeking in the complaint.
I wonder if I can just
Did be towards the end.
suffer damages in an amount to be established
And
at
not to be
trial.
established at trial. So, ooh, that's good for him. When you leave the amount to be
Oh
settled
no, they
at
are
trial,
bringing
you're
up
leaving
the
it-
amount money
the-
she was
you're le-
donated. Obtained profits she would not have
they are,
realized
okay.
but for her infringement of the copyright.
Oh, it doesn't give an actual number though.
Yeah, I think though they're trying to already establish that
With
all
them,
money
yeah,
she made
but
was
Denham's
ill-gained.
act of copyright infringements, TI suffered damages in the amount to be established at trial. That's leaving it up to the jury, which is a plus in a jury trial. Juries like to have that kind of decisionary power when it comes to punitive damages and stuff.
There's that, but I would also argue it's because they don't have the exact amount she's made. Because a lot of it is hidden behind back doors.
Yeah, it would have to come out through discovery. Absolutely. Was
She said
done
that her act
actual
of
or
copyright
constructive
infringement
knowledge?
we're done with. Yeah. I'm
It's
actually
intentional,
not
yeah.
sure about
I
this
agree.
one. Because it's not that it wasn't like intentional or malicious.
I don't think.
I think the issue is
Here's the
TEI's
problem with
rights.
this. Denham's act of copyright infringement was done with actual or constructive knowledge of TEI's rights. And no, because you actually registered this copyright. Like you did beyond just what the normal is, what the reasonable person would assume you do, which is the copyright that's automatically applied upon any creative work. No, you went the extra step, which means you have more rights to this than the average person would be aware of. So I don't see how Denham's could have possibly known that you had these elevated rights through your registration of this copyright.
What? Copyright infringement against the H3 Snark mods.
Wait a minute, what? Are you trying to...
Allegations. H3 Snark mods, each one of them new Denham's group viewing session would infringe upon the copyright. Each one of them are responsible. You can't say each one of them.
The H3 Snark mods. You're trying to get an entire moderation team of a subreddit held responsible for... This is not going to go through. How the fuck are you? Oh my god, okay.
Contributory infringement. They've suffered damage in an amount to be established at trial. I don't know you could ever get like a specific amount for that.
No.
Like what are you gonna subpoena Reddit for how many people clicked the links? And then how are you gonna establish how much money you lost from that? Because like clicking the links doesn't even mean they watched the video for any substantial amount of time or they donated money to the videos. Like it's I don't
Yeah,
know
and
where the
again,
amount would
you're
even
trying to-
come from.
You're trying to basically tinfoil hat this and say that like this entire team of moderators on Reddit freaking coordinated to intentionally infringe upon your copyright. Do you know how hard that is to prove? Like, it's one thing to prove that Denims or Casey Tron or freaking Frogan did it. I think you could do that. But not this.
Oh, here
and
it
the
is.
fact that this is tied in with one of the main complaints is bad.
TEI will be awarded defendants and each of their profits plus TEI's losses. So they do want full profit from whatever they made from the video.
Statutory damages in the amount of $150,000.
Oh yeah, that too. If elected, statutory damages for 150.
And then there'd be punitive, which again the jury decides.
Trial demand. Oh, that's all it says. We demand a jury trial. There's nothing else there.
Yeah.
That I would have not seen the Reddit thing because this is literally the second to last page.
Yeah, Buppy decided to look at that.
Is that in
But like
Frogen's?
is it? It is. It's right there.
I don't know if you're allowed to do
No,
that.
did you copy paste? You can. But that's
Can you sue the same person for the same charge twice in two separate cases?
again, this is civil.
It is, but I think that would
You could
cause
do this
issues.
criminally,
in court.
sure. Well, the issue is
Well, because he's suing them for them at the exact
like,
same time.
You're suing Frog. Exactly. Here's the problem. You're suing Frogan and you're suing Denims.
Yeah.
Casey Trons we haven't seen yet, but we do know these two. You are trying to hold this moderation team somehow responsible and correlated with these two separate people that you're suing. Therefore, like, are you trying to like RICO trial this? Like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Like,
I don't
like
think
this in of itself for me is enough to have both of these, if not all three of them, as Casey Trumps is saying, completely thrown out.
I hope
Because
he
you were
didn't
trying to
copy paste this
hold-
in the Casey Trump.
Dude, I feel let's look. Second claim for relief.
I don't think they're copy.
It's identical.
Actually, wait. I know it is. It's just
It's
formatted
identical.
slightly different.
Yeah, it's identical.
I don't like that.
He fucking copy pasted his second claim for relief. You fucking, oh my god, gross. Disgusting.
I don't even see how that ends up working in court because he shows up to a judge, assuming they showed up like via Zoom or some shit. They show up twice in a court case. He's like, aren't you being sued for this exact same thing in another case? It's like, actually, we're being sued for the literal exact same thing in another case. The exact same charges. He's suing us twice at the same time.
Well, he's trying to sue this whole group of people through suing only one person. He's trying to do it twice, and that doesn't seem correct to me. Like, even procedurally, I don't think that's how that works.
At least he didn't chat GPT this. If he
It
wrote
turns
it
out he
himself, I'm not saying he did. I'm saying there's a non-zero chance he copy pasted the whole thing to chat GPT and
Yeah,
said
this doesn't
format
make
this.
sense to me. Especially the fact that the second claim for relief is identical on both complaints regarding different people, and you're trying to hold a whole moderation group. Somehow their actions are tied to these two separate people identically.
Yep, claim
This
for
doesn't
relief
make
is
any sense to
exactly the
me.
same too. Which I mean, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, that's normal.
Yeah. It's just that I'm getting really hung up on the second claim for relief that's copy pasted in both of them.
Me too, because again, it doesn't copy for against the H3 Snarkmons. Okay, and I just
Because I'm also sitting here like, let's pretend this is a judge trial. And I'm the judge. I'm like, okay, I actually do grant you secondary relief. How am I calculating that? Like, I don't even know where the amount of damage is coming from. It's kind of one of those things that I think is incalculable.
yeah. What amount do I charge each mod?
I'd laugh this went to court and he won, but only against the mods and
Humor
not the
there?
streamers.
That would actually be hilarious.
You know how that would go.
I have no idea how that would work. Yeah, no, it just doesn't. Yeah, we lost our case. Would you lose? Nothing. My mods got sued. What? Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I just don't even know where the money's coming from, even if it's allowed. Because all they could look at is
That's part of the issue, yeah.
number of link clicks. It's like, okay, so we've seen how many people clicked their link, how many of them stayed to watch the video, how many ads did they watch, how much money did they donate. Like, we wouldn't have any of that information. You'd have to put like a monetary amount on each individual link click. Or maybe each comment on the Reddit, I don't know. I'm internet savvy. I can't imagine how un-internet savvy people would try and figure this out. That's a misstep, Ethan. I don't know what you're doing with that.
Is very explicit. Denim said, quote, "Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, give me a follow, subscribe, throw a prime if you like my content." Your content? The Queen of Self-Own included a countdown timer so we could tell exactly how long she was away. After being gone for a few minutes, she returns and then sits silently for another couple of minutes eating.
I'm gonna go pee, and hopefully, when I'm back, they're done with this.
Alright.
You do look better.
Mr. 305.
I'm sorry, I did kind of laugh there. Like, for a good few frames, it was this lolly enjoyer Voss.
Yeah.
They're like, well, I went so suck.
I will say, this is again, Ethan, I don't think that's strong for you. Yeah, she's gone for 3 minutes, which
Yeah.
in my opinion is egregious. However, there's an hour and 40.
Yeah.
If she was watching a 10-minute video, I think that would go over very easily in court. Maybe not even that.
Jesus Christ, 30% of the video you're not even present? Yeah, that's bad.
We're not even like a fraction of a fraction of the video.
Exactly.
It's actually sad how good a case he could have if he didn't make this video. I'm not even sure he would have had that good of a case. I think it would have been a strong argument either way.
You know, I think the case would have been strong, except for the second prayer for relief. Like, I think everything about this is extremely weak because of that.
I think he's struggling with Frogan, specifically just Frogan. I think he's struggling with the second claim for relief. And I think he's struggling calculating damages. Not necessarily getting them at the end if he wins, but calculating them, I think, becomes an issue.
Well, he doesn't have to. That's going to be determined at trial. So that's for, he's telling the courts, like, this is not for me to do. This is for us to do if this is accepted as a case. So that, again, for his argument, that was his best decision. I think listing as specific numbers would have been pretty much impossible, like, as a task to, like, accurately determine. So, like, yeah, we're going to have the courts do that. That gives the court their little ego stroke, and they're more likely to accept the case because you're not asking for a specific outrageous number. You're asking for a reasonable number that the court determines.
Yeah. Because typically, like, when this happens, though, the judges will sometimes ask questions like, oh, how much money do you make? How much money did this make? How much money did this make?
Yeah.
I can see the defense attorney just, like, going through the whole thing is like, well, that doesn't count, and that doesn't count. And it turning into, like, a full 2-3 hour debate in the courtroom over what money counts and what money doesn't.
I mean, that is probably exactly how that would go down in determining the damages. Literally a 2-hour sidebar.
Yeah, I just see it becoming, like, a huge issue towards the end of the case if he would.
Yeah, but because it's an issue that Ethan has forewarned the court about, the court is more likely to tolerate it.
Also, I want to double check this.
Tell exact.
Did he update this yet? He has not. Casey Trons is still not.
Not yet.
Probably waiting for like a filing or something. Maybe it just hasn't gone through yet.
You should do this. I have an alternate.
We're relying on you to stay live so we don't give more views on the nuke. Yeah, I'm gonna stream it. Since he confirmed it's coming out today, we're gonna stream it. If you want to watch it with someone else who's already watching it. You know, come enjoy the watch party somewhere else.
Oh Jesus,
if you enjoyed
guys, fucking Christ.
not giving any views to that terrible video, follow.
Content creators are so stupid. You guys are so fucking stupid. Like, oh my god. I swear to god, you people need a fucking class in law or something so you understand basic fucking, like, what is actionable and what is not. Saying these things out loud on stream. Absolutely actionable. This is like you're giving him a win. Are you kidding me?
If I was the defense, I'd make them compare the profit of this stream versus my normal stream. I don't think that would work. Because I do agree they probably made more money off this than they normally do. However, that's because this was a big drama that involved them. So I don't think comparing the profit of this stream versus others would necessarily help them that much. I think it would make it more clear that this did do better than normal. However,
well, as defense, you're not going to want to. You're not going to want to argue what damages may or may not have happened, because if you start arguing an amount, you are omitting or admitting the fact that damages did occur.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you will not be trying to determine an amount. So, as defense, you are trying to make sure that you're trying to impress that no damage happened at all.
Chat says I'm cutting in and out. Here, chat, how's this? Is this better? Working? For now, we'll keep going, but let me know if something's wrong.
Subscribe, throw a prime if you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here. Because I'm going to be honest, I did not want to watch that by myself.
Let me also commercialize it by asking you to reward me financially for stealing his content. That is like chef kiss. By the way,
I will say this, because I've seen this in court before. It can be kind of hard to prove that voluntary donations are the same thing as, like, making money off something. Which is how a bunch of people scoot by with what I would probably argue is theft on, like, platforms like Patreon. Is Ava good? I think she died, chat. Is this her checklist on the left? That would be commentary, no? I believe it is her checklist, yeah. No, that's something she's reading from... Reddit. Don't worry, chat, we'll give a minute for Ava to pop back in so she can enjoy the tour.
I'm back.
Oh. You good?
Yeah, my father came in, is like, I'm hungry, and then, like, wandered outside, so I'm not sure what's going on.
Did you hear what I said a minute ago?
No, what'd you say?
Oh, here, I'll scroll back. We get the full thing.
By myself.
Let me also commercialize it by asking you to reward me financially for stealing his content. That is like chef kiss. By the way.
So I said that I've seen this kind of in the past, and it's not like a 100% guaranteed thing, but it's how I've seen courts handle it sometimes, is it's very difficult to argue that people are paying you for the content when it's through voluntary donation. Because we see it a lot with Patreon.
That's true, but when you, as the content creator, make this statement, hey, throw me some donations so I watch it's a quid pro quo. Now, if you didn't have the quid pro quo on behalf of the content creator, then absolutely it would be very difficult to make that argument. But with these creators specifically saying to support them for watching this content over the actual content creator, they've put their foot in their mouth. They fucked themselves.
I do agree.
Because now you have the this for that, the quid pro quo.
Yeah.
If you didn't have that, yeah, they couldn't even prove it.
I just think there is possibly an argument to be had here. It would have to be, like, slugged out in court, though. And Festivia says AV busy getting plapped.
I wish.
the way, Denims had a very successful stream. She had 43,000 people watching her live. Take a look at the title of her Twitch stream. Ethan Klein Hassan Content Nuke Watch Party. A watch party? I don't think that's fair use. Now, Denims, of course, always delivering the goods.
That would be hard to argue because watch party has become a ubiquitous term. Technically, yes, like by...
They would have to define what party.
Yeah.
Like, they would actually have to submit what party is defined as by their definition and then have the court accept that definition.
Yeah, and if Ethan really does mean what he says, which I don't believe he does, about wanting to kind of cut this out before a bigger company steps in and starts causing problems, which first off, bigger companies already are because it's such a like ubiquitous problem. He's gonna have like a very public court case where a big part of his angle is actually there's this watch party thing on Twitch and YouTube that's just like rampant copyright fraud all over the place. It's like, I'm not saying that's going to hurt your argument. I'm saying you're trying to make this like moral argument to us, the viewer, that you're trying to stop this from happening, but part of your argument would be encouraging it. I show speed, One Piece watch party. Didn't he have permission? I don't know.
She went on this dude's podcast to debate fair use. And would you be surprised if I told you she said a lot of incriminating things in that podcast? The queen of self-own never disappoints.
I want to be clear on my opinion on like filler content and stuff. Like, I think filler content, like, you shouldn't do it. I know I do it as a React streamer. And I try to do it only when I do it with like Vox videos or Vice videos and stuff like that, because at least I'm not like directly ripping from one content creator and not like a whole team and stuff. And most of those videos have like 5 million views. I only get like 500 viewers. Like I'm taking maybe 50 views from the video. It's a lot harder to feel like, I guess, bad about that. Whereas like I would feel very bad about doing that to like a single content creator. The majority of people say that they literally wouldn't watch Hell's Kitchen unless I was streaming it. And it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm reacting.
Actually, no, that actually is fair use. We actually have had that tried in court before. If people would not have watched the original content except for you, that is considered transformative. So I'm not necessarily saying he shouldn't have gotten that one wrong. I think a lot of people would probably get that one wrong. But no, that's actually been kind of tried in court. It could go the other way still. I don't think it's established case law, but one judge believes that's an argument.
Acting hard enough. You know, I'm sure if you click on a random part in the video, I might not be saying anything, sure, whatever. And I might walk away from the screen.
No, like, I get what he's trying to say there. But showing her saying, oh, if you click a random part of the video, you might catch me not saying anything for a second. No, that's just people.
Yeah.
That's a weak one.
Screen, but it's about like the communal thing. It's why like fucking Toast started streaming Death Note. It's not about the actual show at a certain point. It's the same reason you watch shows with your friends. You want to watch it with other people. A lot of people go to watch streamers on Twitch for their React content almost as a curator. So they don't actually want to go through you.
I think he's getting a lot of this wrong. However, I do kind of agree with the curator thing. A lot of people only watch content from curators because they're too lazy to seek out other content, not because they wouldn't watch it otherwise. They would still watch it otherwise. They're just too lazy to go look for it.
Yeah.
And I think that you get put into a really weird... I think for me, it's a simple argument, but I think if you had a competent lawyer, you could make a very confusing argument for curators being fair use. Personally, I don't think you could, but...
YouTube themselves and watch a bunch of videos, and they probably never will go through YouTube and click a bunch of videos. They like going to Twitch because they like to have it as like, this streamer is curating fun content that I want to watch.
Like, I'm
From the people that I've talked to, the people who watch Twitch content are specifically there to watch it so they don't have to scroll.
Oh, this is JXC, by the way. So this was probably done sometime after Hassan's reaction to his video. Although I personally don't remember seeing this before. This could be years old at this point. Because I think he's like trans now. He might be.
through YouTube and find a video they like. If someone watches content, I already said this, if someone watches content on someone else's stream, there is a very low likelihood that they're going to go watch it separately and give you like the view or the like. Or the people who are watching content on Twitch, curated Twitch content on Twitch, aren't necessarily people that would be watching content on YouTube.
That, my friend, is called theft.
What is that?
And
he said cell phone 17. I don't think he realizes that none of what he said is necessarily true. Which, again, why you need a lawyer.
Yeah.
So a lawyer could be over your shoulder and be like, hey, buddy, that doesn't count.
I like how Ethan is like dressed like a sleazy lawyer right now.
Oh, yeah? To be fair, I think he dresses like this a lot, except when he does his H3 when he was fat and he just wore like baggy clothes. Would Asmon help blow up Background NPC's channel be used as a counterclaim to that statement of people not seeking out content? I don't know the context to that. I don't really watch Asmongold, and I don't know who Background NPC is. So I'm sorry, I can't answer that. It's not theft if he never had that audience. That's basically what we've actually had a judge rule in the past. Like I said, I don't think it was a precedent-setting case. But we do know for a fact that a judge in the past in America has accepted that as a valid argument towards fair use, which means other judges probably would. Again, though, it's a jury trial, so.
you're a thief, and now I'm suing you. This is just a testimony to how brazen and how safe they've, gotten. That she thinks she can go out in public on video and say shit like,
Asmongold watched a Background NPC video where she had 300 subs and blew up to like 100K in 2 days. So this is a odd thing I have to say about content curators, is I can tell you for a fact I have watched content curators before and gone to the content they covered and followed those channels and proceeded to consistently watch every video on those channels. So for me as a viewer, everybody they covered got an extra view from me because I enjoyed them. However,
yeah, that's true.
That's not always the case, and I think that's why this situation has like a lot of nuance to it. And you can't just rely on the specific argument of numbers. Because like if a huge creator watches a video from a tiny creator, almost exclusively that tiny creator is going to get a boost. Almost exclusively, depending on how big Tiny is. However, it's a huge creator watching another huge creator, there probably won't be a noticeable uptick. Just because everybody kind of knows both of them already, there's no audience sharing to be done. Like in this fight, you can't tell me there's somebody who knows Ethan Klein or knows Hassan, but doesn't know the other one. Everybody already knows both people and has probably picked a side before they even made their videos.
I don't know anybody ever. Who the fuck are you?
I'm stealing this content because I want to. I'm coping even though I know it's stealing. When people watch it with me, they're definitely not going to go watch the original. Like, you are way too comfortable committing crimes out in the open. Well, there you have it.
I'm glad he clarified it was a civil offense, not a crime.
Jesus Christ.
Although I would have done a retake. I wouldn't have put it in like a little quick red flash-up note.
Yeah, I would have. I mean, there's already a lot of jump cuts in here. You could have very easily done another take and said that right.
If I'm doing a
because I'm sorry, the
countersuit-
quick little flash of red text without border, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, no, I'm sorry. Like, that's not enough for me.
If I'm doing a countersuit, I'm bringing that up as defamation.
Oh, big time. Well, yeah.
I'm at least arguing it. I'm not saying I'm winning it, but I'm at least arguing it and bringing it up.
Yeah, you would be horrifying to go against as a lawyer. Because I'm sucking. You're someone who walks in there and it's a very basic case and you throw the whole kitchen sink at the motherfucker like, God damn.
Well, like, I'm not saying I don't have good ideas. I do think I would not do well in, like, a jury trial specifically because I wouldn't know when to shut up. And we saw that with the DUI guy earlier, where one of his first cases, he just could not shut up and he almost lost the jury because he just kept
He
going.
won it, though. No, he
won.
didn't. They acquitted.
Yeah, he did. That's what he said. He said they acquitted, but he said that the jury even came to him. It's like, man, we had you. Like, why didn't you shut up? And I think there is a point where you
because
get
I have
too
to
far.
say the stuff. Yeah, that's the problem. It's finding out like I can't tell you how many times like I'll read other people's briefings and I'm like, oh my god, you've mentioned this specific offense 5 times. I'm only halfway through the fucking complaint. Are you kidding me? But at the same time, there's instances where you'll be admonished by the judge or even by the jury and be like, oh well, you didn't mention that. Bitch, I mentioned it 3 times right here.
Oh yeah.
So it's just a very strange balancing act that you have to strike.
People tune certain stuff out, and it's not always clear why they tune it out. Sometimes it's not hearing it enough. Sometimes it's hearing it too much. Sometimes it's the way you said it. It gets very complicated.
3 separate lawsuits for 3 separate geniuses. Now, I want to make it clear again, and I hope it's been obvious about why I'm suing these 3 people and not others. These people not only violated all of the principles of fair use, they also did it maliciously. And that's the part that really got me. I think if you're a reactor on Twitch, for the most part, if you make a good faith effort to comment, and if you make a good faith effort to promote the author, to link to them, to try to drive traffic to the original video, I think you're probably pretty much doing the right thing, and that's fine. And I would never sue someone for that. Take it to these 3.
I actually think this ending preamble hurts him more than it helps him in a case, because he is now establishing specifically that his requirement for fair use is that he gets a what's it called? He basically gets money from the fair use. When he's saying, I think it's fair use, you know, as long as they're linking me, they're sending people back to my content, you know.
And making a fair effort to that is for use though.
I think the problem is when he says the linking back to me.
I think his argument is strong. Maybe that's not the strongest part, but him ending on this is very strong, especially for the courts to look at. If they were to, if anyone's lawyers gonna do anything, they're going to send this video to the judge who might be handling this case. Be like, hey, he did this.
Yeah.
But him mentioning that he doesn't care if, as long as you make a good faith effort towards transforming the content, commenting on it, you know, giving, you know, proper credit and stuff. But most importantly, him only choosing to sue these 3 for an elevated standard that's not even in the courts of malicious intent with this specific copyright infringement. I think that shows the judge that this guy, look, he's not going to just bring any dusty old case to the courts. He's only doing this because it's particularly egregious and above and beyond the standard that even the court set for this, that he is bringing these lawsuits for. I think that's a very strong argument for him to end this video on. I don't think this video should have been made, but if you were going to make this video, ending it on that argument is probably your best bet.
I think I bring this up in court, right? And because he says 2 different things.
Right.
The first one is, I'm going to go back just to hear it again.
Comment. And if you make a good faith
is before that.
I'm suing these 3 people and not others. These people not only violated all of the principles of fair use, they also did it maliciously. And that's the part that really got me. I think if you're a reactor on Twitch, for the most part, if you make a good faith effort to comment.
That's the part I first bring up in regards to, it wasn't Casey Tron, it's Denims, who started talking, who actually showed like a decent bit of her talking about the political elements of it. I'm immediately bringing that up and saying my client did make a good faith effort to comment. You simply chose to ignore it because you did not like her comments because they were political in nature. And you are against her on this
And my response would
issue.
be, you, sir, are ignoring the fact that the statement in question is the fact that Denim specifically drove content from her audience away from this one, encouraged people to watch it from her or other people other than the actual content creator, and that's the problem.
That's where I bring
She
up
may have made a good faith effort to comment on something, but she actually made an objective statement that is malicious in nature about infringing upon the copyright of my client's content.
That's actually where my second argument, I think, comes in with his second part of it. Is like, Your Honor, actually, that does not speak to the case of whether or not what my client did is fair use or not. In fact, he is adding an
It
extra
absolutely
criteria
does.
to
This
fair
is the
use.
main statement of my argument. This is the whole reason why we're here, is because she made this statement and then it brings upon my copyright. So there's an
But my argument's
aggravated
gonna be she
standard
didn't
in my
infringe.
personal standard of
My argument is going to be that she didn't
didn't infringe?
infringe at all, and you're just using the aggravated standard to invent infringement. And then he's going to have to argue how exactly
no,
the video
because
is
the
infringing.
aggravated standard would not exist without the initial violation. There's nothing to aggravate.
That's what I'm
if you
talking
have no
about,
initial
though.
violation,
I'm saying
so
he's
that's
claiming
that's
a
inappropriate.
violation where there isn't one because of the aggravating standard.
No, he is. He is saying he chooses not to sue people that might meet the standard, except for these people because they have met the standard and gone above and beyond it with malicious intent.
But that's just what he claims. If I'm the lawyer, I'm saying he doesn't know what fair use is. He's just established he doesn't fully understand the concept, and that he has
Objection
chosen...
argumentative.
Well, no, because it's going to be like the basis of the argument. I'm not cross-examining him.
I know, but I'm saying objective argumentative because you are impeaching and character assassinating. He doesn't know what fair use is. Objective argumentative. This is co-incendiary, and I'm trying to litigate the facts of the case here. And the facts of the case here is that the person I'm suing has made this statement intentionally trying to drive people away from my client's video and draw support away from it, while in turn infringing upon the copyright by streaming it on their site and encourage people to watch her video instead of my client's video. This is not only intentional, malicious copyright infringement, but it should absolutely be acted upon.
That's where I think I would have to make the argument that I just don't think it necessarily constitutes copyright infringement.
Right, then that's where the jury would take it.
I would say I believe
And then
it's
we'd
fair
have to
use.
see where the jury goes.
And I believe that the opposition's entire purpose is because of the aggravating standards, they want to make something fair use into copyright.
Well, this is if it somehow made it to trial, which again, I don't think they're
I don't
getting
think it's past slap.
I don't think they're getting around anti-slap. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know why he would,
So, like,
he would
that's
include
even
so
if it
much
was
stuff
in
about
trial.
money in this. That's such a bad look.
Yeah.
The skit at the start, the part in the middle where it's like you're gonna pay for it.
I mean, it's normal. It might have just been phoned in a little bit. I mean,
It's gonna follow him though.
Destiny's
'Cause you can't just
response
delete
to
it.
Pixie's complaint against him both asked for summary judgment, dismissal, and a jury trial, all in the same fucking filing. So sometimes people just be stupid.
In fact, you both have very good arguments to prove this is actually a very good case. I think it actually speaks more to how strained fair use as a concept is. Fair use has not caught up to the internet age. It really hasn't been touched on in a long time. So it's very vague, and you can basically make an argument that almost anything is fair use. Like the one case I kept citing is there's a case of Sargon of Akkad versus some political channel. I forget who it was. And ultimately the case came down to the fact that the judge said his audience is so substantially different from your audience that him just re-uploading the entire video with a new title constitutes fair use. Personally, I would say
Which is insane.
that's an insane standard. That almost makes it so anything can be fair use. But it is now, I would argue that the audience thing can be a factor. I don't think it should be the sole factor like that. I do think the judge got that one wrong. So I do see his reasoning, I just don't agree. Sorry for slide off topic, but Ava, which side is defense usually on in a courtroom? I believe in the case with civil stuff, it's not necessarily like
It
prosecution
depends on the courtroom
and
layout.
defense. I forget what it's called. It's like
No, it's prosecution and defense or plaintiff or respondent.
yeah, plaintiff and respondent. They did plaintiff and defendants. Also, I'm gonna go back to
That's also
defending.
very common. I think it's more appropriate to say respondent. I think there's a lot of motions that reflect that, but there's also a lot of filings like this that call the plaintiff they call the respondent a defendant, and it might technically true, but it also implies like this is a criminal trial, which it's not.
Yeah. If this goes to jury trial, Ethan could use the background of these being political streams to sway the jury. I don't think that would go in his favor because this is in California. Like that's kind of where we were bringing up the jury being emotional. Is Ethan's trying to do this in California, but he's got to get up on stage and say, not on stage, but basically what the jury's going to hear is that a entitled white male is suing one woman of color and 2 other women for making political statements in support of like what Ukraine or some shit. I can't remember like what all is happening over there right now. There's a lot of shit going on. It doesn't work good in a jury unless they're like up in Orange County or something where all the like farms and shit are. In that case, they might be better. Isn't Ethan Jewish? Gila is Jewish. I don't know if Ethan is Jewish. But I don't really care. I know other people care about that. I just don't.
I know this is a random sidebar, but apparently high-frequency radio chatter has suggested that 2 USAF B-2 stealth bombers are currently airborne.
We know why? Are we gonna get nuked?
Nope. Any response will probably be is just training. Well, those are ours, aren't they?
Yeah. Should be.
Yeah, so we won't be getting. We're not gonna get nukes.
It'll be Canada.
Somebody else might, but
they've had it too good for
oh
too
my
long.
God, for Canada. Oh, Jesus Christ!
Have you ever seen that clip from Fairly Odd Parents?
He's had it. I love that. This dude, it's so fucking good.
The Genie by Norm Macdonald.
It's one of the best clips in that entire show. Yes, they've had it too good for too long. What do you mean by that?
B2 is the only thing capable of penetrating what they would be targeting. I mean, it is,
Oh,
fancy.
really? They're bringing the bunker. Oh, that's right. That is actually the one weapon that Israel has been requesting for since the Bush administration to use against Iran. And this is the first instance in which the political climate could suggest that Trump will actually yield to the request and provide those bombs to Israel to access Iran's underground bunker cache of nuclear fucking stuff.
I don't want to give anybody our B-2 bombers. There are B-2 bombers. Storming
I'm not gonna lie, I'm looking at one right now. They look really fucking cool.
Oh, they're great. They're one of our best, like, little machines. Although, granted, we might have something better by now.
I've been playing this shit out of I got a Thrustmaster joystick through Throne, and I've been using Glitch joystick and my VR headset to play War Thunder.
Yeah.
That shit has been fucking a blast.
You know, the original flight testing of the B-2 is believed to be what most people misidentified as extraterrestrials for many years.
No, Roswell?
Yeah, because the plane was so secretive that nobody was allowed to know what it was.
That would make sense. I mean, look at its profile.
They were pitch black. They only ever flew them at night.
That looks alien.
Yeah. Because they were stealth bombers. They were pitch
Yeah,
black.
that looks
They only
fucking
flew at
scary as
night.
shit.
And they did all their test flights at like midnight. So it was believed that a lot of people that thought they were seeing spaceships were actually seeing B-2s being tested.
That kind of makes sense.
And of course, the U.S. that also explains why the military would constantly lie about what it was, because they don't want to be like, yeah, we've got like a highly experimental stealth bomber. The whole point was it was stealth.
Yeah, it's a weather balloon. That ain't no fucking weather balloon.
Yeah, the whole point was the fact that it was a highly experimental stealth bomber. They didn't want people to know they had it, because then other countries would know what to look for. Which for many years, even after they knew we had it, they didn't know what to look for, because it was just that good. It didn't show up on radar. Fun part with the B-2s, though, they can't fly over Iran, so it'll be standoff launches in Syria's airspace. I mean, it's a highly sophisticated stealth bomber. I'm pretty sure if it flew over Iran, they wouldn't know. That's kind of the point. Like, oh, where's the B2s? Ah,
Yeah, I mean,
they're
really.
being cleaned right now. They're in the hangar. Oh, can I see them? No, no.
They're being cleaned. Actually, yeah, you can. They open up. It's empty. I don't. Where's the B2? They're right there. Wow. I
They're
mean,
camo.
God, I know when they say soap bomber, they, it's pretty good. But like, I mean, I can sit there right. But look, he mimed the whole thing. Like, look, little smudge right there. Hold on.
I linked the Giardia clip and reaction suggestions. I can pull it up. And I can show Ava because
Oh God, I don't. Oh Jesus.
Ava has not seen the Giardia clip.
One part of it. The next part is
The right time. Yeah. So yeah, this is Ethan's thing.
What's the next?
that Olive has Giardia, which is it's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea.
And Olive has this?
Olive has this, yeah. She came to us with it.
Oh. Okay.
She had diarrhea, and
oh, poor baby.
Ducky came to us with that too. And I just wonder why.
It's relatively common.
It should be. They should have found it already. But anyway, so she has Giardia, so we have her on an antibiotic, but we had to wait until Monday, which is today. We just got it today. And, well, Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has Giardia.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
And now Ela has Giardia.
Shut. For real?
And now I think
Well,
this morning
I can see
had
how
diarrhea.
the correlation was made.
It's one of those things where I'm like, why did you say that?
I think that people were clearly operating in bad faith when they say, "Oh yeah, Ethan was going around saying his kids are eating dog shit." No, that's not exactly what was said. Sure, but you said more than enough to paint that picture yourself, Ethan. I'm sorry.
My dog has Giardia, has diarrhea, and it's pooping everywhere. One of my kids is at the age where he's crawling around and putting
My
stuff in
baby's
his
crawling all
mouth.
over the floor. Yeah, exactly.
And now he has
There's
Giardia.
enough to correlate there.
It's like, what did you expect people to take out of that? Clear case of TMI. Exactly. It's one of those things, like, I'm not saying, like, people should have called CPS on you. I am saying you shouldn't have fucking said it. Stop telling people about your kids, especially your kids'
definitely
illnesses.
too much.
I don't know. I just don't like having kid anything on the internet.
Yeah, I don't think children should be allowed on the internet.
But yeah, it's not a defense
Like,
to the
give
people
them,
that called on
give them the library of the school-wide library computer database system. That like what you had in high school. It didn't actually connect to the internet, but like it connected to like the school's repository of knowledge, which was enough. Kids don't need the full internet. They just don't.
Yeah. What chat? I think that was a good one today. What do you think, Ava?
I think it was a great one today.
I did not expect Ethan to drop this last minute.
Bro, like holy shit.
But yeah, no, the Karen Reed trial is amazing. I kind of hope to cover more of it in the future because it's also funny. It's amazing.
Yeah, we'll definitely cover some of the closing arguments. I know Larry Foreman has released 4 videos. I think they're all pretty much half an hour, 20 minutes long. But all 4 videos are on specifically the closing arguments. And what's nice about the closing arguments is they all have to do, like, it's a recap of everything that was presented, and basically just reminding the jury of the most important facts of the case. So if you want a trial recap, ain't nothing better than going over the closing arguments.
Fair. And then, of course, we have the H3H3 thing, which I just got such an uphill battle with the slap because of what you said.
Yeah, I wish him well in his endeavors. I hope he finds what he is looking for.
I don't know what he wants out of it. I don't know if I am the defense on this case, chat, the first thing I'm showing to the jury is just this picture of his video of him burning money and like a clip of it of him talking about it. Your Honor, opening argument. Here you go. For the slap. It just looks bad, dude.
It does. It looks. Actually, no. Hold on. I have something for you though. There he is. Come on, dude. Yes, here we go.
How'd you find it?
This is what I want. I found Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer. You're about to see the most amazing fucking video.
It ain't pretty when you face a bad truck wreck.
One sec, chat needs to see it.
They
It
really
ain't pretty
doing
when you
so
face a
fucking
bad
good.
truck wreck. Greedy insurance companies play dirty. Bring it on. I'm Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer.
Go at them with Jim Adler, the tough, smart lawyer that knows how to beat them at their own game.
I stand tough and carry a big, big hammer. I thought so.
Call now, 713-777-4000 or learn more at jimadler.com.
There's just so many of them. There's so many. There's one where like he's like on top of a car and he like uses his hammer to like break open the back of a semi truck to get the money that they're hoarding. Like it's the most insane freaking video ad series I've ever seen for lawyers.
I mean, if you're gonna be a lawyer, just go all out with it, man.
Come Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer.
It sticks in people's head.
It does. It's stuck in mine, like, firmly.
But chat, let me see if I can send you guys off somewhere. Also, thank you, Mercenary, for 2. I don't trust the school not to be compromised. I try not to get too into all the political stuff. I'm going to send you guys over to Dama. Hope you guys have a good night, and thank you for joining us for Lawtism. Ava, you'll be back next week, right?
Goodbye, chat. Of course, of course.
Bye, chat. Love you all. Have a good one.